right. And da, da, da. I'll just say a
Let
few.
me get in the. Let me get in the. That way I can,
All
because
right.
it like when I'm watching the video, like if I watch me, I can mute the video on YouTube,
Yeah, so that way we don't get any sort of echo back or anything.
but like it won't like I can like see the chat and stuff.
Okay. All right. All right.
Let
We're
me
going to
get
wait for
in.
some people. We got a special treat for you guys tonight, and we'll put it in the title a little bit later. But welcome in and welcome back to our Ned McGreevy League. We are now at 31st August 1900, and there's Robbie Wartburg, man. He's the first one in here, but we have a surprise we'll do in like 10 seconds. So, all right. And I'm saying we. Oh, what does that mean? It means we, something, people. All right, so tonight we're going to have a nice clash, a featured marquee game. First place, Manchester will take on Philadelphia. Philadelphia is in second place, tied with Cleveland, just 2 games back in our Ned McGreevy League. And I want everybody to say hello. Aaron Reed is going to be doing some stories, some color, some play-by-play. Aaron, say hi to everybody, man.
Hello, everybody.
All right, Robbie, how's the sound coming on your end? Robbie's kind of like he's like my sound engineer, sort of, kind of.
Is he like the
So,
sound ace guy?
well, he's like always the first one in the ballpark, or he's the first one when I do any sort of stream. So I always ask him. He says sound is great. All right, cool, awesome, awesome, awesome. So Aaron and I are going to be doing some
Yeah,
baseball tonight. We're going to kind of wing it. We're going to have some fun. And we're gonna wait. We got already get 2 viewers in here.
this is gonna
Nice.
be great.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. So for anybody listening to my channel, Aaron. I subscribed to the channel a few weeks ago or something like that. This guy knows his baseball, loves baseball, big 1990 Cincinnati's Reds fan especially, but
Yep.
into all kinds of
Actually,
baseball. Yeah, go ahead, man.
to tell you the truth,
Mhm.
when I was a kid
Mhm.
growing up here in Kentucky, we got the Reds, but we also got the Atlanta Braves. We
Oh, you're a
were
Braves fan,
we
huh?
well, the Reds kind of went in. They had some good years, but mainly it was just so it was bad after
Right.
'95 when they won the division. But
Right.
we always would pick up the Atlanta Braves, and they were the team of the '90s. But
Nice.
honestly, you know, I never forget it. The year I was born, the Reds led the whole division and won the World Series. So
All right.
that's the team that I guess I associate with because I watch the Reds play and I watch whatever's on. Well, I try to watch the Reds play. I guess you could
Right.
say it's hard to
Gotcha.
watch it when you
Right.
know,
Right. 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 Exactly. So,
but
Aaron, if you, I mean, I just, and again,
yes,
I mean, so yeah, I mean, so Aaron's going to be joining. It's going to be fun. We're gonna do tonight's broadcast like two baseball fans talking. We're going to do some. I mean, obviously, we're going to play by play it and everything, but this is going to be something a little bit more free form. That I think is really fun to do in a channel because Aaron, you come to my channel a lot. That a lot of
oh yeah,
times the game becomes almost secondary, and we end up talking and all that kind of stuff. So you cool with that?
that's sweet. Let's do it.
Superb, man. So you're a Braves fan, or you're a bit of a Braves fan tonight, or a bit of a Braves fan, and I'm a Pirates fan, but I will forgive you, and we will be friends. How's that? Because I've never forgiven Francisco Cabrera for 1992.
Yeah, you never forgive Frankie and Sid Bream. I tell you
Oh,
that.
and Sid Bream still has the balls to live in Pittsburgh. Ugh, he does. He still lives in the Pittsburgh area, Aaron.
That man still lives in Pittsburgh, even though he won the division with
Yep,
he beat the Pirates in
bastard.
'92.
Hey, cousin Ken's in. He's saying hi to both of us. All right.
Hello,
And he says that he took a nap in anticipation of tonight.
I
All
did too.
right. All right.
I
Good.
actually did too.
Actually, well, I didn't have a choice. I came home. Steve was doing a just a quick thing again. We're testing. He's been doing a lot of testing with the Negro League greats and put together a
Mhm.
team of Major League greats. And so I didn't see most of the stream because I was still at work. They asked
I
me to stay
saw some of
longer,
that
and
a
got
little
home,
bit
watched
earlier.
that, and man, I was knackered, and I just crashed. Bam. So yeah, but we're gonna rock this.
We're good. We're good.
All
Yeah.
right, so we have a good game. We've been going over our pitching leaders. I think we're gonna go to our batting leaders. Although it's gonna be pretty boring. Why? Because it's gonna be the same guys. So let's look at team batting for a little bit here. We'll talk about that.
Mm,
So Aaron, realizing
yes.
tonight that I told him that these players are comprised of. This is a draft league of with fictional team names, but real players from 1880 to 1919. All right. So I'm just looking over our sort of leaderboard charts. So um, and looking at the top teams, and as far as top teams go, really, Aaron, we have kind of, I would say, maybe five horses. Well, four horses really in the race right
For
now, my friend.
horses.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
basically have so first place Manchester, Philadelphia, and Cleveland are tied for second, and Ken Castro's team is in third place, just 3 games out.
And
Um,
Ken's is
the Providence Liberty Tree.
ooh.
Yep, Providence Liberty Tree. And so what's fun about that is Ken picked a so it was common in the 19th century
Yep.
that the teams would use this, so we're so used to plural: Pittsburgh Pirates, Atlanta Braves,
Yes.
Yankees.
Houston Astros,
Right.
Yankees,
So
etc.
they would use a singular form of the team name, which was really cool. So Ken adopted that by calling it Providence Liberty Tree, right?
Liberty
Singular.
Tree. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So Ken is like super super mega knowledgeable about baseball. I would say as far as 19th century baseball, there's nobody I've ever met that knows 19th century like Ken Castro. He's brilliant. Of course, he knows his dead ball and all that stuff and all the way through.
Yep.
But for 19th century, Ken Castro, and I don't know if you knew this or not, Aaron. Ken, he's is lifelong. He is a professional journalist. He's a sports journalist,
Ooh.
brilliant journalist. I might add. And he's covered, the major team sports. He and I share a mutual hate of what I call f ball. So yeah. So you're on the broadcast, man. That means you can't curse and say it out the
F
whole name.
ball. We gotta watch our
It's
language.
f-ball, buddy, right? You can say
F
basketball,
ball.
hockey, but for that other game, it's f-ball.
F ball.
So, all right. So, kind of looking here, in terms of these teams and why they're in first place, and so one of the things is that I'm looking at here. So, Aaron, Manchester
Yep.
is leading the league in team batting with a 3.0 or with a 246 average.
Ooh, look
Um,
out.
and Cleveland, who's just 2 games out, right? They're hitting also 246 as a team. Now, what's interesting, I think, is looking at Philadelphia. They're eighth out of 10 in team batting, right, at
Hey.
234. So I'm curious. I think it's pitching keeping them in it because Cleveland is second to Manchester in team batting at 246. So
Mm,
yeah, I mean, so kind of looking at this and sort of seeing how this plays down the line. So, hey, the Cubs the Bears is in. Ken is one of the greatest minds of the 19th century. Welcome into Cubs the Bears.
living in the 21st century.
There you go. So, Aaron, I don't know if you ever met the Cubs the Bears. This is also somebody that is a walking baseball encyclopedia. Truly, I get the most knowledgeable, and I count you in there too. I do. I think I get the most knowledgeable fans here, and I mean these guys. Ken pretty much hangs, here hangs with Steve, but these guys go to a lot of other channels.
Right.
But I tend to get, I'm convinced I get the best baseball minds in here. So yeah. Uh, so Ken's answer. This is funny. He said, right? Laughing. He was laughing my freaking fucking ass off. Whatever. The Cubs and Bears. I'm not even a mediocre mind in my own home. Nice. Oh, so the trials and travails of Ken Castro continue.
Oh, kid.
Ken, Ken is a person that always, well, Ken, his interest in agricultural byproducts, Aaron, I think deserves mentioning. Yeah, I'm sure you've probably heard on our broadcast that Ken is very interesting in all different types of corn. Ken is all about corn. The
On.
the oh, Ken loves to like he will fondle corn. He will Ken, am I getting closer? Ken will gaze for hours upon corn, whether
Just marvel at corn.
he's just Ken is about the corn. He loves
Oh,
corn.
corn.
Corn. Oh, he's about the corn. So we're glad. So Ken,
Well, it does have the juice.
it does have Aaron, this is gonna be beautiful. Ken, did you catch that?
Do
Did you?
that.
Ken's like Ken's laughing. He's loving it. This is awesome. This is
I
gonna
had
be
to
a
do that.
blast. No, perfect. Bring it, man. That's besides that's you're mainly doing color tonight, dude. So
Yeah.
that's your job. You got to bring it, and these
Mm.
guys. So this is nice. All right. So uh he says he's pissing himself laughing.
Dang, I didn't know I had that in me. I didn't have that much in me today.
That's it. We're you guys are in trouble now, man. All right.
Oh,
So
we're
everybody,
in for it.
we're in for it. So welcome to Aaron Reed. This is such a privilege and a joy for me to have somebody come on and having the cajones to come on and call a game with me because usually what happens is they just devolve, degenerate into
It
God knows
just turns
what.
into
Yeah, yeah. All right. So here we go. All right, we're going to get started and get set up. Uh, and let's go to our play screen and let's get set up. So tonight's game, first place Manchester versus Philadelphia. Manchester comes into this game at 71 and 59. Philadelphia at 69 and 61. Should be a good one. Manchester home team, so we don't know if MV is going to show up. Smelly Wrestling Geek is arriving at the ballpark even as we
ooh.
speak. He is here. He is here.
I wonder
All
if he's a
right.
wrestling fan or if he was a former amateur wrestler.
Well, for all
I
we
used to be.
know. Oh, you were an amateur wrestler?
I used to wrestle, yeah,
Cool.
on
Cool,
my
cool, cool.
school JV squad.
So how
But
come
I
you
used to
never went to
wrestle.
World Wrestling Federation or whatever it's called, man?
They wouldn't.
Kick the
There's
shit
no
out of
way of.
Hulk Hogan, man. Bam, bam, bam. Right.
Well, you know something, me, Gene. They wouldn't hire a blind man, brother.
Oh man, that's it. You know what? You guys, we should have Aaron do. We should have him do some color commentary of famous wrestlers, right? So we could have Hulk Hogan. Can you do Randy Savage? Any of those guys? So whatever you're feeling,
Yeah.
brother, just go with it.
Man, Randy Savage.
Oh, so,
Go.
look at this guy. Look at this guy. That's it, man. We are gonna be. This is gonna be it. This is gonna be like the.
Man, doing the thing, yeah. People don't know this about me that I once auditioned for the Cincinnati Reds in the Big Red Machine. Yeah.
Nice bit of trivia there. Absolutely. So Randy Savage, indeed, was a minor league ball player.
He was kicked. I think it was kicked off. It just didn't work out.
Right, right. Well, baseball's a tough sport. I mean,
It
it's the
is. I
toughest.
mean,
It's the
you're
most
running at 100
difficult.
miles an hour a day, and
Yep.
crashing into walls
Oh
if
yeah.
possible.
And that's just batting practice. So there we
Yeah,
go.
yeah, just batting practice.
All right.
I mean,
So yeah, go ahead,
I
man.
can
Keep
tell you
going. I'm just setting up here.
the differences between my because we have a minor league team in Kentucky where I live in Lexington. Well, it's not minor; it's independent league.
Okay.
But when they do batting practice, it's in the cage, so the ball doesn't really fly out very far.
Okay.
But I've been to many a Reds game in my life.
Mhm.
We've the last time I well, the one time we watched the guys do BP, and they were whacking the ball all like it was going everywhere. You were liable to catch something if you were paying enough attention. And
Uh huh.
that was it was like going to a major league game versus a minor league or independent league game is so surreal.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, these are guys that you used to like the guys that I used to watch, like I would watch on TV going, these guys are just superstars.
Right.
And then to see them, to listen to them play
Mhm.
like live in the flesh, it's like, I mean, I saw what was it? When I say I saw,
Right.
like I got to see. Griffey as a red,
Wow.
Larkin as a red, Adam Dunn,
Damn,
Robbie
nice.
Alomar at one point. Um, the my first major league game was in July of 2003. Our church
Okay.
took us to see a Reds and Mets game,
Mhm.
and I think Mike Piazza played,
Wow.
uh, like Sean Casey, like all these guys that you know, it's like I had a family member tell me one time that baseball can be boring to watch on TV.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know if this is true or not because you can get just as entrenched as anything else.
Right.
And when you see it live and you're amongst the crowd and everything,
Oh man.
it's like
Right.
you want the boys of home to win.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
and when they do, you can just go nuts.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's like there's nothing like it. I mean, I've been to many a baseball game in my life, and there's nothing like watching the home team, you know, either win a close game or just go out and destroy the other team,
Right.
and or a good long extra inning affair
There you go.
like the other day you did with the Orioles and the Yankees.
Oh my God. Oh, you mean the 7.5 hour thing we did?
The
Cause,
Streamathon.
yeah. Well, so that night I did 7.5 hours, and I came on last night. And I said, yeah, we're not going to go that long. We went 5.5 hours last night. Jeez. I don't know, man. I need intervention, Aaron.
No, you
I
don't
need
need an
intervention, brother.
intervention. This
Oh
is a
well.
second gig for you.
It's well, that's it. It's fun. We're gonna
Shoot.
let's catch up here. So, yeah,
Yep.
the Cubs and
What we
Bears.
got?
You're right, right. She says to Ken, "Don't be modest. Sports writing is a noble profession. You're one of the select few." And pardon me. Ken says to Cubs and Bears. I'll be honest. Being on the road beat the snot out of me, but man, I did love the gig. I'm sure you did. Um, Smelly Wrestling Geek is telling us. We'll cover two comments of his. So
Oh,
he says he's a wrestling fan, but his username comes from a YouTuber he listens to that calls the trolls on his channel Smelly Wrestling Geeks. Well done, well played, sir.
nice.
And then he says the last 3 innings of baseball are the best for me, just as the fourth quarter of an F-ball game is, and the third period of a game are. So cool stuff. So
Nice.
Smelly
That's
Wrestling
true.
Geek, don't know what. Well, you tune into my channel, you know it takes us like 27 hours to even get to like the fifth inning. But hey, glad you're here anyhow,
Now I can
right?
see why you do that one pitch mode.
Oh man. Well, so
Makes
we'll
things
do
a
a
little
little bit
faster.
about we're going to do a little bit of that tonight when we have some situational stuff, just because I want to get used to it again.
Yep.
All right. All right, so here we are. We're going to head out to very early Ebbets Field, home field for Manchester. And let's get our starting lineups here. So let's see. Da, 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 da. So this is going to be versus a righty. All right, and let's see who's supposed to be pitching tonight. Ba 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 ba. Ba da ba ba ba. Looks like Tim Keefe. No, he's not in the rotation. Let me see. It's Johnson, Alexander, Feaster, and Weimer. So it
Easter.
looks like we're going to see the big train tonight. Nice.
Ooh, look out.
Water Johnson.
Don't be on the tracks in that one.
Oh, yeah. All right, guys. Here we go. We're ready to start this thing.
Oh, all right.
All right, let's do this. And we'll do lineups. The way I do lineups, Aaron, is just as I'm going through the
Yes.
game. If I'm doing in other games, I'll do the lineups before, but we'll just go as we're going. And dude, just talk any baseball, anything you want. Doesn't have to be,
Sure.
dead ball era. But if you recognize some of these names, and you something about them, maybe you want to talk about. Just feel free, man. It's free form, and let's have some fun,
Sure.
right?
All right.
All right, all right. So here we go with our national anthem and all that stuff. Are you hearing
I
game
don't
sound?
hear any. I don't hear any game sound at
Okay.
all, actually. not hear that is if I unmute the YouTube audio.
Oh, right. Then you're going to start getting a kickback of your own voice. We'll still call it anyhow. It's going to be fun. All right. Welcome to Ebbets Field for today's game between Philadelphia and Manchester. Jeff Tessero will start for Philadelphia. He has made 25 starts in the year, and he's 12-13 with an ERA of 2.47. This will be his third start against Manchester, and he's 0-2 against them with a 7.63 earned run average. So Tessero could be at a little bit of a disadvantage here. He'll be
ERA of
opposed, right?
7.
ERA against Manchester of 7.63,
Oh,
Aaron. Yeah.
go ahead.
And he'll be opposed by Walter Johnson, the big train for Manchester. Johnson's made 29 starts in the year, and he's 15-9 with a league-leading earned run average of 1.13. This is his third start against Philadelphia. He's 1-0 against them with a 0.39 earned run average. Game time temperature, baseball fans, is 92 degrees. Wind speed 8 miles per hour. Going out to left field, and it is a sunny day here in a very early Ebbets Field, and the man in blue says to play ball.
Oh, let's get it on.
All right.
Beautiful summer's day here.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sultry day in the Flatbush section of Brooklyn. We're underway. All right, leading off, left fielder, George Van Haltren. So Van Haltren comes into today's game hitting .248 in a season, a home run, 32 runs batted in. We're expecting the big train. This could be a very, very pivotal game for Manchester if Johnson is on today, Aaron. So Walter Johnson, I'm sure you know a bit about him, one of the greatest who ever lived.
Yes.
Most dominant pitchers. So for me, please.
Just one of the guys that, during this era, just you really couldn't get anything past him.
You couldn't. He was and the thing about him is he didn't receive run support. So he was on those terrible Washington Senators teams, and they made it to the World Series three times. 1913, I believe it was, and then 1924 and 1925. And 1924 was the only World Series they ever won. But for all the lean years, right? There used to be this old saying, Aaron, it said, "America first in war, first in peace," or Washington first in war, first in peace, last in the National League, or the American League, right? But Walter Johnson, despite not getting run support, this guy was winning 30 games, 25 games, 27 games. And I can think of no pitcher at any time in baseball history that was as dominant as Walter Johnson, to be able to do that without run support.
30 games in a single season. It's
insane.
Back in the day, that's impressive. I mean, unless you're like Denny McLain in 1968.
Right. And that is right. McLain was putting up dead ball numbers, as was Bob Gibson in 1968.
Bob Gibson.
Yep. Exactly.
I mean, that was just, you had a clash of styles in that series. I mean, I've watched many a video about it. You just had like the Cardinals, who were just dominant all around, and then you had the Tigers, who just, they burst on the scene. They had all the stars, the K-Lines, the McLeans, the Hortons, the
Cash. You can't forget Storm and Norman. That's right.
Storm and Norman Cash. You cannot. I mean, they had everybody there, and it was obviously too much for the Cardinals to overcome.
Right. Aaron, I was going to say, if you wanted to pull up the stream and then just mute the sound on your side, and then that way you can monitor chat.
I am.
You already doing that?
I am.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. Walter Johnson peers in. He has the sign from catcher Luke Easterly, and we're ready to go. And Johnson rocks and fires the 0-1 delivery as the game finishes its little intros. So there we go. Fastball swung on, base hit. This one going all the way to the wall and left.
Hey!
Van Haltren, so Burkett going back. And Van Haltren going for two. The throw in for Burkett. And George Van Haltren with a leadoff double for Philadelphia as we get underway here, top of the first. So
loud start to this one.
And Van Haltren, Aaron, on the season has 32 steals, And stepping in now, shortstop George Davis hitting, and I need to, my glasses are filthy here. Oh my God.
He's
206,
a
three home runs, 40 runs batted in. Van Haltren, good leadoff second.
he
Easterly
might
sets the
take
target.
off.
He might. He might. Johnson lets it go to Davis. Here's the 2-1 delivery. Curveball chopped down to first. Dan Bruthers will take it to the bag himself. Van Haltren moves to third on the play. So possible early run here for Philadelphia, just 90 feet away, and Van Haltren. And here's a pretty famous player from the era, Eddie Collins.
Eddie Collins.
Eddie Collins, who had a great career both with the Philadelphia Athletics and the Chicago White Sox. In fact, was on the infamous Black Sox team.
The
Of course,
Black Sox
right,
game.
Eddie, not one of them, of course. Great
He
Hall of
was
Famer.
not one of the 8 men out.
He was not. Brilliant
He
base
tried
runner.
to play.
Yeah, and played and played pretty well. Of course,
Pretty
we'll
good,
talk
yeah.
about. We won't talk about him in this game because he's not in between these two teams with Shoeless Joe Jackson. Think about this: he hit 374 in the 1919 series. They just said that apparently that that Shoeless Joe might have only remembered that the fix was on when he was in the field. I mean, he had 2 home runs and 374 average. Doesn't sound like a guy trying to throw the series to me.
No.
All right, Johnson working from the stretch here, and he had that easy delivery and can throw fire. And here it comes, the 0-1 delivery to Collins. Fastball swung on, fly ball to right field. Chief Wilson coming in and makes the catch. Van Haltren tagging at third, and he will score the first run of the ball game. So the Philadelphia Quakers taking an early 1-run lead here.
So much for the shutout.
So much for the shutout. All right, so stepping in now, Bill Joyce. Joyce is hitting just 188, 5 home runs, 43 runs batted in. Joyce bats from the left.
Now you said home runs. Is that like an inside the park job?
Yes, these most home runs.
This is.
This is dead
I
ball.
used to read
right?
back in the day that this was the time when inside the park home runs were more common.
More common, and in fact, so back also in this time, Aaron, that the actual big, quote unquote, big hit wasn't the home run; it was the triple.
The triple, yeah.
Yeah, the triple was kind of like the sign of the real power player. And of course, you had to have speed, as you do today, to hit the triple, right? And so Sam Crawford, who's on, I forget whose team Sam Crawford's on right now, all-time, lifetime leader in triples with 312. No one's ever going to touch that record because I think the game's changed. You're just not, the game's more about power now than speed. I think, Would you agree?
Yeah, it's more of the ball is alive more now than it's been ever been.
Yep.
I mean, it's like today's game is so, power driven as opposed to speed, small ball and speed.
Exactly. And I love small ball. Take me back to 1910 and drop me off. Actually, take me back to 1909 when the Bucks beat the Tigers in the series. All right, Johnson ready to deal to Joyce. Here is the 1-2 pitch. And Joyce called third strike 3. So Johnson picks up his first strikeout.
Gotta swing the bat, man.
Gotta swing the bat. So at the end of 1/2 inning, 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on. It's the Philadelphia Quakers 1 and the Manchester Red Bulls coming to bat. Due to lead off for Manchester, Hall of Famer Jesse Burkett. Left fielder, one of our league leaders in batting. He's hitting .304 with 38 runs batted in. Jeff Tessero peers in, has the sign from Chief Myers. The wind and the 0-2 pitch. Fastball swung on. This one popped high in the infield. Collins and Davis converging. Eddie Collins calling off Davis. And this rainmaker comes down into Collins' glove. 1 away, Aaron.
On. Though people were fighting over it for a second, Collins said, "I got it."
Right.
1 away.
Yeah, Eddie Collins, Hall of Fame second baseman. If he says he wants the ball, you back off.
Give him the ball. Back up. Yeah.
All right, one of our 19th century guys here now coming in. Also, Cupid Childs. So second baseman for Manchester hitting .246 with 33 runs batted in. Big Dan Bruthers waits on deck. Tessero sets and delivers the 1-2 pitch. Fastball swung on, chopped up the middle. Base hit, splitting Collins and Van Haltren. Center fielder Roy Thomas up with it, and Childs aboard. So Cupid Childs on the season 29 steals as Bruthers steps into the left-hand side of the box, riding a 9-game hitting streak. Bruthers,
Ooh, let's see if he can keep it going today.
one of the great players of the 19th century. Bruthers had, for the time, fearsome power. And so you also will see in dead ball baseball, some home runs actually do go into the seats. So not all the home runs were inside the park, but most were. Most were. And we'll talk
There
a
were
little
a
bit
couple
about
that could hit it out.
right, and we'll talk about their interesting ground rule double rules that you had back in the day. But we'll get into that a little later. All right, Childs
Mm.
aboard. Aggressive lead off first for him. Henry Larkin holding him close. Tesreau winds and fires. And Bruther swing on the first pitch. There goes Childs. The throw down by Myers. The tag by Davis. Not in time. Manchester bringing the running game here. And Cupid Childs picking up steal number 30. So tying run in scoring position here for Manchester in the bottom of the first. Bruther's back in the box now. The 1-0 delivery from Jeff Tesreau. Here it comes. Fastball swung on line right to Eddie Collins. Collins making a leaping grab, and Childs having to get back to second quickly to avoid being doubled off. So 2 away, and that brings up Chick Stahl. So we saw Chick Stahl playing a little bit last night in our game. If you were here for that, Aaron, 1900
Yes.
decade versus 1910. 1900 winning that one in extra innings. Hell of a ball game.
Yep.
Stahl hitting 260, a home run, 36 runs batted. And again, even as I'm doing play-by-play, Aaron, jump in with anything you want, all right?
I always was curious because back in the,
Mm-hmm.
it seems like now with the new rules and things
Right.
in baseball, are they trying to put a time limit on the game?
You know, they are, and I hate that. I think they're trying
I
to,
know, I know.
all right? Go ahead, please.
It's like whatever happened to going to the ballpark and staying most of the day. I
Exactly.
mean, you, I mean, as a kid growing up, and I can understand where people come from because I've been to many a game in my life. I've seen extra inning games go 15, 16, 17, sometimes 18 innings.
It's
Heck,
heaven, ain't it?
oh man, like I mean, it's like okay, you get to like I'll tell you a story here. So in
Sure.
'05, I got to go see the Astros play
Mm-hmm.
in their first World Series.
Mm-hmm.
Game 3 to be specific, and it was the one that went was it 15 innings?
Mm-hmm.
The one that it went like over 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
It like 14, 15, and this I'm like, this is amazing. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
we spent like we went to the deal was if you went to like 75 70 50 or more legends home games, which is legends were the single A affiliate of the Astros back then.
Okay.
If you went to 50 or more games, you could qualify for a trip to a World Series game. And they drew us out of the hat.
Mm-hmm.
And we went to game 3 of the White Sox Astros
Oh,
series.
wow.
And it was just Minute Maid Park was so loud. I mean, nobody hardly ever sat down. I mean,
Nice.
like we were watching the Astros all through the playoffs that year, and it like whenever that crowd would just be chanting everything under the sun, I'm thinking we're gonna be a part of that. We're gonna
Yes,
get to
exactly.
go and do all of that, and believe it or not, we did. I mean, it was like, but it was an extra inning affair, and what I'm wondering is back in the dead ball day, which we're doing here,
Mm-hmm.
there was a time limit on like if it got dark,
Yeah. Then
they would
they would
stop.
stop play. But other than
Yes.
that, but here's what you'll find interesting though. I mean, and again,
Yeah.
because you and I are doing a free form kind of
Uh-huh.
broadcast. Dead ball games actually were very fast though. I think
They were.
I think Ken or the Cubs or Bears will probably get a more accurate figure, but I think I read somewhere the games averaged around an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes. They
Yeah.
came in, they got it done, and playing small ball, it was a faster game. But yeah, this whole
The
idea of putting a time limit like the pitching clock, it's I just they just need to leave baseball alone. They're killing it.
they're gonna they're gonna the fans are gonna boo the pitch clock like crazy, and
I hope
they're
they do.
gonna there's gonna be a massive either not really a protest, but there's gonna be like a lack of attendance
And I hope people
at
vote with their wallets. Exactly.
they will. Violence isn't gonna solve anything.
No, never
Voting
does.
with your wallets will, at
Amen,
least we
brother.
hope.
So what do you guys think? I think Aaron has a home in this channel. Listen to this, his love, his passion for the game.
I
Man, that's what
mean,
we love here. That's what we love. All right, two down here. Stahl stepping in, and Tesro peers over his right shoulder at Childs. Peers in, has the sign from Myers. Sets Childs now about 5 steps off second. Two down. Here's the
better
delivery from
get
Tesro.
back.
The 1-2 delivery. Fastball swung on. Myers sending this one to foul territory in the right side. And this one will get out of play.
He
Yep,
stays alive.
reaches the seats. Absolutely. So Stahl getting a good look at Tesoro. Back in the count 1-2. Tesoro wheels and deals. Fastball, and Stahl sends this one. Routine fly ball to center field. Thomas has a beat on it. He will make a catch, and a nice running over the shoulder of the catch. And that ends the inning. No runs, one hit, no errors. A man left in scoring position. We go to the top of the second. It's Philadelphia 1 and Manchester nothing.
Hero.
There you go. Due up to face the big train. Mike Tiernan, Chief Myers, and Roy Thomas. Tiernan hitting at a 246 clip, 2 home runs, 26 runs batted in. The big train thus far has struck out a batter. He winds and fires the 0-2 delivery, fastball, and Tiernan got just a little piece of it. Easterly holding on to the ball, and Johnson picking up strikeout number 2, one away. So yeah, I mean, what you're talking about with the, I love the fact that I love extra inning games. I love, when I go to the ballpark, I don't ever want to leave.
Yeah.
What was it's like the old
Right.
song, right? I don't care if I ever get back. That's where I want to
I
be.
don't care if I ever get back. Yeah. Don't forget the peanuts and Cracker Jack while you're at it.
Oh, hey,
Of course,
buddy, all about it.
nowadays it's a hot dog and or a hamburger if you're hungry for that sort of thing.
There you go.
Because I spent many a day at a ball game eating a hot dog. I mean, just nothing like smattering that ketchup mush all over my face. Oh,
There
that's
you
good
go,
stuff.
buddy. The glories of the game. Lawrence Ritter, when he wrote The Glory of Their Time, should have done a whole chapter on that. All
Oh
right.
man,
Right?
that would take forever to write.
That'd be
I mean,
awesome. Chief Myers steps in now. Longtime battery mate of Christy Mathewson. Myers hitting 216, 3 home runs, 43 runs batted in. Johnson into his motion. The 1-1 delivery to Myers. Fastball chopped to second. Childs taking the room service bounce on to Bruthers for the 4-3 putout. And that's the second out of the inning. Center fielder Roy Thomas. And every time I see his name, I want to say Roy Hobbs. I don't know why.
Hobbs,
But there you go, right? The natural. Welcome to the majors, Mr.
the
Hobbs.
natural, yes.
Love that movie. Thomas hitting.
The
Right, go ahead. Yeah.
what was that actor's name?
Robert Redford.
Robert Redford,
Yep.
yes.
Who actually
The
took batting lessons. And here's, I don't know if you know the story, but there's the awful. It's the Babe Ruth story, and it was William Bendix. It was done. Poor Babe Ruth. It was premiered the year that he died, and he saw it before he died, and it always makes me kind of sad to think that
yeah,
that might have been the last film that Babe Ruth saw. And Bendix couldn't hit. I mean, he looked awful, right? And
yeah.
Redford had commented in an interview that he saw the movie, and he said, I can't look like that. And he
No,
actually went and
he
with,
took lessons.
yeah, I forget what major league team it was. And Redford had a damn good swing in that movie. I mean, I'd sign him to well, not now. He's like, but back then, I would have signed him to a minor league contract. Definitely
He'd have been a big minor league player.
better hitter
I
than
mean,
Michael Jordan. All right, Thomas steps in. Johnson
obviously
winds
the
and
White
fires.
Sox thought he could hit.
Yeah, well. Oh, and and Johnson, very
Ooh,
not known for hitting batters, plunks Roy Thomas. Now, if Johnson was going full
keep your
speed, which
cool.
he
Keep your
wasn't,
cool.
we'd
Don't charge
have
the mound.
we'd have a corpse on the field. Johnson threw so hard. In fact, he said he never liked to pitch inside, and he happened to mention it to Ty Cobb. And so
Mm.
Ty Cobb, the way he tells the story about Johnson, he said, so what he did was crowd the plate because Johnson told him he was afraid he would hit somebody because he was afraid he would kill them or whatever, right? So
He was
Cobb would crowd
threw
the
so
plate,
hard.
right? And so Johnson would actually let up, and he said it was when Johnson would let up that I was able to hit him. But otherwise, when he talked about seeing Walter Johnson for the first time, right? So Johnson makes his debut with the Washington Senators, rookie year for Walter Johnson, right? And Ty Cobb saying, he said they were yelling across to the Washington manager Joe Cantillon. They're saying, get ready, we're going to send this hayseed back to the sticks. And he said, we just couldn't wait to jump all over him. He said, I came to the plate, he said, and I saw this tall, lanky, easy wind up, and he said, all of a sudden, something went by me and it hissed with evil. And he said, that's when I knew that the
Oh,
most dangerous arm was unleashed on the baseball diamond.
wow.
Yeah, great story. I mean, Ty Cobb
Just
was not free with praise, and to say that about Walter
no.
Johnson, and Johnson, of course, went on to prove it. Um, just again, sheer dominance. And Henry Larkin is going to try to solve the big train with Thomas aboard. Thomas with 19 steals. So Easterly, slightly above average arm behind the dish, has the signs for the big train. Johnson checking Thomas at first. He winds and fires, throws over, and Thomas is back in ahead of the Brewers tag. Johnson
Probably
once
still
again
holding
to
on to that
deliver.
bruise.
Absolutely. And there goes Thomas. The throw down by Easterly, the tag by Childs, not in time. And Roy Thomas picks up his 20th theft of the season. So Philadelphia, with a runner in scoring position, 2 away. Henry Larkin back in the box. Pardon the dogs in the background, folks. They aren't mine. They're the people I'm staying with. I have 2 cats that tend not to bark.
Cats
Johnson
don't
delivers
bark.
to Larkin. Exactly. The 0-1. Larkin swings. Chopper to short. Joe Tinker up with it. And he will go to Bruthers for the 6-3 putout. So Philadelphia strands a runner in scoring position, and we go to the bottom of the second. Philadelphia still leading 1 to
Still one
nothing.
zip.
Still 1-0. Absolutely.
The Tinker, wasn't he on the one of I think it was either the New York Giants or the Chicago Cubs.
Chicago Cubs.
He was with the Cubs when Merkel committed that.
Yep. And then
It's called
1908.
Merkel's boner. Yeah,
The Merkel Boner.
he didn't
Exactly.
touch the bag, whatever it was. The story goes, he didn't. I read a lot about it on the internet, and it
Yep.
said he didn't touch first or something like that.
He didn't touch second. So
He didn't touch second.
right.
Yeah,
And the thing about that is, so the Cubs, so that 1908 season, probably the greatest baseball season of all time, because in the American League race was even closer. The Tigers just squeaking out with a half-game lead, but the National League version of it, which was close. So the Pirates, the Cubs, and the Giants were all in the race in the National League. So 2 weeks prior to that game with the Giants, the Cubs were playing the Pirates, right? And it was a Pirate player, I believe, that was called out because the baseball rules say that until the ball is declared dead or not in play, the play has to be completed. So when I believe it was Al Bridwell, no Bridwell was I don't because I always get him and Fred Snodgrass in the 1912 series. Anyhow, so the ball was hit, winning run crosses, and so Fred Merkel pretty much did what everybody else did. He didn't. He was on his way to second, saw the winning run score, so he started getting off the field because fans
hey,
are
he's like, let's
swarming
get
the
out of
field,
here.
right? Well, Johnny Evers remembered the play from 2 weeks prior in Pittsburgh, screamed for the ball, jumping up and down, trying to get the umpire's attention. A fan saw what Evers was doing, picked up the ball, threw it
Threw
into
it in
the
the
stands. Right? Yes,
yeah.
you know the whole story. They end up getting the ball from the guy. They throw it to Evers. He's hopping up and down on second base. Took them 3 days to straighten it out, and the National League president said, all right, if it comes down to it, you guys are going to have to play, right? It's going to have to be a
Again,
tiebreaker game, and that's what
and they did.
happened. Yep, that's what
That's
happened.
exactly what happened.
And so the Cubs
And
went to the World Series that year, won in 1908, and of
the
course,
last one they won
the
before
last one they won,
2016.
right? And one of the many theories, including bringing somebody brought a goat to what was then West Side Grounds, right, was that because Johnny Evers did that, that cursed the Cubs, and they hadn't won then until what 2016, I believe it was
2016
2016 exactly. So
against
Chief
the
Wilson,
Cleveland
yep,
Indians.
yep, which talk about a drought. 1948 for them was the last time they won a World Series. They should have won in the mid 90s, but it is
Yeah,
what it is. All right, Chief Wilson hitting
tell my brother
264.
that.
I will tell your brother that. Bring him on. It's 5 home
He's an
runs,
Indian. He's a
61
big
runs. But
Diehard Indians
he'll
fan.
be all for it then. All right, Jeff
Shoot.
Tessero ready to face Wilson. Here is the wind. And full count. Curveball, little chopper to Davis, ranging to his right, up with it, and the throw to Larkin in plenty of time to retire Chief Wilson. One away here. And we have Hall of Fame third baseman Bobby Wallace. Wallace hitting at a 202 clip with 11 runs batted in. Wallace, a great, great glove man, definitely deserving of the Hall of Fame. Tessero
We've had
winds and fires, 1-2.
we've had two Chiefs in this game so far, Wilson and Myers.
Nice, yeah. And of course, back in those days, if you're and that was a 5-3 put out, Bill Joyce making the play. Yeah, so if you were Native American descent back then, unfortunately, a lot of the nicknames weren't exactly politically correct. So if
Right.
you got if you're Native American, you're going to be called Chief.
Chief.
Yeah, if you were deaf, deaf or deaf and unable to speak, you were called dummy.
Dummy.
Yeah, just some not
Rabbit.
right, not so nice nicknames. If you were a drinker, you were Bugs. Bugs
Bugs.
Raymond, which
Bugs Raymond, yeah.
Bugs Raymond, yeah, not in
Curtis
our league.
Pride is deaf.
Pardon?
Curtis Pride, former Atlanta Brave, former New York Yankee.
Yeah.
He was a stone deaf. He was stone deaf, and he could still play the game.
Oh yeah. Well, that's where the baseball signals came from. Dummy Hoy, right? They had to come up with a way to signal because he couldn't hear the ball, anything like
Right.
that. So good stuff. That we have the signs in baseball, and I love watching the coaches going through a million signs, try to
Oh man,
decipher them, right?
trying to yeah.
Right.
You could at least with if I was out there playing, it'd be like, what are you doing?
Right. I made a
It's like
mistake and I said Luke Easterly because I was thinking of Luke Easter, the Negro League player. It's Ted Easterly stepping in now. Catcher for Manchester hitting 236
you know,
and 10 runs batted in. Tessero pitching with the bases empty, 2 down. He winds and fires the 0-1 delivery. Fastball. And Tessero coming off the mound to his left quickly and getting that hard hit grounder. And that ends the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. We've played 2. It's 1-0 Philadelphia. And due up for the Quakers, we have Jeff Tessero. Then back at the top of the order, George Van Hontren and George Davis. Tessero hitting 167 with 8 runs batted in. Walter Johnson has whipped 2 in the game. The big train wheels and deals. The 1-2 delivery, fastball, and grounded to short. And Tinker bobbling the ball at short, but keeping it in front of him. And that's his 34th gaff of the season. And Tessero aboard courtesy of the Tinker error. So Tessero not known as a base stealer, in fact has none. We're back at the top of the order of George Van Hontren, and he doubled off the wall down the third base line
one
back
for
in
one.
the first. Yep. So Johnson with the delivery, the 2-0 pitch. Fastball chopped down the first base line. Bruthers has it. And onto Johnson covering to retire Van Hontren. And Tessero moves to second on the play. I wanted to ask you,
Yes.
the software that you're using, is it picking up any of like the text or anything in this game? I was just curious.
No, I haven't heard anything
Okay. All right.
of note yet. Though I've had my speech off, so it doesn't. If somebody goes on messages on Discord, I don't hear it.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to see whether that was working with that software that you're using. All right,
Well,
Tessero.
it's not doing it now, I don't think. But go ahead.
Okay. All right. Just again, join how we're doing this, and it's fun. And I don't give a
Yes.
damn that we only have 2 viewers. I'm having fun. All right. So we have George Davis stepping in. Davis is 0 for 1. He grounded to first. Van Hontren advancing to third in that play. Tessero at second. Conservative leadoff second as Johnson deals the 1-2 fastball to Davis, and Davis tried to hold up, and the man in blue says, "You went around, pal." So Johnson picking up strikeout number 3, 2 down, and that brings up Eddie
Take a
Collins.
seat.
All right, so Eddie Collins sacrifice fly back in the first, scoring George Van Hontren. And anytime you want to channel your Hulk Hogan or Randy Savage or whatever, feel free, my friend. Johnson into his wind, and the 2-2 to Collins. And Collins, strike 3 called, strikeout number 4 for Walter Johnson. We go to the bottom of the third, and it's 1-0 Philadelphia.
I'm bet to make contact here.
Snap into a Slim Jim, right? Do
Snap
it
into
for
a
us.
Slim Jim.
He's got it.
Snap into a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah.
Oh man, this is it. We got it going on tonight. Ken Castro says, he says you guys are doing a wonderful job. He says there's no place he'd rather be on a cold Thursday night. Thank you, cousin. All right, we were talking about Joe Tinker, part of that double play combination immortalized by Franklin P. Adams, Tinker to Evers to Chance. Joe Tinker hitting .234 in the season with a home run and 40 runs batted in. Tesreau thus far has neither struck out nor walked a batter. Walter Johnson waits on deck. Tesreau into his motion, the 1-2 delivery to Tinker, fastball, and Tinker lofts this one to left, coming in Van Haltren and makes the grab. One up, one down. And Robbie says no place he'd rather be either. Unless we get you a wife, Robbie, then I know where you'd rather be. Of course, knowing Robbie,
you got to get a wife, brother.
He's got to get a wife. Listen to that, he's
we got to
doing
get
it.
you out there and get you married, brother.
Now we got some Hulk Hogan going. Nice. Nice.
Let me tell you something, Mean Gene. We got to get this guy married, brother. Hulkamaniacs believe in you, brother.
We're just having you do the game with the wrestling, man. It's funny. Oh, right. You're good, though, man. Sounds really good. Walter Johnson hitting 177 with a home run, 6 runs batted in. Johnson was a pretty good hitting pitcher, actually. So, you know what you would do. No, yeah, he says, Robbie says, yes, we do, Hogan. We got to get him married. Robbie would have his wife sitting next to him watching one of these ball games. So that's how dedicated Robbie is to these things. All right.
Get his wife into it if he does get married.
Hey, but if she's as hot as Miss Elizabeth, not a bad thing. Do you remember her?
Don't you be talking about Miss Elizabeth, brother.
I love it. May her memory be eternal. What a sad ending for her.
Oh yes.
Actually, oh my God, beautiful woman.
Elizabeth is from where I live.
Oh, really?
Here. Yeah, she's from here. Born here, raised here, and is buried out here actually. And I think it's in our local cemetery out here. Her grave is out here, is buried in our cemetery.
Sad story. What a beautiful woman. Oh my God.
Oh.
Edgar Allan Poe said, to define tragedy, said it was the death of a beautiful woman. And when when I'd heard she died, the Edgar Allan Poe quote came to me. Yeah.
I was shocked when I found out. I was like, they said, Miss Elizabeth died. I was like, what? Mm-hmm. And then it said, like, I've heard. I'm not going to get into the circumstances because this is the place for that.
Right.
But it was so sad because it was like those that like. I was a big I love to watch the Macho Man growing up. I mean, just listening to him talk, it's like it's the most often imitated, never duplicated. And then I had so many I watched baseball, I watched wrestling. Mm-hmm. I watched just my mom, God rest her soul, was an avid Ric Flair fan. Woo!
Oh, Ric Flair, yeah.
Yeah, Mom, I liked Sting growing up. When I was a kid. But I watched it all. Now,
nice.
I really, I watched baseball off and on in the '90s because that was what everybody else was watching. But I didn't really start fully watching it until probably 2001.
So you're a rookie.
I guess you could say that.
You're a busher, man. You're a busher. No, it's all good. It's all good.
Well, I saw my first live game period in 2001. So, 2004. And it was a minor league game. I thought this was fun to watch in person.
Oh yeah, baseball.
And it's like you're sitting out there. There's like in our case 6,000 to 7,000 or 8,000 fans. Talking, shooting the bull, socializing with each other, drinking beer.
Oh yeah.
Or whatever your beverage of choice.
And that's going to resonate with Ken Castro because we were talking about that the other night in a broadcast. And he was saying, with baseball, right, you can talk, you can, right, there's not that need for you got to have constant action, and
Right.
I think now again, I'm not a fan of other sports, and you've heard me say that many times, Aaron. But
Right.
I'm guessing that there's an experience that you have at a baseball game that I don't think you're going to have with hockey, basketball, or f-ball. I just don't. I don't. Baseball. There's something. I don't know, and I'm romanticizing it. I realize that, but there's a certain mystique about it. There's a certain, I don't know.
Nick,
It's there's something that just makes this game special in a billion
here's
ways.
I think it was George Carlin who once said baseball is like a picnic atmosphere.
It is.
You
It
know,
is. But then
it's
all hell can break loose at any time on the
oh,
field, right?
bench clearing brawl,
Oh yeah.
a really loud home run.
Well,
Anything can happen.
and even right. So I'm thinking again back to the Ken Burns documentary, right? Where at the beginning, the very first thing it's talking about, and I remember the one line it says, "It's a leisurely game that demands blinding speed," and it's true, right? Because
Yes,
everybody and there's a poet on there, Donald Hall, and he talks about, right. So as the pitcher comes to set position, and all of a sudden the fielders freeze and they're looking in, right? It's like
they're watching.
right, and it's like he talks about the ballpark holding its collective breath. You don't have that. I don't think you have that in other sports. Now Robbie Wartburg loves every sport there is. So if there was like a sport where you would have like I'm trying to think of something I totally like platypus racing, and there was a computer sim for it, Robbie would play it. Robbie, am I
Sure.
right? And
Maybe
Robbie
even
knows I'm taking the mick on him a bit.
a
Just having
horse
fun.
jockey simulator.
Horse jockey, yeah, the horse jockey simulator, exactly.
I mean, well,
We
if
love you, Robbie.
Robbie, if you there actually is an Arlington horse racing arcade game if you're ever interested in trying it. You put in money and you place the bets on the horses and you just watch them race for 30 seconds.
There you go. Robbie would
Um,
love it. Johnson
oh
stepping
man,
in against Tesoro, and Tesoro. Well, don't hold your breath there, Robbie. I heard there's no plans for it, but good luck. He said he's holding out for Action PC. So when I use the term football, I mean soccer. But he's saying
yes,
Action PC soccer, so I'll say it for there. All right, Tessero delivers to Johnson. The 1-0
action
delivery,
PC
curveball,
soccer.
swung on. Fly ball to left. This one has some distance with Van
Oh,
Haltren
get up,
ranging
get up, get up.
back and making the catch. So two away here, and we're back at the top of the order. Ken Castro says something here. It's beautiful. He says about baseball, it's a symphony in motion. All the puzzle pieces go together, makes for a sweet sensory experience, in my opinion. I share that, and I couldn't have put it more eloquently. I love that. It's a symphony in motion. As a musician,
You
I love
always,
the imagery that's conjuring up.
oh yeah, and you always sing maybe two or three songs per game.
Yep,
The
yep,
national anthem, the seventh inning stretch, and possibly like a state song or something
right.
like or
But I
the
mean, just the beauty of the game and its
oh man,
movement. But here's something. There's more action in a baseball game than there is in an F-ball game. Believe it or not. I'm gonna have to find the studies because I know there's some guys on the channel like, nah, that's bullshit. No, it's actually true. There's actually more action in a baseball game than an F-ball game. I think the average
it's,
F-ball game has 10 to 15 minutes of actual
there
action.
is.
Yep, in baseball, there's always something going on. But, right, to people who want that fast action fix are the people that don't like baseball. But the people who understand the game within the game realize that there's always something going on. And I mean, a major league pitcher works a hell of a lot harder than a quarterback. Right? Because
Oh,
think about what he has to
he
do.
is,
He has to throw a strike, but he has to throw it in such a way that the other guy can't make a safe hit.
and it,
Right?
yes,
Quarterbacks just got to throw to a guy to catch a ball. That's it.
yeah,
Right?
and then or possibly get waylaid.
Right. Oh yeah, it gets yeah, exactly.
I
Which
mean,
yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of fun, but I don't know. I'm not going to get into it except to say I absolutely loathe that game, which is why I try not to say its name on my channel.
F ball,
All
no,
right,
the
Jesse.
no fun league.
There you go. Jesse Burkett leads it off, or we're back to the top of the order for Manchester. This is a funny night, and I'm loving it, man. You're doing great, Aaron. All right, so he popped a second back in the first. Tesser delivers
He's
now
a
to
over.
Burkett. Burkett, first pitch swinging, comebacker. Eddie Collins, a diving
Whoa!
stop from his knees, throws out
Hello!
Burkett. Eddie Collins showing why he's one of the great second basemen of all time. So
Put that
Side
on
retired.
ESPN.
No runs, no hits, no errors. 3 in the books here at Ebbets. And it's 1-0 Philadelphia. Ken Castro says he won't go to a game any longer with someone who doesn't appreciate the game. Sitting with the guys group would be my choice. Ken, we've got to figure out how we're going to get. I know most of us are East Coasters. Robbie's in Central Time. Steve's out there in Mountain Time. And D. Scott Pacific Time. But we could find a way to all, even if it's a minor league game, it would be amazing if somehow we could all coordinate and go to a baseball game together. We'll get down there to Kentucky. We'll get Aaron. We'll come down to Kentucky and see a ball game there. I'm all for it.
Well,
Ken says
Louisville
he's down
Bats
for it.
Louisville Bats are an hour away from here. They're in AAA. The
Louisville?
Legends are, yeah, Louisville's like about an hour away from here. We take traffic. I
Always
haven't been
want
to
to visit
Slugger
Louisville.
Field. Last time I went to Slugger Field, I was a senior in high school. My PE teacher took us just for a little mid to late May. I can't say reward, but just for the sake of taking us, we went to
Uh-huh.
a Louisville Bats game, and it was it was the last time I ever went, and I enjoyed myself. I mean,
Wow.
it's like being it's like a kid in a candy store. You just gotta
Then you're
so much
past
to.
due, my friend. You're past due.
Oh
We're
man,
gonna get
oh amen.
we're getting this motley crew together. It will
Oh
be a blast. We're gonna make this happen, cousin.
dude,
We're gonna figure it out. All right, Johnson to face Bill Joyce here. Joyce to lead it off here in the 4th inning. Joyce is 0-for-1 in the contest. Struck out against Johnson. Johnson has whiffed 4 thus far. Johnson sets after getting a sign from Ted Easterly. The wind in the 0-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and missed, and hang up K number 5 for the big train. 1 down. And here's Mike
doing
Tiernan.
the thing, yeah.
There we go. I love it, man. Oh my God, we're gonna kidnap you, Robbie. You're gonna get on a plane and you're flying to Louisville, Kentucky. That's what we're doing. All right. So Tiernan struck out back in the 2nd. Robbie sounds like a damsel in distress who's gonna kidnap you. Jeez, Robbie.
Somebody said,
You're
could have saved the damsel in distress.
Robbie. I will say that hanging out with
Help
all
that
of
woman,
us,
brother.
though. I would say though, Robbie, your innocence could be in danger hanging out with this crowd. We're gonna get you one of the ball girls, buddy.
Man, in that case.
We're gonna get him a good
Help that
Kentucky
man,
woman.
brother.
What do you think? What do you think there, Hall? Can we get him a good Kentucky woman?
Boy, that's the Beatles, brother. We gotta get that man a Kentucky woman, brother.
Johnson winds and fires to Tiernan. The 2-1 fastball. This one, clean base hit up the middle. Chickstall up with it, gets it into Tinker. So Mike Tiernan is aboard. Tiernan has 22 steals on the season. So the Manchester Battery will be watching him closely as Chief Meyer steps in. 0-for-1 in the contest. Grounded to 2nd, back in the 2nd. Johnson peers in, sets, fires. And on the first pitch, there goes Tiernan to throw down.
Whoa.
This one gets past Childs. Tiernan going for 3 to slide the tag. He is safe. So that's an E2
Stolen
on
base and an
Easterly.
error.
Stolen base and an error. Pardon me. And so tying or the another run for Philadelphia, just 90 feet away.
Insurance on 3rd.
Insurance at 3rd, absolutely. Myers back in, the 0-1 delivery from Johnson from the stretch, and Tiernan trying to steal home was caught stealing. This was the first time that we saw an attempted steal of home. This is
And it
truly a
didn't
dead
work.
ball game.
He was
here.
busted.
But wow, a steal of home. All right, 2 down. Ken Castro, you had to love that. Attempted steal of home. All right. To try to steal home against a fireballer like Johnson, that takes some cojones.
No. That takes guts.
Exactly.
To try something like that.
Johnson with the 0-2 delivery to Myers. Here it comes. And this one chopped easily up the 3rd base line, and the throw across. This is going to be close. Will Myers beat it out? He will not. Side retired, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and an attempted steal of home that was stymied. And after 3.5, It's Philadelphia 1, Manchester nothing. I'm going off mic for 1 second.
Mm.
Man, all right, I'm back. Hate that when you get the itch in your throat. Hey, there's Carlos. How
Oh,
you
man.
doing, Carlos? Welcome in, my friend. All
That's where a
right.
good sip of water comes in. It just kind
Absolutely.
of wets the gullet.
What's the gullet? All right. So, Cupid Child's in there now. He is 1 for 1. He singled up the middle back in the first. Infield looking bunt. So Joyce in at third. Larkin in at first. Tesro sets and fires the 2-2 pitch. Fastball. This one chopped to short. Davis up with it and plants and throws in plenty of time to Larkin to retire Childs for out number one. So we've had just one run in this game. That was back in the first. So Collins in
Yeah,
the sac
get it out
fly
of the way
scoring
while you
Van
have a
Haltren.
chance.
That's it. And that came
Score
after
early
the
and
two
score
out.
often.
Score early and score often, but we're only getting a score once. All right, Dan Bruthers stepping in 0 for 1. 9-game hitting streak on the line for Bruthers. Tesoro fires the 0-2 delivery. Curveball chopped to short. Davis hard to his right, making a great diving stop of that one. On to Larkin, and Bruthers is gunned down. So 2 away, and that brings up center fielder Chick Stahl. Stahl gave it a ride to right center back in the first. Tesoro peers in, has the sign from Chief Myers, sets and delivers the 1-1 pitch. Fastball, Stahl base hit into left center. Van Haltren up with it, gets it into Davis quickly. So with 2 out, Manchester has the tying run at first. And here's Chief Wilson. And as Cousin Ken greeting Carlos. We got to do something here for Carlos really quickly here, Aaron. All right. So, Carlos, when you type something, you will see you're now a moderator on this channel. I do this for people who are loyal, that come in. So you're now a moderator here. So enjoy the weighty power, the all
Moderator,
that stuff, and
moderation crew.
moderation crew. And you can, you find some cool baseball links, post them in there, or whatever. So welcome to the family, Carlos. All right, Chief Wilson now back to game action. Runner on first, 2 down. As Wilson grounded to short, waits for the Tesoro delivery. Here it comes. Full count. Wilson lays off the Tesoro changeup. Tesoro tried to pull the string there, but this time loses the battle and gives up his first free pass of the game. You're most welcome,
The
Carlos.
old, that's the old free ride.
There
Let's
it
see.
goes. What did Casey Stengel say? Those bases on balls will kill you. And right
They
now,
will kill you.
Philadelphia is worrying about because you can't defend against it, right?
That's true. Yeah, you can't defend against a walk.
You cannot. And here's Hall of Famer Bobby Wallace. He grounded to third back in the second. 2 away. Chick Stahl on at second. Wilson trailing him at first. Tester over the check of the runners. The wind and the 1-2 delivery. Fastball. And Bobby Wallace. This one called strike 3. So Tessero picking up strikeout number 1. No runs, 1 hit, no errors.
You're in
2
the
men
Hall of
left.
Fame, Bobby.
After 4 complete, it's Philadelphia 1, Manchester nothing. So Randy Savage.
Yo.
Tell me, do you think Mean Gene Okerlund could have made it in the majors?
I don't know about making it in the major, but Mean Gene would have been an excellent newscaster. Yeah.
Well done. So, guys, this is reintroducing again. This is Aaron Reed. And this is for anybody listening to the broadcast after. He is
Or
part of the
in
family
Carlos's case, hola.
Hola. See, he said he got me some education today. Googled Ned McGreevy, did some reading. Yep, Ned stayed with us on this earth until 1943. Ned, enough said McGreevy. I can't think of anybody better because Ned, major baseball fan, right? Head of the Royal Rooters in Boston. Perfect patriarch for this league.
Always said Tessie
Mm-hmm.
or something like that.
Mm-hmm. The Tesla
Some
song.
kind of
Yep, that's
yes.
it. And actually, the
That's
Dropkick
what.
Murphys sort of redid it.
Yeah, play MVP 05 if you know what I'm talking about.
Awesome.
It's part of the soundtrack.
Good stuff. All right, Roy Thomas to lead it off here in the 5th. Thomas was hit by a pitch by Johnson back in the second. A rare hit batsman by the big train. Johnson ready to work now. Easterly sets up. The 0-2 delivery from Johnson. And this one chopped down the third base line. And easy play as Wallace ranges and throws onto Bruthers for the 5-3 putout. One up, one down, and here's Henry Larkin, who I accidentally called him Barry Larkin one night, grounded to short back in the second.
I don't think he's related to Barry Larkin in this
I
case.
don't think so. Considering the time he played, definitely not. Johnson
Well,
works now to
you
Larkin.
never know. A distant
Could
ancestor, a
maybe.
distant relative, maybe.
Maybe. Base it up the middle. Stahl throws it back in, so a runner aboard, and for Henry Larkin, 13 steals, and it brings up pitcher Jeff Tesreau. Tesreau
Oh, you're
grounded to
looking for
short.
some insurance.
So Tesreau was safe on an error last time, Aaron.
Yep.
Johnson checks Larkin at first and comes home with throws over. Larkin back ahead of the Bruthers tag. They're going to try to keep Larkin honest over there at first. Johnson fires it in now. And there goes Larkin to throw down, and Larkin picks up stolen base number 14. So Philadelphia, the runner in scoring position, and one away, Randy Savage and Jeff Tesreau back in the box.
We got speed demons on the base pass, brother.
The 0-1 delivery from Walter Johnson to Tesreau. And Tesreau swings chopper to short. Joe Tinker up with it. And the throw to Dan Bruthers for the textbook 6-3 putout. And Larkin remains at second, 2 down.
Okay.
George Van Haltren now. He's 1 for 2. Double back in the first, grounded out in the third. All right. So Larkin, good leadoff second. Johnson checks the runner, peers in, has the sign from Easterly. Larkin now into a good lead, 2 down. The delivery to Van Haltren, the 2-2 pitch. Van Haltren sends this one, lazy fly ball to center field. Stahl goes back about 10 steps, makes the catch. Side retired, no runs, 1 hit, no errors. A runner left. We go to the bottom of inning number 5, and it's still Philadelphia 1, Manchester nothing. So,
excuse me for a second. I want to check something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to keep moving forward, but
I'll
just
be
say
right back.
hi. Yeah, just come on back in when you're ready. All right, Ted Easterly steps in now. Easterly hitting 234, 10 RBI. He grounded back to Tesreau in the second. So big game here. Philadelphia trying to catch up to Manchester coming into this game. Tied with Cleveland second place, 2 games back of Manchester. Tesreau winds, kicks, and fires. The 0-1 to Easterly. Easterly base hit up the middle over the head of Eddie Collins, and Easterly aboard. So tying run on for Manchester. Each team has stranded 3 runners. What Manchester has has 2 errors in this game. So Easterly, only 3 steals, so not a huge threat to run. Will probably pick his spots. Myers, not the strongest arm behind the plate, as Joe Tinker steps in. He is 0 for 1, fly to left center back in the third. Myers sets the target. Tesreau with the wind and the 1-2 pitch. There goes Easterly, the throw down. Collins tag, and he is gunned down.
Dang.
And it was
a bad luck
play.
day for those runners. They get the tying man in score position, and it's like he just misfortune.
Not getting it done, exactly. So that was a strike him out, throw him out. Aaron, and 2 down, bases empty.
2 outs already.
For the big train, so he's nothing for 1. He gave it a ride deep down the left field line last time up. Tesreau ready to deliver to his mound opponent. 3-0 pitch to Johnson. Johnson, little chopper to second. Eddie Collins up with it, and this is going to be close, but they got Johnson by a step. 4-3 put out. We've played 5 here at Ebbets, and it's Philadelphia 1 and Manchester nothing. Due up.
And this game just cruises along.
Cruising along. We're already in inning number 6. So we'll probably get to a good baseball chat. Oh, absolutely. We'll get to a good baseball chat here. Keep you on here. We'll just talk some baseball at the end of this dead ball game. And getting all the other games played, we'll autoplay those. George Davis has grounded to first and struck out. Walter Johnson has 5 strikeouts, has yet to walk a batter. Johnson sets and fires the 0-2 pitch. Fastball. Davis sends this little grounder. Wallace up with it at third. The throw across the diamond. Dan Bruthers with the stretch. And that takes care of the runner. 1 down for Eddie Cocky Collins is nothing for 2. Sacrificed RBI in the first and struck out in the third against the big train.
William Cocky.
There we go, calling him cocky. Johnson delivers the 1-1. And this one, a chopper to short. Tinker up with it, and this should be textbook as well, but it's going to be close. Collins, good speed. Bruthers cannot hold on to the ball, but luckily keeps it close to him. So error number 35 by Joe Tinker, and Collins aboard. And Collins has some serious speed, 42 steals on the season, and that brings in Bill Joyce, who's nothing for 2. 1 down, so a chance for Philadelphia to make something happen. I wouldn't be surprised to see Collins go in this pitch. Johnson checks the runner, and here is the pitch. Runner goes. Easterly throws down. Tinker's tag, and Collins is gunned down. So Ted Easterly releasing that ball quickly like a howitzer. 2 away, bases empty, and it's what you've been saying for each team, Aaron. They're getting people on, but they're not getting them home.
Howitzer, that's a hockey shot.
Exactly. Nice analogy. Joyce back in now. Here is the 0-1 delivery from Johnson, and this one lined right back to the big train. Side retired. No runs, no hits, 1 error. Bottom of the 6th. 1-0. Good evening to Todd B. Todd B, we got Aaron Reed on here, providing some stories. Doing
Welcome,
some
Todd.
Fun stuff. Yeah, so good to see you, buddy. All right, bottom of the 6th, Todd, and right now you should be, I don't know who you should be rooting for because you're tied for second with Philadelphia, so you probably want to root for Manchester so that you can take sole possession of second place. You and Philadelphia, 2 games back, tied for second. Hall of Famer Jesse Burkett is nothing for 2, and he has popped to second and grounded to second, so some sort of strange affinity with Eddie Collins out there, I suppose. Jeff Tessero has struck out 2, walked 1 in the contest. Beautiful day here at the ballpark. 4 miles an hour breeze. Wind going out to left center field. Temperature creeping up there to Kentucky temperatures. It's 94 degrees. High humidity here in the Flatbush
If
sections
you have
of Brooklyn.
sunscreen, you might want to apply it now.
You might want to apply it now. All right, Tessero delivers to Burkett. The 1-2 delivery. Fastball, and Burkett. This one paints the inside corner. 1 down, and that's the 3rd strikeout by Jeff Tessero. And that brings in Cupid Childs. So each pitcher only giving up 3 hits thus far in this game. Childs
both have stranded 4 runners too.
Yep, absolutely. Infield in at the corners, looking bunt, bases empty. Tessero winds and fires a 3-0. Childs doesn't have to worry about bunting. He was taking all the way. So Childs aboard with 1 down. 30 steals for him. A steal in this game, actually. And that brings up Dan Bruthers, who's nothing for 2. And he's lined out, grounded out. And again, that 9-game hitting streak, hoping to extend it here. Tessero checks Childs at first. And here's the pitch. There goes Childs. Myers throws down. Davis with the tag. And Cupid Childs gunned down. So
there we go again.
There we go again. 2 out. The base is now empty for Bruthers. The 1-0 delivery from Tessero. Here it comes. Bruthers swings. Comebacker. Oh, Eddie Collins once again flashing the leather. What a play by Collins. Dives for that one. Gets up and throws out the runner. No runs, no hits, no errors. 6 complete here at a very early Ebbets Field. And it's Philadelphia 1, Manchester nothing. As Todd is being the king of emoji. He is the king of emoji, by the way, in case you didn't know.
Emoji.
He is. He is the emoji king. He put up one last night.
What's an emoji?
What's an emoji, right?
What is an emoji?
Let me tell you, Randy Savage, that he put up something last night that looked like Lex Luger just got a chair put across his face or something. Remember Lex Luger?
I've had many run-ins with Lex Luger. Yeah.
Lex Luger. So my alma
when
mater.
I was in the NW. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say my alma mater was Penn State, and Lex Luger thrown off the F-ball team there, and kind of, I guess, went off and became a wrestler or something.
He
So
was a
Joe
he became a
Paterno,
big wrestling star, but he wasn't as big as me.
no one
Or
as big as
was it?
you, Mr. Savage. All right, and you played baseball, right? So there you go. Mike
Yeah.
Kiernan is going to lead it off for Philly here in the seventh. He struck out and singled up the middle back in the fourth. So each pitcher working on a three-hitter. However, Johnson touched up for a run back in the first. And the big train with 5 strikeouts delivers to Tiernan. The 1-0 delivery fastball. Tiernan swings. This one set to center field. Stahl coming in about 10 paces and makes a very nice catch for 1 out.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Johnson's been throwing. He's thrown what six, five and a third now,
Hmm.
or six and a third. I'm sorry,
Right,
and he's only got 1 run. He's held the off the was it man the Philly offense in check
right. Oh,
up to
yeah,
this
he
point.
has. It's been goose eggs from the second
Goose
on for
eggs.
Johnson and
Yeah.
Tessero working on a 3-hit shutout right now. All right. So good observation there, Aaron. And Chief Meyer steps in. He's nothing for 2. He is grounded out twice, both times on the left side of the infield. And there's Todd B putting up a baseball stadium emoji into the chat. Everybody give it up for Todd B as Johnson delivers to Myers, the 1-2 delivery. Myers goes down on strikes. Big swing and a miss, and that is strikeout number 6 for Walter Johnson.
Out of your seat.
2 away. And Roy Thomas steps in. He's nothing for 1. He was plunked by Johnson back in the second, grounded to third in the fifth. Johnson pitching with the bases empty, the wind and the 1-1 pitch. And Thomas sends this to center field, and it's all Chick Stahl as he makes the catch. Middle of the seventh here, and it is Manchester 1. Or Manchester nothing. I'm sorry, it's Philadelphia 1, Manchester nothing. I'm just laughing because I have Aaron Reed, Randy Savage, and Hulk Hogan
Hulk Hogan.
calling the game
Hogan's
with
been
me
kind of
tonight.
quiet the past few minutes here. Let's see.
Oh, we have the Take Me Out to the Ball Game playing. So go ahead and talk,
We
man,
all stand, stretch,
and have
and
a
we
slug of
sing
water.
along as the organist plays away.
Mhm.
One of my personal favorite times of a game was to do the seventh inning stretch.
Love it. And of course, as you know, we only sing the chorus to that song. That song actually has
Yes,
verses, but this is the chorus that we know now. Written by a man who said probably never saw a baseball game.
never saw a baseball game.
Yep,
The I think it was the Brooklyn Dodgers in the 30s had a day dedicated to him, and he never attended a ball game.
that's wild. Yeah, Jack Norworth. Albert Von Tilzer wrote the music. Don't really know much about him, but yeah, I guess Norworth was on a he was on a train into New York and he was reading an account and just wrote the song. It flopped in its vaudeville debut, but baseball picked it up and it's our anthem.
Yeah, Harry Carey,
Oh God,
a host of celebrities.
what was it? I was
Um,
watching a Cubs game one time, Aaron, and you know
yeah.
you're right. They would always have guest singers in Chicago singing it, and they had Mike Ditka, right? The
Oh,
Bears
oh,
F-ball coach. It
he
was the
was
worst.
so
Oh,
it was so bad.
dude, right? Worst thing I ever heard. Oh my God.
I mean,
Well, no, no. The worst thing I ever heard was Rosie O'Donnell singing the national anthem. But Mike Ditka was oh my God, that
I'd
was
tell you
so bad.
something more worse than that, but it would be too funny
Well, bring it. Go for
to
it, man. Bring it.
Stevie Nicks singing Silent Night.
Stevie Nicks singing Silent Night. Well played.
Yeah, if you wanted to if you wanted to if you could put it into all sorts of situations with that.
Oh,
I
absolutely,
mean, like
absolutely.
just play that over the loudspeaker.
Um,
I
I,
mean,
I think not.
no, no,
Right.
not that.
All
Uh,
right.
all right, let's see. We're bottom of the seventh, still Philly one, Manchester zero.
Exactly. And we got Chick Stahl stepping to the plate. He's 1 for 2. Single back in the fourth. Tesoro with 3 strikeouts and 2 free passes in this game. Kicks and delivers. First pitch swinging. Stahl lays down a bunt, and he's going to make it. Bunt base hit, and that'll be the 4th hit for Manchester. So Stahl getting down the line quickly. Caught Bill Joyce napping at third. And Chick Stahl with 16 steals. And here's Chief Wilson. Decent hit and run, man. He's nothing for 1. He's grounded short and walked. So we'll see what Manchester's going to try to do here. Stahl has a pretty good lead off first as Tesoro winds and fires the 2-1 delivery. And there goes Stahl. Hit and run was on. Collins up with it. His only play will be to Larkin at first to retire Wilson. Stahl gets into scoring position. So here we go, Aaron. Manchester with a tying run in scoring position. That brings up Bobby
the third
Wallace.
or 4th time this game.
Exactly. And Wallace is
they've
nothing
had
to,
that.
Yeah, just not getting it done. Trying to solve this Philadelphia
Wallace
defense. Yep, Bobby
struck
Wallace
out
now.
last at bat.
Yes, he did. All right, Tesoro into his motion. The 0-2 delivery. Fastball, chop. Tesoro comes off the mound, makes the clean pick on to Henry Larkin for the 2nd out, and Stahl will remain at second base, and that brings up Ted Easterly. So Easterly is 1 for 2 in the game, grounded to pitcher, and singled back in the 5th. Tesoro peers over his right shoulder, checks Stahl, looks in, has the sign from Myers. Stahl, good lead at second. Tesoro lets it go to Easterly. The 0-1 delivery. Easterly swings. Ground ball to short. George Davis up with it. On to Henry Larkin. And Larkin trying to dig this ball out. Can't do it. It gets all the way to the first base side, or to the stands. And coming around to score is Chick Stahl. And courtesy of the error, we are tied at 1.
It's all even now.
That's Keith Jackson.
Love it. Yeah, give us some Keith Jackson. That's all good. If you can throw in some Harry Carey, feel free.
Oh, way, Kyle. We got us an even ball game now at Ebbets Field. Harry Carey was with the Beatles eternally at Ebbets Field, and what a beautiful day for a ball game it is today.
Harry, do you need another 6-pack?
No, I have plenty.
Harry Carey, Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, Keith Jackson, and Aaron Reed, making Beatles Eternity look like total shite here. All right, runner at scoring position. I'm loving it, Aaron. I hope you're having a good time. I said shite, mate. I hope you're having a good time, man. I know I am. All right. So, hey, Felipe Lima de Melo. He's coming in. He says, "Are you late?" You're never late. This is baseball.
Oh.
He says, "Gone to watch Botafogo today. Botafogo today. Fugo today. Oh my God, we won.
Fugo.
Horrible match, but a win anyway. You take them when you can get them, Felipe.
Yeah,
Welcome in, my friend.
Win them any way you can.
That's it." Joe Tinker steps in now. Tinker today is flied out and struck out. And in fact, on that last one, it was a double play. Strike him out, throw him out, as Ted Easterly was caught stealing second. 1-1 your score here in the 7th. Tesoro comes home with it now to Tinker. 0-2 pitch. Tinker, little chopper to third. Joyce up with it. Over to Larkin. Side retired. But 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and the run scoring on that error. We've played 7 here at Ebbets Field, and we are knotted at 1. Robbie Wartburg says, "Can Aaron do Ernie Harwell?" I don't think anybody can do Ernie Harwell.
No. That one's out of my. That one's out of my jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Watching the Dodgers and the Tigers, and no, I can't do that.
Your Harry
the
Carey is
scoreboard-
brilliant, dude.
The scoreboard reads Snake Eye.
There you go. Snake Eyes. I like that. I'm borrowing that.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, you
we'll,
can
no,
use-
tell you
you
what,
can
I'll save
borrow
that for when you're on here. And you
Yeah.
get to call that when we got a 1-1 score.
We gotta do this more often.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you're having fun. All right. Walter Johnson has K'd 6 in this game. All right. But finding himself right
line
now.
Is
Getting a
7
little bit.
innings.
Yep.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please.
His line is 7 innings, 1 run, I believe 4 hits,
Yep.
no errors. He struck out 5 or 6.
He struck out 6, yeah.
He struck out 6.
Big Train, tough tonight, but he's not getting the run support. He's probably thinking, I came from the Senators for this, but he is in a first-place team right now. Henry Larkin will lead it off here. He's 1 for 2. He grounded to short and then singled back in the 5th. Johnson wheels and deals the 2-1 delivery to Larkin. Larkin, lazy fly ball to right. Chief Wilson not even moving. Had him played perfectly. 1 down. And here's Jeff Tesreau. So the pitcher has grounded to short twice, but he was safe on an error back in the 3rd. Johnson fires it in. The 1-2 delivery. And Tesreau gives this one a ride to left field. Burkett ranging over toward the line makes a fine running catch. 2 away quickly. Johnson looking like he is in cruise control here, Aaron, as George Van Haltren steps to the plate. He is 1 for 3. Doubled way back in the 1st. Steps in the left-hand side of the box. Excellent bunter. Infield playing normally, though, for Van Haltren. 2 down. And, guys, earlier in the game, we had an attempted steal of home, which was awesome. Johnson delivers to Van Haltren. The 1-2 delivery. This one chopped to second. Van Haltren will make it to first as Childs does a little juggling act out there. His 36th error. And that's one thing that you'll see a lot of in this, Aaron. A lot of errors at this time. In the 19th century, because there were really no baseball gloves yet. And then during the dead ball era, a lot of times they were little more than gloves. In fact, a lot of players, what they would do is actually take a knife and cut out the glove where the palm was so they could try to get a better grip of the ball. So, we're used to these, the really nice Wilson Rawlings gloves now. But back then, it was basically, some of the gloves actually just had 3 fingers in them, and there wasn't really webbing. It was like 2 strips of leather, if that. So there were a lot of errors. And in fact, the greater the player, usually the more errors. Hannes Wagner,
More errors.
The greatest shortstop of all time, committed a lot of errors because he played very aggressively at short. And every other position. Yeah, go ahead.
It must be hard to catch a ball and hold on to it when it's coming at you it's so fast.
Yeah.
I mean, you're standing in between second and third, or
right,
whatever it is, and you're waiting. It's a grounder. That thing's coming at you. If it ain't a slow roller, it's coming at you at darn near 100 miles an hour.
Oh yeah.
And a fella has to catch it, hold it, and then throw it, or catch it and throw it within a few seconds.
And that's that blinding speed we were talking about in baseball, right?
Yes.
It's a deceptively, right? What was it? John Thorne talks about it, and he says that baseball fosters the illusion that we could get down there and play. But you know what? We can't. I mean,
no.
There's just no way. It looks easy, but we're thinking about it. Oh, it's our, Sunday softball league. You know what? These guys this is a whole different level of athleticism, right?
Actually, there is, I don't know if you've heard of beeper ball.
I have not.
It's basically like playing baseball, except with the ball. When somebody throws the ball, it beeps at you as it's coming towards you.
Never heard of that.
Same with the base paths.
Oh, wow.
And we tried to play a game I think it was like a May afternoon, and right towards the end of the school year. When I was in high school, and I think I was high school, and we tried to play the swing, and it's I think it still goes on. It still goes today, I believe. They're trying to make the game more accessible to us who can't see.
Well, I hope it continues. I think that's awesome.
Sure.
All right, the stream dropped out for a little bit there, guys, but we're back on. And I also have up here now Aaron Reed doing color, so he's up there in the now you're up there on the marquee too in the YouTube channel. You're immortalized forever in one of the smallest channels on YouTube. But hey, I hit 300 subscribers, brother. And
nice.
the best broadcaster. Going to pause here for a second. The best baseball broadcaster in the community is joining us here for a few minutes from Pakistan. But he's from, he and I are sort of like from the same part of PA. So Christopher Slovic, everybody give a warm welcome to Christopher. Christopher, you got to check out his channel, Aaron. It's like listening to a real ball game. Amazing. Christopher's such a good guy. Next time he's in PA, we're going to drink about 10 rounds of Guinness. So it's going to be good stuff.
Slovic.
Slovick.
I'll have to check him out.
Yeah, and he calls other games too, but I don't follow other sports. But he does a baseball game. It's like you're at a ball game. He's a real, and I'm saying this because there's some other really good guys here, like Al Red Sox fan. But Christopher Slovic is amazing for baseball. His cousin Ken Castro says, hunt for the final 2 spots is tight. Yes, it is. This is tough. We got Manchester, we got Cleveland, we got Philadelphia, and Providence very much in this race as well. George Van Haltren, it should be noted, with 32 steals on the season, is on first, but 2 down. George Davis is nothing for 3. He has grounded out twice and struck out. Oh, I know Chris can do other games, Todd B., but I mean, baseball, wow. Nobody can touch him here. He's amazing. Johnson delivers to Davis. Here's the pitch. And there goes Van Haltren, throw down by Easterly, and they got Van Haltren dead to rights. The caught stealing ends the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 error, nobody left. We go to the bottom of the 8th. We're knotted at 1. And Manchester sends up Walter Johnson in the top of the order, Jesse Burkett, and Cupid Childs. The big train, nothing for 2 at the plate today. Flied out and grounded to second. Tessero with 3 strikeouts, 2 walks. Fires it into the big train. The 1-0 delivery. Johnson, clean base hit into left. Van Haltren up with it. So Johnson trying to help his own cause. That's the 5th base hit for Manchester in this game. And we're back at the top of the order. Hall of Famer Jesse Burkett. He has popped out, grounded out, and struck out. Looking for the safe hit here to move Johnson over. Myers sets the target. Tessero winds and fires the 0-1 delivery. Fastball. Burkett gets the bunt down, and Burkett gets it done, and not even as a sacrifice, but as a base hit. So now Manchester, Aaron, once again in business. Johnson at second, Burkett at first, nobody out. Cupid Child steps in, and he's 1 for 2. Infield into the corners, and as you've been commenting throughout the game, Aaron, Manchester getting men on, but not getting them around. They've stranded 4 thus far in this game.
Best shot right here.
Best shot
Ducks
right here.
Ducks are on the pond.
Ducks on the pond. Tessero looking for a double play here.
Whatever that means.
Exactly, right? So Cupid
I've heard
Childs,
that so many times, I just don't understand it, but go ahead.
No, I love that saying.
Yeah.
Childs single, grounded short, and walked in the contest. So infield in. Tessero fires it in. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball. Child swings on it. Chopper to short. And George Davis up with it. The throw onto Larkin. It's going to be close. And they do get Cupid Childs for the first out. But 2 in scoring position now. Johnson at third. Burkett at second. And here's Dan Bruthers. And remember, Dan Bruthers riding that 9-game hitting streak. Infield in, Joyce in at third, Larkin in at
That would
first.
be a good time for a hit from him.
Be a great time for a hit for him. But I think if he infield playing in, so I don't know where he's going to hit it. They've got Philadelphia strong at short with George Davis in a second with Eddie Collins. So yeah, you're right. It's got to be maybe a little Texas leaguer. I don't know. Infield in. Let's see as Tessero now from the stretch winds and fires. And they will intentionally walk Dan Bruthers with first base open. Bases juiced with Red Bolts. And here comes Chick Stahl. So Stahl having a good game. He is 2 for 3, Aaron. He's bunt single in the 7th and a good old-fashioned single back in the 4th. So here we go. Tessero in a little bit of trouble now, but looking to try to induce a double play. Infield still playing in. And here's the pitch from Tessero. See what happens. Stahl in the 0-1 sends this to center field. This one, Thomas making the catch. Johnson will tag. and Johnson will score. And Manchester goes ahead here in the bottom of the 8th. It is 2-1
Finally.
tight ball game. Finally, Manchester gets another run in. So Manchester grouping their runs, 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th. Burkett at 2nd, Bruthers at 1st, and that brings up Chief Wilson, who is nothing for 2. He's grounded out twice and has walked. Testero with a check of the runners, the wind, and the 2-0 pitch. Fastball swung on, base hit up the middle. Thomas has it, and Burkett and Bruthers will score, and Wilson pulls in with a double, so 2 RBI double, and now it might be all over but the crying as Manchester plays 3 here in the 8th. It is now 4-1.
You could pretty much put this one to bed.
Pretty much, but we'll see. Again, that attempted steal of home.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. That's the beauty of baseball. There's no clock. Bobby Wallace seeing his batting average kind of go down some points, now below the Mendoza line. And Wallace has struck out and grounded out twice. Testero fires the ball. 2-1 pitch. Wallace swings, base hit into right. Tiernan up with it. Wilson is around third. And Wilson will score. So RBI single for Bobby Wallace. 4 in for Manchester here in the bottom of the 8th. This score 5-1.
Where was this offense earlier in the game, huh?
I guess they decided to show up. Maybe they were hanging out at
we're here.
They were up in Boston at Ned McGreevy's third base saloon, apparently. Bobby Wallace at first. Only 4 steals, so he's an occasional base stealer. 2 down for Ted Easterly. He was safe on an error back in the 7th, and Chick Stahl able to score, tying this game way back in the 7th inning. Well, not so far back, but far back enough it seems with 4 in. Testero delivers to Easterly, the 1-1. And Easterly sends this one out to center field. Routine should be for Roy Thomas. Makes the catch to end the inning. However, the damage has been done. 4 runs, 4 hits, no errors, a man left. We go to the 9th, and it's Manchester 5, Philadelphia 1. And Philadelphia will send up the number 2, 3, 4 hitters in their order. George Davis, Eddie Collins, and Bill Joyce. Davis, nothing for 3 today in the contest. He has grounded out twice and struck out. What do you think about that, Mr. Randy Savage?
Wow. Ooh, yeah, the Manchester club doing the thing. Yeah, putting up that 4th spot. It's a 5-1 ball game. It's Philly's last chance for romance. Yeah.
Well done, well done. I wish I could do Mean Gene Okerlund, but I just can't. I can't channel it, man.
Nah, you don't have to do Mean Gene. That's all right. I can't do Mean Gene either.
I could do John Lennon, but that's not going to help. All right. Anyhow, Johnson, Walter Johnson at 6 strikeouts, ready to deal now, getting some run support and looking for the win. The 1-0 pitch, and Davis chopping ball to Tinker. Tinker had to take that on the high hop. This is going to be close. Davis beats it out. So bad hop. Tinker trying to make a good play of that, but George Davis safe at first thanks to the infield hit. And George Davis has 30 steals in the season. Philly trying to make it a game here. Runner on here in the top of the 9th. Nobody out, and Eddie Collins nothing for 3. He was safe on an error back in the 5th. Collins has an RBI in this game way back in the 1st inning. Johnson ready to wait. Let me see. I have not heard. I have heard some of Sean Lennon's stuff. He's pretty good. So's his half brother Julian. Julian, of course, we all know. But yeah, Sean Lennon into some cool experimental stuff. I like it. I like it. All right. But neither of them are their father. So we'll just leave it at that, in my opinion. But then again, look at the name. Beatles eternally. They're why I'm a musician.
John Lennon.
Didn't grow up with them. Didn't grow up with the Beatles, but they are the reason I'm a musician. Love them. I remember the first time I heard them. Literally changed my world. All right, Johnson.
You're a musician and I'm a karaoke enthusiast.
There you go. Hey, we're going to jam sometime. Liner right to Bobby Wallace. So 1 away, and that brings up Bill Joyce. Bill Joyce nothing for 3. He has whiffed twice against Johnson, and then lined out to Johnson. So Easterly sets the target for the big train. Johnson check in, Davis at first. Here is the wind, the 0-2 pitch. Johnson bringing it for strikeout number 7, 2 down, and it's up to Mike Tiernan. Now I don't know.
Last hope for the Phils.
Last hope. Will it happen here against the Manchester Flatbushers? How a team from England made it to Ebbets Field is anybody's guess, but here we go. Tiernan 1 for 3, singled back in the 4th. Walter Johnson peers in, has the sign, has one he likes from Easterly, and Easterly's not going to dictate the big train. Here's the delivery, 0-2 pitch, and it ends on a strikeout and a fastball, no less, by Walter Johnson. Manchester takes this one from Philadelphia, 5-1. We'll go to our recap, and we'll autoplay the games, and then we'll talk some baseball for a little bit.
Game over.
Game over. So Manchester takes this from Philadelphia 5-1. So Manchester improving to 72-59. Philadelphia falls to 69-62 for Manchester. 5 runs, 8 hits, 4 errors. Philadelphia 1 run, 4 hits, and 1 error. Walter Johnson improves to 16-9. Jeff Tesreau falls to 13-14. We look at the pitching line here. So Tesreau first, who took the loss, he went 8 innings, 5 runs, 4 earned, walked 3, struck out 3. The big train went 9, 1 run. It was earned, and he struck out 8. Classic Walter Johnson performance, except this time
Complete
getting some
game.
support. Yep, Johnson they both go complete. Let's look at a few highlights here. So as far as extra base hits, each team just a double. Van Haltren with a double for Philadelphia, and Chief Wilson for Manchester. We'll quickly go to our miscellaneous. Errors in this game, so there were 5 total errors. George Davis, Cupid Childs, Joe Tinker with 2, but also Tinker with a couple great plays, as we will see. Or perhaps not. I'm sorry, it's Eddie Collins. So anyhow, so Joe Tinker with 2 errors, and Ted Easterly picking up his 3rd. Van Haltren and Wilson, we already talked about with doubles. Steals, Philadelphia really bringing the running game today. Roy Thomas, Mike Tiernan, Henry Larkin, Cupid Childs, pilfered 1 for Manchester. Caught stealing, Tiernan, Collins, and Van Haltren, all caught stealing, and Easterly and Childs. And remember, we had an attempted steal of home, and it didn't happen. It was Van Haltren that tried to steal home, and that was great to see. Eddie Collins picks up his 40th run batted in. Bobby Wallace picks up his 12th. Stahl his 37th. Chief Wilson with 2 RBI in the game. He has 63. There was 1 intentional walk, 1 hit batsman. Great plays. Eddie Collins with 3. George Davis and Roy Thomas each contributing, flashing the leather. Philadelphia stranded 4. Manchester stranded 5. Philadelphia turned a double play, game-winning RBI, Chick Stahl, and the MVP, rightfully so, the big train, Walter Johnson.
Walter Johnson.
All
Sadly,
right.
the 9-game hitting streak has come to an end.
Indeed it has, and now we are going to go ahead and autoplay the other games in our schedule. But as it stands right now, Cleveland in sole possession of 2nd place, 2.5 back of Manchester. Philadelphia in 3rd place at 3 games back. Providence in 4th place, 3.5 back. Christopher Slovik's team, the Butler Yankees, 5.5 back. So still in the race. Bellingham and Liverpool playing 500 ball. They're 6.5 out. Carolina 8.5 back. Arsenal 9.5 back. And St. Louis 19.5 back and 1 game from elimination. And let's do this. First up, Bellingham and Arsenal. Bellingham at 65-65. Arsenal 62-68. And here we go, rolling it up. And Arsenal defeating Bellingham 6-2. Rube Waddell gets the win. He goes to 16-13. Carl Mays tagged with a loss. He goes to 7-12. Next game, Providence and Liverpool. Liverpool at 65-65. Providence at 68-62. So Liverpool trying to play a little spoiler ball here. Let's roll it. And Liverpool defeats Providence 4-2. Jack Clarkson or John Clarkson gets the win. He goes to 16-12. Jack Chesbro takes the loss. He goes to 17-15. Next up, Carolina and Cleveland. We're going to save that for last because that's Cleveland in this race.
Cleveland's in second.
Cleveland is in second, and Butler still in this race, outside horse, but still in there. Butler 66 and 64. St. Louis at 52 and 78. This could be a maybe bittersweet game for St. Louis. We will see. St. Louis is now eliminated. So Butler edges St. Louis 6-5. This one went 12 innings. Pud Galvin gets the win. He goes to 21-15. Tom Hughes takes the loss. He goes to 2-18. Deacon
Was a
McGuire
doozy.
goes 3 for 5 for St. Louis. 2 runs batted in and a triple. And finally, Carolina at Cleveland. Here we go. And Cleveland edging Carolina 3-2. Addy Joss gets the win. He goes to 19-10. Chief Bender takes the loss, goes to 4-4. And Farrell goes 3 for 4 with a double and a steal. So we're going to let everything catch up again, and we'll look at our standings for the end of 31 August 1900. September call-ups, hopefully tomorrow night, guys. So start thinking about who you want. So here we go. This race still tight for some of the teams in this league anyhow. Manchester, 2 games in front, maintaining its lead. Cleveland in possession of second place, 2 games back. In third place, Philadelphia, 3 out. Providence in fourth place, 4 out. Butler is 5 out in fifth place. Liverpool, 6 games back, so they climb a bit in the standings. Bellingham, 7 games out. Carolina and Arsenal, 9 games out. And St. Louis, first team to be eliminated. They are 20 games back. Upcoming next time we do a Ned McGreevy game as opposed to the call-ups, we will once again see Philadelphia play Manchester. But I think if we can do a doubleheader, we'll probably do Carolina-Cleveland as our first game, and then Philadelphia at Manchester for our second. So there we go. Let's get into the chat here a little bit, Aaron.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Oh,
All
sure.
right.
Why not?
So Felipe, he says, yes, because my English vocabulary is a complete mess. Here I play in a multicultural club, lots of expatriates and immigrants. It's amazing to know different cultures, but vocabulary. Felipe, your English is fine. Your English is fine.
Your English is really good, Felipe.
Absolutely, and I'm a native English speaker who I lived in 2 countries. Well, one country, of course, right, Ireland. English-speaking country, of course. I never learned Irish. There's not a lot of Irish speakers. More people are learning. But I lived in the Netherlands as well and had to learn Dutch. And so your English is better than my Dutch. World's Worst Gamer, didn't see you come in, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And there we go. Doubleheaders are always good. Well, I thought, Robbie, we would just chat a little baseball for a little bit. See, we have 10 viewers. We
Love
have
a good
3 likes.
doubleheader.
We do have 3 likes. Thank you, guys. So Aaron Reed in here. So we're going to let Aaron talk some baseball. Aaron, so tell us more
Yes.
about, so let's do it right here. Because eventually we're going to do
Sure.
getting a bunch of people on to talk about. Tell me, simple question. Why do you love
Yeah.
baseball? Why do you love baseball?
Just well, I
And
love
take as long as
baseball
you want, man.
because
Go ahead.
just the just like the feel of the love of the game. I mean, when you're watching it on TV, it's like if your team is losing, you could either stop and just do something else.
Right.
But when you're there, it's like when you're actually at the game, it's like you can just go insane, like never quit. But yeah, there's that aspect of it's like all your friends are there. If
Hmm.
you have, if any of them do decide to show up, because sometimes it can be. Because one of the last times I went to a minor league game was we went to Slugger Field to see a Bats game. It was me, a couple friends of mine and my girlfriend at the time.
Mhm.
Me and my two other friends had to have handicap section because
Mhm.
one of them has a rheumatoid arthritis.
Okay. Okay.
And but it was me and my girlfriend at the time got to sit in the actual like ball actual seats,
Mhm.
and she she I don't think she ever been to much of a baseball game, so I had to kind of explain it somewhat because I had the radio with me, so I could hear,
Mhm.
like the play by play and all that. Because they kind of encourage you to bring your radio, your little transit, little Walkman radios with you if you have one,
Right.
and listen to like see with me and my for a fellow who's totally blind like I am.
Uh-huh.
It's like you can go to the ballpark and you can have the action this if you can even find it the action
Oh, you dropped out, buddy. You there? Aaron? Did we lose you? Let me look here on Discord. I think our voice. Are you there, Aaron? Showing that we're good on this side, buddy. Did you accidentally mute yourself? Because nobody can hear you right now. I'm going to type to you. All right. I'm just typing here. Aaron, did you mute? Question mark. All right. Wait and see what we hear back from Aaron. So I think it was really cool, Aaron, to come in. Some entertaining stuff tonight, and we have our own impersonator here. He was doing Harry Carey and oh my God, Randy Savage, Hulk Hogan, Keith Jackson. It was fun, man, and this guy's a serious baseball head here, so love it, love it, love it.
hello.
Yeah, yeah, man. Did you accidentally mute yourself? Because we couldn't hear
Oh,
you.
my Wi-Fi went out.
Your Wi-Fi. Okay, you're good. Okay, continue, man. Continue. You were talking
On
about.
occasion, it's going to do this, so
Okay,
just it's
you're talking
heads
about
up in
being
case.
right. So you were talking about as far as the important, for you, ringing the rate. Please continue, man. It's a
Yeah,
great story. Go
for
ahead.
me, there's the it's like you know it's like I get up at like when you're it's summer vacation,
Right.
so you get up at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, you eat
Mhm.
breakfast, you maybe go to lunch if with me in my case, you just spend the day doing whatever you please. Then
Right.
it's like, oh, we got a game tonight. All right.
Mhm.
Then you take a shower, you get whatever. Then you drive to the ballpark, and then it's like, of course, maybe an hour before game time or an hour and a half before game time.
Mhm.
You're walking around, you're seeing everybody mingling about, and in the concourse and everything, and then you sit down and you get something to eat, and then the guy's reading his announcements and all that stuff,
Mhm.
and they bring the guy. It's like they bring the guys in the field, they sing a national anthem, and they just all of a sudden it's like play ball.
Right. So for you, I mean, and it's got to be a unique experience because, right, I mean, you're listening to the game, right? Y- did your I think your Wi-Fi dropped out again. Either that, or as World's Worst Gamer said that you ate the same ribs, and so we're gonna wait for Aaron to come back on. So Felipe, yeah, this is tight. This league is tight. Kind of hard. I mean, so we have what six of the 10 teams are above 500. But I really think that you're right as far as
They get
five teams.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I think your
There we
Wi-Fi
go.
went out again, buddy.
Yeah, it does this from time to time.
Well, we're gonna come down there and take a Louisville Slugger and smack the people that are in charge of it and say, look, hook this man up. What's the deal? I was gonna ask you as far as
Yes.
so your experience with baseballs obviously is very unique.
Yeah.
And understanding more why the Arnie Harwell game is something that would be really attractive to you, obviously,
Uh
because
huh.
that's going to why I'm saying that is because I think listening, right, having baseball for Windows and listening to that's got to bring back right memories for you of being at the ballpark because out of necessity you need to be listening right to the on-field action. I'm assuming, the way you're talking, right? having bringing your radio, and you say that they do encourage that anyhow. And I do know that
Yeah,
I remember when I was a kid, people would bring their radios to games, and I know and listening to in my case Pirates broadcasters. So
Bob Prince,
Bob
Jim
Prince,
Rooker.
yep, Bob Prince, Jim, oh God, Jim Rooker, yeah, and his walk
If
from
we don't win
Philadelphia
this
to
game, I'm gonna
Pittsburgh.
walk home.
You remember that game,
That's
Pittsburgh
what
and
he said.
Philadelphia, yeah, and he had to. The Bucks blew a 10-run lead. Oh my God.
Barry
Anyhow,
Bonds.
yep.
My dad is a Pirates fan.
Well, your dad and I would get along just fine because that's my team
Well, the
too.
last time the Pirates won a World Series was 1979 when
Yep.
they had was it Juan Moreno,
Yeah, yeah. We had Omar Moreno. We had,
Omar
of
Moreno,
course, we had Willie Stargell, who was
Willie
also
Stargell?
a member of the 1971 Pirates
Yeah,
team. We had Kent Tekulve. Oh my God, we had good team. I prefer the 1971, 72, like the earlier 70s Pirates.
E Blast,
Blast was the early Pirates, right? The 1971 Pirates. Um,
Steve Blast, Renee Stennett, Willie Stargell, Roberto Clemente,
oh yeah, so many great
um,
players. Bob Robertson, we had at first in the 71 Bucks.
Bob Moose.
Bob Moose. So yeah, I mean, I love my Pirates. I know that we haven't been great, of late, but we were in the postseason in 2015. We're going to be coming back. It's going to take us a couple years. Andrew McCutcheon coming back,
Hutchins
probably to
back.
play. Kutch is back. He's going to be playing his final year, and I think giving some nice veteran leadership. And we've got this kid O'Neal Cruz, who's a monster, and we got to build the club around him. I'm just afraid that Reynolds, though, is going to go on the trading block, and I hope
Reynolds.
not.
What is this? Not R.J. Reynolds, but the
No, 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 no. So
the
we had RJ back in the 90s when
yeah,
we choked 3 years in a row. Get to the
Cincinnati and Atlanta twice.
oh God, please don't remind me. Oh
Sorry, I'm sorry. I
no,
couldn't help it.
especially 1992. That was
That's the
painful.
one that it ticks off Pirates fans more than anything because it was Barry Bonds' last year as a Pirate,
Yep.
and oh, they had. I mean, like, like I was listening to audio from the 1990 NLCS, and I'm thinking the Pirates are the only team that could really match the Reds. I mean,
Oh
they
yeah.
had Don Slott, Andy
hmm
Van Slyke, Mike LaValliere,
We
Sid
should
King,
have.
Barry
Yeah,
Bonds,
1990. The Bucks should have. We should have taken care of the Reds.
Bobby Bonilla.
Yep.
I
But
mean,
Bonds and Bonilla choked in 90 against the Reds. That's the thing, man. In the
th-
NLCS, forget it. It's the we should have beaten the Reds. They
that
we
would
we,
have
we were the
been
better team.
the A's and Reds in the World Series would have been or the Pirates would in the World Series would have been something to watch right there.
Pirates and A's would
But
have been awesome. Yeah.
I mean, Dave Stewart, Bob Welch, all those guys,
Oh
and
yeah.
you had John Smiley, Zane Smith. They just picked up Zane Smith and from
Yup.
Montreal.
Good lefty.
Uh,
Absolutely. Yeah.
the what was it? They had I know what was it they also later on they got Danny Jackson
Danny Johnson.
from the Cubs
Right.
because he was a Red in '90. He was a Red for a few years, and then
Yeah.
it's like guys that stay for one team for their whole career, like the Barry Larkins of the world, and
hmm
the what was it? I'm trying to somebody else who was a lifer. Joey Votto's been a lifer so far.
Yeah.
He's a current player who I think is still playing.
hmm
Um, what else? Who else? I'm trying to because like
Roberto Clemente was a lifer
Roberto
with
Clemente,
the Bucks.
yes, a
Yep.
lifer. Career
Stargell.
sadly, yeah, Starger was
But
a
you know how
lifer.
rare is it though, right? I mean, these days now, for somebody. But yet, here's the thing that I just got to jump in on this, buddy. That
Yeah,
really pisses me off about being a Pirates fan, and I'm sure your dad has gone off about this too. We have great players like Kutch, like McCutcheon, who
yeah,
wanted to stay in Pittsburgh. Josh Bell wanted to stay in Pittsburgh,
yeah.
and the Pirates ownership just gets rid of these guys. And Felipe says, yeah, McCutcheon in his good days was fantastic. He was a monster for Pittsburgh. He
He was
was.
a beast.
Yeah, at world's worst gamer. I was talking about how Bonilla and Bonds were choking in the postseason. World's worst gamer, right, backing that up with a stat. He says Bonilla is a 215 hitter for his career in the postseason, and the Mets are
Oof.
still paying him, by the way. Think about
Yeah, the
that.
Mets are still paying. I read where the Mets are still paying him.
Yeah.
I mean, and everybody's talking now, like, because I've seen some teams,
Mhm.
like, used to that were just walk-in disasters. I mean, the early '90s Yankees,
Mhm.
uh, but till at least till '95, 95 when they started winning all of a sudden. Then, of course, the Mets were. I mean, before Steve Cohen came along, the Mets were the laughing stock.
They were.
I mean, it's. I mean, here, this fella comes along and he's like, buy, 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 spin, 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 get all these big time players.
Mhm.
And what's it going to mean when they don't, if they don't go to the post to dance in October?
Well, and that's the thing too, because I mean, you look at this past season, right? The best
Yeah,
two teams in baseball didn't go to the World Series, and it was also the teams with the highest payrolls, Yankees and Dodgers, right?
Yankees and Dodgers.
Didn't happen. You
It
know,
never. It was like the Padres. I mean, like I didn't give the Phillies a chance. I mean, then they snuck on everybody,
yeah.
beat the Braves
Mhm.
in what was it? The I think it was a division. No, it was the it's either the Wild. I think it was a division series. I think when they beat the Braves.
Mhm.
Then then of course they sneak out. They just destroyed the Padres. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
like like then of course you know they have us like it. That was that last year's World Series was something to watch. I mean, I watched every like whenever with the way the playoffs are now
Mhm.
with I understand though like what is it 16s per league
Oh
now.
God, it's gonna suck. Yeah.
Oh man, what is it? Three wild cards and three division winners.
Yeah. Yeah. It's terrible. Oh my God,
I
please.
mean,
And the balanced
just
schedule. Don't get me going, brother.
oh man, there's so much wrong with the game these days. I mean,
Yeah.
like I just assume if I tell you, like I said when you were playing Warhammer one day, if I was commissioner, we would be changing a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Definitely.
like I'm a firm believer that every person should get what they feel is right.
Mhm.
I mean, extra inning rule gone. We're not doing that. Although I think they're doing away with that anyway.
Yeah.
They're not going to do that one anymore. Uh, the universal DH we can keep that if anybody wants it because that was a player thing. They wanted to have a
Yeah, you get a
universal
few more
DH.
seasons, but I hate the DH. I hate it because the other
Just
way would be, hey, look, you know what? Just go retire and go be wealthy. I would have
yeah,
but it wasn't going to happen. I knew it. I mean, for me, it would have been nice for the American League to say, nah, we're going to get rid of the DH too. That was made the National League unique. It was the only professional baseball
the only
league
professional
with no
baseball league that had
DH,
it.
and
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, there was no way, right? Because National Leaguers looking at America. I mean, so how many more years did Dave Winfield get to play, right? Just as
Oh
one
man,
example. What about Edgar Martinez, right?
Edgar
And I'm not
Martinez.
knocking
Yeah.
these guys, but they ended up DHing, so they get a couple more seasons. And you had National Leaguers going to the American League, so I'm sure even club ownership were probably saying, you know what, we got to adopt the DH because if not, we got a guy that's still got a good stick. Maybe he can't field anymore. He's going to
But he
jump
can
to the
still
American
hit.
League. Right.
I mean, look at what they did with. I mean, like Adam Dunn, for example, he was a big time hitter for the Reds,
Hmm.
and then he goes. They get him like I think he played with the White Sox for a while. He was in the American League after he got done with in Cincinnati,
Right.
smashing balls left and right. I mean,
Yep.
it's like the when guys, you know, like you mentioned Edgar Martinez and Dave Winfield, like they've been playing baseball since at least the 1970s. I
Hmm.
mean, Dave Winfield is a prime example of that. I mean, he was a Padre, he was with the Blue Jays,
Right.
he was a Yankee.
Hmm.
Of course, him and George Steinbrenner never got along, but that's here nor there.
I
Um,
don't think George Steinbrenner even got along with his mom. So let's.
oh,
Yeah. Really?
I
Really?
mean, it's like what Billy Martin once said:
Oh
one's a
God.
born liar and one's a convicted liar. So of course, Reggie Jackson, who's the one in the Hall of Fame. Um,
Right.
like you got the Edgar Martinez, who was a lifer with the Mariners,
Yep.
and if it wasn't for that double in '95, they may not even be in Seattle anymore.
Yeah.
there were rumors they were going to move the team somewhere else.
I want to see them get to the World Series. That's the only
They got the
franchise.
firepower to do it.
Well, what about the 2001 Mariners? Everybody
Oh,
thought they were just going to steamroll, and then they choked against the Yankees.
oh, Ichiro.
Oh my God, what a team, huh?
They just got Ichiro.
Hmm.
They had Ichiro. They had Kasasaki at the end of the end of the bullpen. You had, I mean, just all like Jay Buhner, Brett
Yeah.
Boone, Edgar Martinez. You had all these guys, and they can't even get past the Yankees in the division series.
Yeah,
They
I
won like
think
a
it was.
hundred and something games.
Yeah, they were like the best. I think the best team in baseball that year, and it was like I'm like, okay, go Seattle,
Go
and
Seattle, yeah.
just bombed out. Carlos says he hates when they bring up that some player has just passed a Hall of Famer in postseason stat. He says like, really, how many more games did he get to play? And talking about right modern day, and he's absolutely right. And now you're going
Yeah,
to see it coming up this season, Carlos. I mean, again, I'm looking forward to baseball despite all the things they're doing to it. And you're going to see like all kinds of crazy stats. But what I'm really afraid of is
right.
that, theoretically at least, a sub 500 team could actually go all the way and win it all.
I mean,
And
it's
I don't
like
want to see that. Even you know what? My Pirates got lucky this year and finished, let's say, 3 games below 500 because we're not going to go above 500 yet. We're not ready, right? But let's just say it happens and they get to the World Series and they would win it. I'd be like, no, this isn't a World Series
this is
winner.
impossible.
It's right. I don't know in the balanced schedule. So you should be playing more against teams in your division. What is this every so in other words, again speaking for the Pirates, so we play so our games against St. or not St. Louis. So let's see Los Angeles or Colorado count the
Yeah, out
same
west.
as when we play Milwaukee or the Cubs or the Cardinals. That's that's bull. And I guess
It is bull.
is that the same for interleague play too? Though is that is it just one for one because everybody's playing everybody? So like if the Pirates play the Tigers, that's like a full game. There's no more half game anything. I guess I don't
I
like
don't
it.
understand the whole half to full game aspect of the standings. I mean, it's like it's like let's say Cincinnati is up a game and a half over St. Louis in the last week of the season,
Hmm.
and all it's going to take is a St. Louis loss or a whatever else, or maybe a Reds win,
Hmm.
and they'll take the division, for example.
Right.
I think that's how that works.
Ta-
Because,
Go ahead, man.
you know,
Right.
this whole like like I'll tell you my favorite race of divisions was in 20 remember the 2012 season or no 2011
Hmm.
I think is when this was when like it, it all came down to the last day
Hmm.
like I think it was the Cardinals, the the uh the Red Sox, or no, it was the Cardinals, I forget what it was, but it was like there was so much suspense going on because like everything came down to the last day of the regular season, and then
Hmm.
like the next day, and it was the middle of the week too,
Yeah.
like because it seems like back nowadays the season can end any day. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
the way they set it up now. It's like they want to start in April and they want to
Well,
in the regular season in the end of September and
I
just
know, but
start the
here's the
playoffs
thing,
in
right?
October.
I mean, we're playing baseball. I mean, I love baseball, but we're playing
Yes,
baseball in November now. I mean, it's just getting.
I'm not surprised. I mean,
Todd B says
well,
something, and I agree with him on this. Get your thoughts on this, Aaron. And I
yes.
agree. He says interleague play took away the mystique of the World Series. I couldn't agree more. I totally agree. Totally
I mean,
agree.
it didn't come along till '97. I mean,
I hate it.
now
I
I
hate it.
understand. What about? Well, I understand spring training. It's a grapefruit league and a
Well,
cactus
yeah,
league.
yeah, sure.
That's that.
Right.
I mean, When you have like for example, now that every both leagues have 15 teams apiece
Right.
because 5 teams per division
Mhm.
equals 3 divisions equals 15 teams per league.
Mhm.
And interleague play is now year round, so you never know when, like, let's say the Guardians or like, see, Cincinnati, I think is going to play the AL West this year. So California, Oakland, Seattle, Houston, and
Yeah, but as a
Texas.
Reds fan, do you even care about that? That's what I'm saying. Like, would you? I mean,
No,
like, I mean,
no,
I don't care that the Pirates. I mean, I'm not nothing against the Anaheim or the
yes,
Angels, but I don't care that the Pirates are going to
right,
play the Angels. I don't. I want them to play the
no,
Cardinals, the
yeah,
Brewers, the Reds,
yeah,
the
play
Mets, the
within your
Phillies,
division,
in your division and in your league.
play in the league
We could
for
do a
crying out
league
loud.
realignment, which Big Clue, I think it was Big Clue or Todd B a couple nights ago was talking about a geographic realignment of baseball, right? Let's have Cleveland and Pittsburgh in the same league. You want to foster interest, right? So they're these two cities are 85 miles apart. Why
Yep.
not have? And almost keep forgetting. I only call them the I call them the Indians when it's before last year. They're the Indians,
Yes,
right? But so have the Pirates and the Guardians in the same league. I mean,
dude. I mean
heat it up,
that.
right?
Yeah, make it like base it on distance. I mean, don't really worry about what region they're in because, like, yes, you've got you go out west to play Arizona, California, Colorado, and Texas in some cases. Though Texas is more because the Astros. When I went to Houston, it's in
Cheaters.
Central Time up there. Yeah, cheers. Well, you can't say it about them now. They legit won it last year.
They did legit
Though
win it.
I am
Yeah.
sure somebody out there is going to say that they somebody out there is looking for a reason to screw the whole thing up for them
Mm,
because in 2017 they win it all and then somebody like now that I think I actually that did not go down like they thought because
right.
I read so much about it. I didn't notice it when watching the games on TV because I'm like the Dodgers. I thought to myself, how many more excuses can we give the Los Angeles Dodgers? I mean, they make the playoff. They made the playoff for the past what 10, 11 so years now,
Right.
and they used to. It used to be like they were always division round chokers
Hmm.
because they would get like they'd get to the division, lose, come back next year, get to the division series, lose, and then but yeah, they win the division every year.
Yep.
Then one year they actually made it to the NLCS and lost,
Hmm.
to the Cubs, which
Right.
yes, that was historic because it was the first pennant since 1945,
Right.
and when they lost to the Detroit Tigers,
Right.
and I thought to myself, Steve Bartman must be proud. I mean, the guy, like, I remember, speaking of Bartman, I remember we were doing something at our church
Hmm.
and we just finished doing that. Then we go home and the Marlins and Cubs are playing on Fox. And I don't know if this had just happened or what, but
Hmm.
we tune in and it's like there's like a delay in the game because they're dragging some guy out. It's like what the heck happened? And then on Sports Center the next morning they said, "Oh, a fan tried to catch Moses Alou's fly ball." I'm like, would anybody?
Right.
Would
Right.
anybody? I
Right.
mean, if it's foul territory and it's coming at you, you're not gonna. And a big leaguer's coming at you trying to catch it, you're not gonna get out of the way. I mean, if you got dibs, it's my ball, you know.
Right.
But to blame one guy for a team, no, they may blame Alex Gonzalez because of the errors, but that error he had. But I don't think that's. But to blame a fan who is doing something that any rationale fan would do
Yeah. No, I
is
get it. I get it. It's the guys you're talking about. So I wanted just to so World's Worst Gamer
yeah,
here says he says I support interleague play. If you're going to eventually play another team for the World Series, you should get a taste of how that team is. by playing during the regular season. So world's worst gamer. I mean, I totally get it. I get your reasoning. It's a valid argument. It's a valid
Right.
argument. But so you guys know me. I'm such a baseball curmudgeon. I want baseball in a sense to be at one time the American League and the National League were actually separate entities. They actually had their own president,
Own
right? Their own
president.
governing. In fact, even the umpires, right? Because the umpires in the American League used the big hold up chest protectors. The National League didn't. National League played a little bit of different brand of ball, but I think baseball for me is becoming very homogenous. While you can get a taste of the other team, and here's where I say your argument's valid, but I respectfully disagree. I'm more in line with with Todd, that mystique. So again, to use a thing the other night, I was watching Game 7 of the 1952 World Series on YouTube, right? So I mean, teams were following each other. Obviously, the Yankees wanting to know what the Brooklyn Dodgers were doing, vice versa, whatever. But those teams didn't meet until the World Series,
No,
and
no.
the thrill. I mean, BB King, the thrill is gone, man. For
Yeah.
me, you could get a taste of them, but to me, again, that feels like f ball. Because I know that you can play like I don't know a lot about f-ball, but I know that AFC teams can play NFC teams or something like that. But the NFL is one league, right? But
Right.
baseball, that's why it's called the major leagues, plural. And
The major
I
leagues.
mean, if
Yeah.
I had my way, man, it would be just the best two teams going to the World Series, but neither the players nor the owners are ever going to go for that. But we
Right.
do agree on
That is how it
realignments.
used to be, though.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Um,
mean,
World's Worst Gamer also says, he says Tampa Bay should be moved to the same division as Florida, and Detroit should be moved back to the American League East, where their old rivals, best rivals were. I totally agree with you on that. There
I could
needs to be,
understand that.
and Tampa Bay, I think Tampa Bay should just right. And I don't know whether it's because people say it's hard to get to the ballpark, but their fans are pretty crappy fans, Tampa Bay fans. And
They
you know
just
what?
they
Just
can't. They don't. They can't show up.
you know what they should do? Charlotte, North Carolina has been begging for a damn baseball
Move
team.
them.
Move them to
Move them.
Charlotte. Move them
Yeah.
to Charlotte.
I
You
think
know.
was it Manfred said he wants to expand a team in Charlotte or
I know,
something
but
like.
oh my God, we're getting bloated. I mean, right? Because there's also talk about Las Vegas getting a team. Las Vegas getting a team makes sense to me because what do you have? You have the Colorado Rockies if you're in that area, right? So you
Yeah.
live in Nevada, you're either going to root for the Rockies, which are pretty far away, or you've got to root for one of the California teams, Giants, A's,
Giants,
Dodgers,
A's.
right? So, but if they're going to do it, do you know what I would love to see? And nobody ever mentioned this. I think that there should be, because baseball is so bloody huge in Latin America, I would like to see a major league team in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Why? It's the United
Yeah.
States territory, and we had a team in Canada. We
Yeah.
still do. We had two teams in Canada. Why?
Yeah.
But San Juan is never
San
really.
Juan, Puerto Rico. Yeah.
Why
But
not, man?
you'd be. I mean, I don't know how.
It's
I
not like
mean,
it's a long
flying.
flight. Nah, it's not
Well,
that bad. It's not that
obvious.
bad.
Well, not really a long flight, but like because
Not as
I
far as
mean,
flying from Pittsburgh to LA. Oh, I
true,
forgot about the
true.
Padres, the four California teams. Sorry, San Diego.
The
Oops.
well, if you want to root for Oakland, you have to. You probably the only one doing it because that's all it would show up.
Right? Right.
I mean,
Oh my
like
God.
I read somewhere they said Oakland had the lowest attendance rate of any team last year. No one would go to the games. Either the team was so bad, or it's like nobody seemed to care.
Well, the Coliseum sucks too.
Oh man, like
Everybody can go to that. You have your choice to go see the Giants in a really nice ballpark, or you can go see them in that ramshackle Oakland Coliseum. And I mean, it's bad. What their games last year? They had like what 4 or 5 thousand fans, and that was it.
dude,
Like I mean,
you'd
the
swear it was a
Pirates,
minor league crowd.
right? The Pirates in their worst years in the '80s drew better than the Oakland A's. Holy hell!
I mean, I mean, like I've seen a major league game, several major league games in my life, and
Hmm.
like in person, and it's usually 20 to 30 to maybe 40,000 fans,
Right.
the average attendance rate. But when you only get like 4 to 5 thousand per game or
Mm-hmm.
less, I mean, it's like I like when the pandemic was going on. I mean, you know, they couldn't have no spectators because of COVID restrictions.
Right.
But you look at it now, and it's like they try to like they don't have anything that can bring the fans back. I
Right.
mean, the Reds have gutted their main guns are gone.
Yeah.
I mean, Castillo's gone. He's with the Mariners now, I think. Um, Jesse Winker's a Mariner, I think too. So is EU. So is Gino Suarez.
Right.
He's gone too. They took you know they took that whole roster and just ripped it to shreds. And then
Mm-hmm.
Castellini went on TV and said, "Cheer for our club." And I'm like, no one's gonna do that
Yeah.
because all their faves are gone.
And now you know what it's
You
like
know.
to be a Pirate fan. So now you can feel your
Oh,
dad's pain
dude.
and my pain, buddy. Uh,
Oh, I feel it. I
Carlos
mean,
says here, too much, and he's right. Yeah, too much money to be lost if they just went to the old two divisions. He would love it. So would I. Todd B says Nashville. Yeah, Nashville would be a great city for
Nashville would be a good
baseball.
team.
And World's Worst Gamer asks, how long before the before MLB and NBA are in Vegas? Not long, I would say, because I would bet you Manfred has got his his putrid putrescent. I can't. I'm gonna start off on all that Manfred. Blah, right. Yeah, Major League Baseball is going to be in Las Vegas. It's a smart move. It's going to happen. NBA, I don't
Manfred
follow, but I'm
Manfred
sure,
just
right?
has his droopy face sounding like he has had once too made a drink, trying to make all the decisions for the love of the for the best hitters of baseball, and people are gonna love it.
Well,
I
here
mean,
my paisan Pib99. Welcome in, man. Benvenuto, paisan. He says Oakland
crazy.
may end up in Vegas. I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, I say they should because you know ownership just that Coliseum, dude. I'll bring up a picture of it here on Action PC just for shits and giggles.
It's
I
in
mean,
giggles, yeah.
it's a bad ballpark. Get rid of it, because they've and that's the thing. I feel badly for Oakland fans because they've had some great teams in the
Oh
athletics
man,
is a franchise. I mean, they were a charter member of the American League, Philadelphia, then Kansas City, then Oakland,
Kansas City.
right? And they've got to play in this piece of crap ballpark. It's like just either that or is there still an F ball team in Oakland? I can't even keep up. The Raiders
No,
like have played
Raiders are
everywhere.
in Vegas.
They're in Vegas now. See, they're not even
Yeah,
California. So
yeah. They
Pip says
and
Oakland
the only let's
never
see, the
getting a
only
new
teams in
stadium.
F ball that are in California, the 49ers, the Chargers,
Hmm.
the Rams moved back to LA.
Right.
Let's see, you've got I think that's it as far as California teams are concerned
Yeah, so
in the
California
F ball.
has one more baseball team than they do F-ball teams. But yeah, I think the move to Vegas would be smart because here's the other thing: if you right, because since I didn't know where the Raiders were, so if they've got an F-ball team there, it only makes sense to have baseball and basketball as well
Right.
in
I
Vegas. I mean,
mean,
come on,
well,
right?
they've got the Golden Knights in the NHL, so
Oh, they do. They
they've
have a
got
hockey team too. Okay,
yeah, Vegas has a hockey team. They just expanded like what 3 or 4 or so years ago, and they made the playoffs a lot. They just expanded into Seattle
crazy.
then with the Kraken. They're
Carlos. Oh, I got to do something here for Pep too. Carlos says that he watched a few weeks ago a documentary on Willie Mays on HBO Max. He said he didn't realize how bad Candlestick. Oh my God, Candlestick. The weather in San Francisco is like there's an old saying. The coldest summer I spent was the summer I spent in San Francisco, and when that fog would rolling off the bay, and it gets cold in San Francisco,
heard it
and
does.
Candlestick, yeah, the site of the Beatles' last live concert, by the way, Candlestick Park in 1966. But yeah, pretty bad. Um, but Pib, I'm going to do something for you here. Paisan also, this is what I do again for people that are um, loyal and committed to the channel. Pib 99,
Moderation time. Yep.
you have the power of the wrench now as well. Um,
Dang it. We got so many got so many wrench operators and machine workers in here. You might as well just turn this into an industrial place.
it's U.S. Steel here, buddy, bringing it back.
Phew.
But here's the thing: it's
So,
nice because these
good.
guys then can link to their channels. You're welcome, Pib. They can link to their channels if they find some cool baseball article, whatever. They can just put it in, all that kind of stuff, and it's a way
Right.
for me to say thank you. And
Yeah.
and someday we're actually going to outdo the cage matches, and we're going to have a big. We're going to have a wrench match or something. I don't know, whatever.
Wrench
But
match.
anyhow, all
wrench on a
everybody in here, you're
wrench on a pole.
there you go. All yourself included. I mean, it's just having everybody in here. It's a way to say thank you, and
Yeah.
these are all good baseball fans. They're all adults, and I know links that they're gonna put in and the stuff,
We're
and,
the
and they
civilized people
exactly.
of the
Well,
of
I don't
the
know about that. We have Ken Castro after all, but here's the thing, right? I mean, these are all super knowledgeable baseball fans, and
we're not jerks. I'll put it
right,
that way.
no, exactly. And all of them, I learned so much from everybody and we learn from each other and I think by everybody
Damn
who
right.
comes in here after a while and has that
Pardon my
wrench
French.
contribute even more and it's awesome.
Dude.
So it's great. Hey, yeah, I know you heard that, cousin Ken. So and remember that Aaron got you at the beginning of the broadcast about corn having
It has
juice. It
juice.
has juice. I
Sorry to that little kid that did that. Like,
That's the home run.
so
That's the home run of the night, man.
yeah, it has the juice. So last Thanksgiving out they had the corn kid
Uh huh.
on the Macy's parade.
Mhm.
And then I'm like, who is this? Like, and then they showed my I don't know which one of them showed me the video of him. They did like his dad was shooting it. He did a thing about corn, and somebody took the excerpt from that like that little kid's words, made a song out of it, and it's all over the internet. I think it's all over the internet,
Mhm.
and it's like you know and he was on the Macy's parade last year. I did see him, I think, when they brought him up, whatever it was, but
Mhm.
he was on the big float, one of the big floats and all that.
Mhm.
But it's it like ever since of course, like all things do, a lot of the cool things tend to die out. I
Oh
think
yeah.
he's kind of going back into his own world, so to speak. But no,
Mhm.
like he had everybody's heart for a while, and then it's like
Mhm.
now it's back to the real back to the world for him, and he's doing I guess he's doing well for himself, but it's like that's how that stuff started.
Sure.
But because
We've got a
I
couple good
mean,
comments coming in here.
yeah,
So Robbie Wartburg says the movie Moneyball told him everything he needed to know about Oakland A's. Owner refused to spend money on talent to be able to win. So it's kind of funny that you mentioned that, and then I'll get back to Robbie's comment in a second. But Ken Castro, he's calling you
yeah.
out, Aaron. So he's going to remember your juice thing. He says he's going to remember that, Aaron, next time he gets into a cob. So
Ah,
so
ah,
you've been called out, brother. Robbie
and
Wartburg.
some
So Robbie, it's interesting you say that, right? Because you talk about right Oakland not wanting to spend the money, right? So Connie Mack, right, longtime manager of the Philadelphia A's. So Mack was brilliant. So he would put together great teams, right? You look at the Athletics in the 1910s. You look at them in 1929, 30, 31, and then what Mack would do was after he felt the team ran its course, but before these guys were just tired old vets, he sold them off and made money. He said, "Yeah, I would rather have a team that at least was in contention and is playing pretty well, but I'm not going to hold on
I
to
want a
these
good
guys."
contender.
And so Connie Mack at least, and he owned, right? He was not just the manager, right? And
He
Mack
was the
spent
owner.
money, yeah, and he put money into the team and then sold them off and made money. And they stayed. I forget when they moved to Kansas City. I think cousin Ken would know probably better than
Probably in
I,
the
or you would
'60s.
know. Was it the 50s or 60s they moved to
50s or
Kansas City?
60s.
60s?
Because
I wouldn't be surprised because I don't know.
eventually the Royals came along in like was it 68, 69, something like that.
The Orioles? The Orioles or
Royals,
who? The Royals,
the
right. Okay, I
Royals,
thought you said the Orioles. Yeah.
because
Right.
Kansas City lost a team and got a team not long afterwards.
Right. Kansas
I
City,
was,
from what I understand, is a good baseball town. So I've never been,
I
but I'd
mean,
like to.
I mean, they won in '85. The last
So
time they
Pip says
well,
1955.
55
55. Okay,
was
cool.
when, but
Was KC Kansas City Athletics' first year and the only year the Brooklyn Dodgers won the World Series. Poor bums.
the
That right. Then they
then
moved to
and then
California in '57, and
they moved out
then
west.
California only had LA only had to wait 2 years for the Dodgers to win a
Yeah,
World. Oh my God! Right
they
against
beat
the
they
White
beat the
Sox,
Go-Go
the
Sox at
Go-Go Sox in
59.
'59.
Al
Yep.
Lopez.
Ken Castro, I guess we're supposed to feel sorry for him. He says, somewhat dinged up here, given the cadre of degenerates in this joint.
Oh, dude. What? Oh, man. Oh, kid, man. What? Whoa.
Mr. Castro is proof positive that the pen is indeed mightier than the sword.
Mightier than the sword.
Exactly.
Write down your insult of pain,
Oh my God.
something of that nature. I mean,
So
but no, like,
I'm going to ask
good.
you this question. And I'm going to ask everybody because
Sure.
everybody here knows my absolute weakest decade in baseball, like as far as baseball knowledge. I know the players, but I don't know
Hmm.
enough about this. Is the 1960s? If you had to pick a decade in baseball, what would you say, Aaron, would be for you the decade that you need to learn more about? If you
The
just had to pick
decade
one,
of,
yeah, that you would have that you don't
gosh,
know enough about. For me, it's the 1960s.
um, that's a good question, honestly, because like my baseball knowledge or the stuff I've always read about, I know a lot about, who did what from at least 1960 all the way up.
Okay, so your
So
strength is
probably
more of that. Okay,
maybe even the 50s, but
okay,
anything below like 1949, I kind of get lost a little bit.
okay. So you and Ken are sort of in the same boat because he says his weakest decade's the 1940s. What about the rest of you guys? Where's your uh,
I mean,
where's your sort of Achilles heel in baseball?
the only thing I knew about the 1920s was Murderers Row
Well,
and
1927.
those damn Yankees.
See, and you're missing out 1929, 1930, 1931 Philadelphia A's. Uh, Ken, you know what? I promise you I will read it tonight. I got home and I watched Steve Tate's video. I was on with him for about a half hour, dude, and I crashed. But I will get it. So, definitely. Todd B says he's fuzzy on everything from 2000 on, and Ken retorts, baseball, Todd, not life. Pibb says 1940s for him as well. So we're getting some votes for 1940s. Carlos says the last 10 years, he says he seldom watched. He tries to follow baseball. Robbie Wartburg says probably 19th century for him. He's been learning more about dead balls the 19th century. So, Robbie, let's leave out the 19th century. And Ken, don't take umbrage with that. We love the 19th century. So, Robbie, so from 1901 on, right, what would you say is your weakest decade? So it seems like 1940s, Aaron, is like the one that yeah, easy Ken's having a cow here. It's all right, brother. We'll come back to it. Here, I know how to cut. You watch. You want to see me calm down, cousin Ken? Watch this.
Go ahead.
Sliding Billy Hamilton. Sliding Billy Hamilton. Providence Grays. Or Ken should be okay now for a little bit. Carlos says the 1940s during the war is kind of hard to get into with somebody in the military. Um, okay, so Todd B does remember 1998 with the Juice Brothers, he says. So a lot of folks 1940s, huh? And
I mean,
I've thought about doing some 1940s on the channel, but I I don't. Again, I think right because you had 1941 was a great season. And then you had everybody coming back. 45 was pretty good. 46, good season. 47, baseball's proudest moment with Jackie Robinson. Um,
breaking the color barrier.
right. But you start to see the ascendancy of the Brooklyn Dodgers in 1949. They win the pennant in 47, but really, I mean, 49 an even stronger team. So I can see where people are coming from with the 1940s. Robbie says I'm not really sure because he knows that there are names that I recall from most of all those eras. So it's not just the names, Robbie, but I'm talking about like, can you rattle off World Series winners in a decade? I can't in the 1960s. I can't. I know that the Pirates won in 60. The Yankees won in 61. Kicked the right. They did some hurting to the Reds. 62, I think, the Giants. And then I'm fuzzy. I have no idea who won in 63,
Cardinals
64.
is 64
65, the
and
Dodgers
67.
won. 66, I think the Orioles. Did they win in 66? Um, and then
Um,
whoever beat the Red Sox in 67, I know the Red Sox did not win.
Cardinals.
Okay, Cardinals,
Cardinals beat
right,
Tigers in 68, Mets in 69,
right. And then
Pirates in
1970 on,
70.
I'm fine. Yeah, well, I'm fine. Right, Orioles win in 70, Bucks win in 71. I can do the 70s, 80s, 90s, the 1910s, the 1920s, even the 1940s. But the 1960s, I'm like draw a blank, especially in the mid 60s. So the
Mm.
O's in 1966. Oh shit, I guess I got one
I
right.
think
Pip
Earl Weaver
says
was managing at that point.
Pip says that his dad. Um, he said my dad knew all about the late 30s through the 40s. Still around to discuss. Wish he was too, Pip. It'd be awesome. And speak to him in Italian a little bit, right? But that would be awesome. Because
Hey,
that, I mean, 1930s baseball was freaking awesome. Great. I mean, yeah. So I can see where a lot of people are coming from the 40s. I guess why I got into 1940s baseball was because right the Second World War impacted it in the way. So the First World War, right, the 1918 season ends in September because of Wilson's work or fight order. But you had, right, the end of 1941. What a great season in 1941, guys, right? DiMaggio's 56 game hitting streak. Ted Williams hits, what, 406 that year. And then World War II begins for the United States in December of that year. But in 1942, you still had some people hanging out. Gets bad in 43 and 44. I will agree there. But it was also, I think, interesting because you saw baseball impacted more profoundly with the Second World War than you did with the First. So,
what led to Joe Nuxhall being the youngest player to play the game in the majors.
oh, the first, okay, so,
And
oh, Pittsburgh. Well, I'll say this, yeah. So the first team to field a team of all ethnic, racial minorities, however you want to say it, the Pittsburgh Pirates, 1971. Thank you very much. But you're talking about integrated, first city to field an integrated ball club. Are we talking are we talking modern baseball or all of baseball, Ken? Because obviously, if we're talking Major League Baseball in the modern era, that's Brooklyn because of Jackie Robinson. So I'm
yeah,
not quite understanding the question. But the first team to field have a starting lineup of all non-white players was the Pittsburgh Pirates. Oh, minor leagues. Holy moly. Oh yeah, Aaron with the Joe Nuxhall reference. Nice. There you go. You get some points from cousin Ken now.
uh, yeah,
Um,
like
First city in general. Oh man, Ken's putting up a poser here. Everybody's putting their thinky caps on. We can't Google. No Googling, right?
no Googling.
Well,
That's all.
everybody is
Googling is
Googling.
cheating.
Yeah, everybody's cheating. Everybody's the Houston Astros here tonight. That's all good. Carlos says he loves reading about sports during the Depression era. Oh, yeah, nice. Businesses just shutting down to watch World Series. Kentucky Derby, for example. This will never happen again. And Carlos, people during the Depression, sometimes the only meal they had during the day was going to the ballpark and having a hot dog. And people would write, and of course, all the crazy things that started happening, because let's face it, what did it cost to see a baseball game in the 1930s? It was a lot of money, right? But great stuff. Ken's
I used
Ken's
to read somewhere that the price of a hot dog or whatever it is back in the 30s was like $1,
but that if
close
that
to $1, if
and
not.
that's all you got. That's
That's
all
all
you
you
got.
had. Yeah. I
Hey,
mean,
there's Clinton Parks, the professor. Clinton coming
Professor
in,
has
Aaron.
arrived.
Exactly. And he says Deacon Philippe was breezing along with one hitter until the eighth inning. Gave up a single to Wagner,
Oh,
followed by a hit to Pie Trainer, which Kip Selbach allowed an extra base hit with a wild throw. So Clinton is doing a cards and dice version of our Ned McGreevy League, and he is knocking these games out left and right. Clinton, did you see Cousin Ken's? Did you see Cousin Ken's trivia question? He wants to know what is the first city to field an integrated ball club? So he's saying first city in general, and nobody apparently has gotten it right. And actually, I was even technically wrong with my answer because the one I answered isn't a city, anyhow. And of the original 16 franchises, that was the only team that didn't represent a city. Of course, the Brooklyn Dodgers. Sorry, Clinton. If I get the mic any closer, well, never mind. Anyhow,
been kind of hot.
so Montreal. Oh, could be Montreal because Jackie played. Oh, U.S. City. Okay, because Jackie played in Montreal in 1940. So
Was it the Montreal Royals or something like that?
Montreal
Like the
Royals, exactly. They were farm club of the Brooklyn Dodgers. So Ken wants to know who is the first. What's the first U.S. city to field an integrated baseball team? So this includes minor leagues. So World's Worst
it's
Gamer says so. Right, the Montreal Royals. Right. This is tough. This hurts. So I don't know.
somewhere in your head, your brain's going.
Oh my God. I'm like because this is one of those questions that's
It's like a dang fax machine in there,
right.
or like one of those
Okay, so Montreal Royals, yeah, Robinson
teletypes.
1946, right? Jackie said um Jackie said that that was the only time that people were chasing a black man because they out of love, right? Because when the Montreal Royals won the pennant in the minor leagues that year. Clinton asked, didn't Jackie start at Pensacola? Well, Jackie was in the Negro Leagues, so, but I don't know where he started in the majors, Clinton. I have no idea. And
Speaking of
Ken,
the Negro leagues,
yeah, he
there
played for the
is
Monarchs. Jackie
yeah,
Robinson played for the Monarchs. He was a teammate of Satch Paige.
Satchel Paige.
Yep.
There is
Todd
a
B, what a smart ass. He said is Ken's age group in the centuries. Clinton came in and Ken said, finally somebody from my age group. So Todd, Todd, Clinton, and Ken, these guys are like, if you could have like a three-sided naval battle, these guys are always going broadsides, man, all
they
the
were
time.
always
Oh yeah,
broadsiders.
it's awesome. Yeah,
They would have been broadsiders. You
exactly.
know,
So
attack from the
Todd hits.
sides.
So Ken will hit with like the grape shot, right? And then Todd will
Yeah,
come in with like the big like the 10 pounders and stuff like that. And then
yeah.
just Clinton comes in and
Just
Clinton was in
drops
the
the
Navy,
load.
right? Yeah. So Clinton was a Navy vet. We thank him for his
My
service.
grandfather was in the army.
He was an Army man.
He
Okay.
yeah, he's an army man. He's now 83 years old and he is a amputee in his right leg below at the knee. But
Okay.
he's 83 years old and doing well for himself.
God bless him. So
But
Ken
yeah,
going
like
on here, and he said these two players were Negro League players before going to the minors. Is Larry Doby in there somewhere?
Turkey Stern,
Oh my God.
Josh Gibson,
Well, because we're trying to figure out the
uh,
first U.S. city to field an integrated team. I guess in the modern era, because in the 19th century, I mean, certainly Toledo had Moses and Welde Walker. So
oh Moses.
would it be Toledo, Ken? Or if you're because U.S. city, 19th century, Toledo, right? Toledo Blue Stockings, Moses or
Holy
Fleet and Welde
Toledo.
Walker. Would that be right, Ken? I mean, trying to score some points here, man. No. Oh, damn it. Okay, but are
Uh,
we counting 19th century, Ken? Then that means somebody did it before Toledo. Well, it's going to be somebody from the 1870s or something. Oh no, because you said they were in the Negro Leagues. So there were no Negro Leagues in the 19th century. So no. Okay, so modern baseball, which I still define as being in 1894, but that's okay. No picking nits here or nicking pits. Aaron, this is making my brain hurt, buddy. What about you?
I I wish I could help you, man.
Dude, I'm
I get
totally
I
lost.
I get lost too. I'm
Post
like,
World War II. Okay, was it
okay,
Kansas?
so
Okay, was it Kansas City, Ken? Was it Kansas City? Please say it was Kansas City. He defines modern as 1923. Okay. The great Castro Beatles eternally debate is going to be coming up soon about modern baseball. But no, it wasn't Kansas City. Damn it. Come on, Aaron. Aaron, come on, man. We're on the spot here, dude. And
see,
Clinton wants to
post
say
World War II.
Atlanta.
So this is
Well, it certainly
let's see,
wasn't
after 19.
Boston, that's for sure. Boston was the
This is if
last
he
to
says
integrate.
post World War II, this is after 1945
Exactly.
because that's when the war ended. Was after 40. Was during
Right,
45.
exactly.
So 46 up to
Ca-
probably.
Carlos is thinking of Southern City. Ken is like the Benjamin Button of this group, says Todd B. Oh my God.
They didn't. There wasn't a team in Texas until the early 1960s when Houston got one, but
Houston Colts,
um,
right? Colt
Colt
45s.
45s.
Colt
Then
45s, right?
they became the Astros.
Right.
But like as far as a team that fully integrated,
Hmm.
um, gosh,
This
because
is like
the color barrier wasn't broken until the 19 was it? So Jackie Robinson came along.
1947.
So
1947. In,
47.
in the National
So
League,
in the
1948 in the
National
American
League, no
League.
less.
Yeah.
What was it? Larry W was the first AL player when he was picked up by the Cleveland Indians.
Clint and I agree. Zoe Saldana is an incredible hottie. Just had to, yeah, throw that in. Zoe is hot.
But uh, because it's a good question because in it first team to have a fully integrated rock lineup,
A U.S. team.
a U.S. team too.
Yeah, yeah. So
Um,
so forget the Montreal Royals.
yeah.
Forget the Brooklyn Dodgers, apparently.
Forget the
So
Brooklyn Dodgers. Because though Jackie was the first,
in the National
he
League, right? Yeah. Damn
in
it.
the National League,
Ken's loving
he
this. Ken's loving this.
oh
And you
man,
know what? He's going to be a strunz, and he's not going to tell us tonight. He's not going to give us the answer tonight. You wait.
yeah,
He's going to make us wait.
make us wait.
Ken is
Come back next time for the
Ken
answer to the
Ken is
climactic trivia
he's a
question.
brilliant journalist, and he is also he. You look in a dictionary for sadist, and you see a picture of cousin Ken.
You'd
I'm
see his
telling you.
face.
Oh, I know. He's
You'd see
laughing it
his
up, man. He's laughing it up right now, saying, "Uh-huh, I'm throwing down," because
yeah,
it's even making
he is
Clinton's
not
brain
pulling any
hurt.
punches.
It's making right. He says, "No, not a full team." Branch Rickey and Buzzy Bavasi plays Campanella and Don Newcomb in Nashua, New Hampshire, 1946, to play for the Class B Dodgers. I'll be damned. There we
Because
go. So there it goes. He says, "It's my turn, old man," talking to Ken.
ah,
Nashua, New Hampshire. Damn it.
wow,
Damn.
dang.
New Hampshire. And here we are all thinking, right, because Carlos was thinking somewhere in the South. Clinton at
Because I was
first thought
thinking,
Atlanta. Steve
because
Tate.
Don,
Steve, you'll read the chat. So first we have Aaron Reed on. He was doing color with the game and stuff.
I've
And
been here all night.
then then Ken Castro just came out with like this killer trivia question that
A bomb.
I guess Clinton got it. So and Steve saying hi to you, buddy.
Hello, Steve. The but yeah, like because I know John Newcomb was on that team or Don Newcomb was on that team that won the pennant with Bobby Thompson hitting that home run, which a lot of people don't know, but there was actually no recorded audio other than that last inning. Uh-oh.
Todd B. Here he goes again. He's
Oh,
firing across the bow. He says, I
there we
invited
go.
Dick Van Dyke to the chat to join Ken and Clinton's age group.
Oh
Oh
no.
man.
Oh wow.
if we
We're
can
in for it now.
if we can orchestrate a way to get everybody together to go see a ball game,
In
it's
person
we're keeping Todd
for
B and Ken and Clinton. We're gonna like right. They're gonna each sit in their own section, and we'll just like
the,
right. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? We'll just like on the phone text.
If we
These
go
guys are
to
gonna
a
kill each
Legends,
other.
oh man, if we go to a
Okay.
Legends game,
Yeah.
we should sit in 109, just all of us together, like be like the big 109 bunch, just sit in that 109 row. I think it was row 11. I think it was because one of the my
Oh
where
yeah.
my seat is my name, the back of my of the seat is in Braille.
Mm,
They never
that
took it
works.
down. They never took it off.
All right.
It's been there since 2002 when we had season tickets, and they put my name in Braille, so that way all I do is find my seat, and there it is. A couple times
Nice.
there was always a little kid sitting there, but I don't like to move a kid from a seat, except for when like for a couple times when there's like a group of people there that have a bunch of little kids with them, and they kick the back of the seat and all that. Then you have to get the nearest adult. Could you please tell your kid to stop doing that?
Pfft. Little kids that
I
kick the
mean,
back of seats should be put on a spit
oh,
and
but like
roasted.
or are like talking like really loud throughout the game.
Oh,
I mean,
please. I know,
like
right?
I'll tell you. So it was me and my older brother. We
Hmm.
went to a Legends game. It was just us. We went to a Legends game one night. I don't know if it was a church group or what, but there was just like these like kids that are like maybe 8 to 10 years old or 12, 11, 12 years old.
Hmm.
Any just but there it was a group of them. They were like yep, 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 yep. Now I don't mind you talking
Right.
anything, but don't do it like really loud in my ear when I'm trying to listen to the game. And they were like kicking the back of the seat and everything, which is right behind me. And then finally, I looked over and there was a lady there. I said, "Ma'am, could you please ask your kids to stop doing that? I can't focus on the game." And then she took them all and moved them away from us. But it was like it was kind of, and we didn't really stay for the whole game because we were all getting kind of tired. It's getting late at night, you know, because
Hmm.
sometimes, like, if it rains during a game, which we've had many of those,
Right.
like, we go to the concourse, we stand, like, I'll tell you, I could, say it was 2004,
Hmm.
and it was right around the end of the season, like, close to it.
Hmm.
And the Legends were having a homestand weekend, I think it was. And it was a Saturday night, and we literally we just got there, and they were bringing the players on the field.
Hmm.
They were bringing the players on the field, or they either were about to or had just done it. They didn't ask, and it started to rain,
Hmm.
and it's like it went from a steady drizzle to oh my god, it's a freaking it's like a it's a it's thunder and everything. Three and
Hmm.
a half hours, and they announced that the game was called, so they were going to do a double header on following Sunday, which fine, you know, I don't mind. I like double headers. I don't mind 2 7 inning games, though. I think that's how they're doing it now in the
Oh
majors now.
man, no! Don't get me started. The double headers should be 9 innings each, and none of this day-night bullshit.
That's how
Right?
it used to
What was
be.
the old days, man? It was a half hour or something between games or something.
Yeah, take a break, half an hour between games, and then play 9 innings more.
Day-night bull.
Or or you could do what the White Sox did in '84 and play what how long? Let's see. It was against the Brewers. They played like what 25, 26 innings one night, and then literally they had to stop play because it was like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
and they came back the next night. And it took 9 minutes to finish it because Harold Baines went deep, and then they played 9 innings more. And Seaver won both games. I mean,
Well,
that's
yeah, Seaver was a beast. World's worst gamer, not a fan of double headers. Ooh,
uh,
controversy. So he
Ooh.
says double headers should never happen. They often end in splits. He doesn't like that. Ooh. Okay. Let's
Mm.
see. Let's see if that now again nicely. This maybe should engender some healthy debate. What do you guys say about double headers? What do you guys think? I'm not
I
taking
mean, if it,
sides on this one. I'm not.
I'm not taking sides either.
I'm not taking sides. I'm gonna stay on. Although, as Alan Parsons sang, sitting on fences can make you a pain in the ass. But still, yeah. So
That's true.
Robbie's a fan of doubleheaders, but Robbie, you need to learn because you always talk about day-night doubleheaders. They're bullshit. So, but okay,
What,
we
like
got we got one, we
play
got
a game in
two.
the daytime and
I
then take
hate
time a
day
little?
night because all that is for the owners to make more money. Do the double headers the way they're supposed to be. Holy
There's a
shit,
message.
there used to be triple headers in baseball.
Uh, they can't do that anymore. I don't think.
Triple
You'd
headers?
be there all day.
Well, so
Well, it's not that it matters, but still, I mean, they can't even like. You ever heard of a postseason doubleheader?
mm,
That's a good one too. A postseason
oh, owners would
doubleheader.
never go for that. Are you kidding me?
No.
Uh,
I mean the I used to like because they say if a game goes 5 innings and it's a rain out and it's automatically over. Whoever's leading at
mhm,
the end of 5 or 4.5 automatically wins.
mhm.
Because I've seen a couple games, Legends games in that way. We were like it was a rain. We just taking the lead in the bottom of the fifth inning and it rained and it wouldn't stop. So
Right.
we get on the road after a while and because Dad had to go to work the next day
Mhm,
and it's a Friday. It was a next day was a Saturday, and
mhm.
it said they came back and said, "Oh, the game has been called. It's over. The Legends win, whatever to whatever." And
Right.
it was.
Well,
But
what level minor leagues are the Legends?
this is, I think, single
Single
A,
A. I
low
mean, it
A.
kind of makes sense, single A or even double A. Well, especially if it's single A, but the majors, man. I mean, so even if you're doing 7 inning double headers, which is a thing in the minors, I get it. But this
Yeah,
bullshit in the major league 7 inning double headers, that's not baseball. That's
no.
that's crap, is what that is. It's
I
the
mean,
world's worst
what
game, and we're
about
not picking
the?
on you, brother. I'm just getting the vote out there and what people think on double headers. Not saying that you're wrong or anything. I've just never heard a baseball fan say that. So you've hit a triple tonight for being the first baseball fan I've ever heard say that doesn't like double headers. So we'll score
Hey,
that a triple. So world's worst
that's a
gamer on
triple on
third.
you.
Yep. So he's just
Yeah, we
90
got to
feet
get you to
away.
home.
Yeah, who's gonna bat him in? So
um, I was gonna say, ask a question. What
yeah,
are the thoughts on a mercy rule?
guys, yeah, ask it again, Aaron. Go ahead, man.
What are the thoughts on a your thoughts on a mercy or slaughter? Or in this case, in some cases, it's called a slaughter rule.
So you got one
I
team
mean,
just to open a can of whoop ass on the other.
well, they
Uh,
have it in college.
yeah, they do.
There is a mercy rule in college. I think if it's team in some conferences, if a team scores like 10 runs in the first or so inning, they do it in little league too. Little leagues are 6 innings anyway because kids can't really
Well, you're getting
don't want to really.
answers and you're getting them fast, buddy. So we
Wow,
got a nope from Ken Castro,
no slaughter rule
nope
from
from
Ken.
Clinton. Steve
Ah,
Tate says mercy rules aren't for professionals. Pibb says nope. Actually, Ken says nope times two. World's Worst
ah,
Gamer talks. He said I've seen it too many times. 11-0 lead, and all of a sudden it's 12-11. And
yeah,
Steven says take your punishment or fix yourself.
yeah.
Um,
I always,
Professionals no
I think,
mercy. Oh man, Aaron,
pro,
you're the chat's lighting up with this, man.
oh man, that's I had to get that in there because in college they do it. They do it in college. Some conferences have it where if a team scores 10 runs and another team doesn't score within a certain innings, it's automatically over.
Right.
I'm like, can't you just? Well, I'm a belief that because if a team's down 11-0 in let's say the first inning, they got 9 innings to pot. Let's say it's a home team that's down. They got 9 innings to come back.
Right.
They can either do it all in one go or chip away over time. I
World's
mean, look
worst
at what
gamer. He
the
says no.
01 Indians did.
Uh huh.
I mean, they were down by 12 at one point during that game and against the Mariners, and then they came all the way back to beat them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They would not quit. They came all the way back. So that whole if you put in a slaughter rule, it takes away that whole anything can happen aspect. It's not. It's like never in doubt.
Right. Well, these guys are bringing up some examples. Clinton says he still remembers as a kid watching a Red Sox game against California, and the Sox scored 9 in the first. By the time it was over, it was Boston 13, California 9. So yeah, there you
Wow.
go. Well, what about that game, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia? Pittsburgh had the 10-run lead. That was the famous one that Rooker said, "If we blow this lead, I'll walk back to Pittsburgh," and that's
I'll walk back to
exactly what
Pittsburgh.
happened. That's
They blew
exactly
it.
what happened.
I
Robbie
mean,
says one opinion he does have is that he thinks that rain shortened games where a team wins on a rain out, if it's an official game, is a cheap way to win. I would counter that by saying that the way you have to run and do things in baseball, it's pretty dangerous to play on a soaked field
yeah,
because you're not running. And I know
be
in F
swimming around the
ball,
bases.
right? I mean, I know in F ball you have, you can zigzag and all that happy horse shit and stuff like that. But I mean, in baseball, you're like running these sharp angles, and that ball's going to go anywhere. And yeah,
And it's
I'm
wet too.
baseball. It's yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a cheap way to. But again, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, Robbie. I would just say I respectfully disagree. I don't think it's a cheap way to win. Can't control the weather. I mean, you know,
Football play F ball. Excuse me. F ball players can play in the rain and the snow, but if
right.
it gets lightning, that's when they have to quit. They have to stop.
Hmm.
Because I saw a game, an F ball game, and you could censor what I just said a few seconds
Oh no,
ago.
no, F ball's okay. It's if
No,
you if
no. I mean,
oh
I
did
slipped
you
up.
say the full name before?
Yeah, you could censor that if you want.
Well, what happens is we have Ken Castro smack you with a wrench.
But I watched the F ball game a few. It was the Buccaneer. No, it wasn't it was the Chiefs and I think the Seahawks, and it was a Sunday night ESPN game, and there
Hmm.
was nasty weather in the region, and apparently lightning almost hit the stadium. They had to get the players off the field and stop play for like I think it was maybe a half an hour to an hour and a half.
Hmm.
They didn't come back out till it cleared up, but it took a while.
Hmm.
They had to do it. It was so bad they had to do a 5 minute halftime, a 6 minute halftime.
Hmm.
I'm like, but yeah, like the but in baseball, if it's raining, it's easy to slip up and make them like fall. I mean,
Oh yeah.
you can't really run in the well, you can run in the rain, but if it's like like I've heard it rain really hard during a ESPN game when I think it was on Sunday Night Baseball. I don't know if it was a game that went
Uh huh.
that was a re-air or what, but it was like I remember I woke up at 5 something in the morning to go to school and it was on. Like there was a game on. It was raining. I'm like, is this? I'm like, is this a replay or is this actually live? I don't know. I never got an answer on that. But it was like 5 something in the morning and it was in August and it
Right.
it was you could hear it was coming down in buckets. I'm like, there is no way. Like I asked my dad, I said, is this live or is this pre-taped or is this like the replay? And I don't think he really, I don't remember what he said, but because sometimes when you're watching, say, like, because ESPN does this, like if you're watching F ball or baseball, whatever it is, they might do a replay of a game really late at night,
Hmm.
but that gives them enough time to edit it for time constraints or whatever it is. Because in like college, in college F ball, for example, they do that when they want to edit out like a lot of the like they want to make the game just be 2 or 3 hours. They edit out all the bull pretty much and just get to the or do what they used to do back in the old days where they would have like silent film over mute cheapy kick ass music or something like that.
Right.
Like
Right. Right. Right.
Mission Impossible shit.
So
I
so
mean,
chat's blowing up. Steve Tate, 'cause you know how like my like right and so my broadcast
Yes,
things degenerate. So
right.
Steve just he just did it and it's beautiful. So
Yeah.
Steve Tate says, "I have a question for Robbie, Jeannie or Marianne?" And Ken's laughing, right? Robbie says, Marianne." Cousin Ken hits it out of
Marianne.
the park. He says both, same time. Steve Tate says,
Ah,
"Ken going for the gold." Yep, and then Ken just says, naturally, right?
naturally.
Oh man, Steve Tate. Steve, I swear, Ken.
Steve's killing it.
Yeah, but Steve's gonna get wrenched here in a second because he's gonna say something about the band I hate above all others. And in the meantime, while we wait for that, Carlos says, "Oh, and by the way,
Oh,
he hates Dome Stadium for." Yeah, so do I. Amen. Hate Dome Stadium. Well,
whether
I
it's the
hate it for
Metro,
baseball. I don't care what the other sports do, but I hate him for baseball.
what was it? The Metrodome,
And you had the Astrodome.
the Astrodome, the Sky Dome, which I
Robbie
think,
doesn't understand the question. Ooh,
ooh, ooh,
Robbie.
Robbie.
All right, I'm changing this whole title from Ned McGreevy, 31 August 1990, Philadelphia, Manchester, Aaron Reed doing color to we're gonna it'll be clickbait. Teaching Robbie about Marianne and Jeannie. Watch the viewership blow up. We're gonna get 30 viewers in here in
Oh,
5 seconds, man.
oh man. Wow.
Steve is a great setup, man, says Ken Castro.
Did
Uh,
the
and Steve Tate ends with, and that may be the problem, Robbie. Robbie, do some research. After you do some Saber research, Google Marianne and Jeannie, and you'll see. And ooh, oh goodness gracious! You know, Jeannie could never show her navel, man. Never showed her navel in that series.
never showed her navel?
But didn't Marianne look great in those shorts?
Mm.
Mm. Yeah, take me back to the 1960s, and boom.
These days, I still have a thing for the classic TV.
Well, yeah,
I
well, I have a
mean,
classic hotties, but no, I get you. No, I do. I'm a big Star Trek fan, and
oh,
Twilight Zone. My girlfriend's a huge Twilight
do-do-do-do-do-do.
Zone fan.
I
So,
love, I love I love watching Twilight Zone. Pluto needs to get a channel of a Twilight
Steve,
Zone channel. Steve
Steve
again.
just killed me. Oh my God, Samantha. Yeah, Pib. Oh my God, Elizabeth Montgomery was hot actually. But
Oh,
Steve says, at my age now, Mrs. Howell looks better. Steve Tate
Gilligan's.
just singled. He just singles in World's Worst Gamer. So there we
It's
go.
lovely.
Mrs.
What is that?
Howell, Lovey. Yep, Lovey. Oh my God.
Lovely.
Oh my God.
What is it?
Ken's
Mrs. Howell from
laughing, man. Love it.
Gilligan's Island. We
Um,
got the whole. We got something going here.
bite
This
me,
has turned into
Clinton.
a.
Dune all the way. Star Trek is for amateurs. Get going, buddy.
Get
There's
out.
only for me, pal. There's only one thing that can come close to it, and that's Babylon 5. But
Babylon 5.
Dune, Dune, for novels.
Dune.
Frank Herbert is the J.R.R. Tolkien of science fiction. We'll totally buy it with the books because Star Trek books are right. But really, Star Trek is for amateurs. Cousin Ken, could you
No.
please smack Clinton while you're smacking
I
Clinton?
have I have best friends who are avid Trekkies.
I
I
and
mean,
oh my God,
from
love
the
Star Trek.
classics all the way up to where they are, where it is now.
World's
And
Worst Gamer forgot why he got the triple. Can I make something up, or should I remind him? What do you think?
I, I
What do you
think it
think,
was
Randy
the.
Savage?
I think we should give him a reminder. Yeah.
All right, that's good, man. So,
You should
World's Worst
remind him,
Gamer,
brother.
you got the triple for being the first baseball fan I've ever talked to, or whatever, that doesn't like double headers. So that's why we scored you a triple just
You
for
didn't
that.
like double headers.
Didn't like double headers.
You got a dead ball triple.
So Todd B, he's getting a little graphic here. We're liking it here. He says, I would like to roll around in a coconut cream pie with Marianne while the skipper calls me Big Buddy instead of Little Buddy like he did
Instead of
Gilligan.
big buddy. Well, because the skipper calling Gilligan little buddy is little buddy all the time.
Yeah, I now look at that and I sort of raise an eyebrow.
Mm.
So, but Oh my God. This okay. So we're done with baseball apparently. So
We transitioned into TV, folks. We've gone from that baseball to
watch. I'm
sitcoms.
gonna get Clinton. Clinton, Zoe Saldana or Mel B. Oh, Steve, we'd
Mm.
be here for the next 3 days. Are you
Oh
kidding me?
gosh,
So
I need to
Clinton,
pack a
what do you
sack
say?
lunch.
So exactly right. Um, sack lunch. I'm not even gonna go there. Anyhow, so we're waiting for Clinton. All right. So Steve Tate says Zoe, and Clinton says Mel B. It's on. It's on.
Oh, the debate is
We're doing the
on.
hottie debate, right?
Hottie debate.
Yeah, because my answer is always
Um,
Kate Beckinsale. So, but
Kate, oh, there you go.
yeah, but Zoe, they're both Zoe and Mel B. Oof. All right. So Steve going Zoe. He's going for the posh British woman, and Mel B. Maybe slightly less posh, but equally as hot. And Ken Castro, of course, same answer, both same time. And Clinton says, when I play Carnival, I really want to guess. I really guess the weight. Ken aims high, says Steve Tate. Yeah, he does, right? Ken's gonna do. So Ken's gonna go back to the '60s. He's gonna do Jeannie and Marianne,
Marianne.
right? And then he's gonna. Wow. But yet, way back there, right? Yeah. So Samantha Stevens. Samantha Stevens, man, buddy. I'll tell you what, Pib. Elizabeth Montgomery was beautiful, 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 and
There's always that.
yeah, she
There's
was.
always that TV girl, that the sitcom girl that makes you just want to just drool over yourself. I mean, there you look at her, it's like, God, I wish she were
See,
real.
Pib's coming back in on Samantha. I'm telling you, man, Elizabeth Montgomery was babe. The Sisters of
She,
Petticoat Junction, says Clinton Parks. What was that? Mary Joe,
ooh,
Betty Joe, and Bobby Joe, I think.
Mary Joe, Betty Joe, Bobby Joe. Then you had, of course, you had Uncle Joe.
Oh my God, Uncle Joe, right?
Yep. I miss the days of TV land.
Oh, so
I
Ken
do.
Castro says that we Portuguese, so he's Portuguese descent. He says we have a
Uh,
simple mentality, one child only. As we Irish have a mentality, just one keg at a time of Guinness. But anyhow,
Guinness.
oh my God, Steve Tate just killed it all now. Here we go. He
Oh
says,
boy.
he says, hope we don't go too far and start evaluating Granny Clampett and Aunt B.
And
Oh
a
my
seed in my
God.
marijuana.
Steve Tate. Steve Tate. I think Steve Tate. There was nobody on, but Aaron. I think we got to give him a grand slam there.
Gotta give him a grand slam right
Because
there.
now, like all these thoughts I've
You
had
gotta
of
give that man a
Elizabeth
grand slam, brother.
Montgomery, exactly. So forget Elizabeth Montgomery and Zoe Saldana and Mel B and Kate Beckinsale and Don Wells and Ray Barber Eden. Because now we've got Aunt B and Granny Clampett.
Being Granny Clampett.
I think Steve's trying to steer us back to baseball, and he's going to drop a music comment. He's going to drop a music comment because I made the mistake of telling Steve about the band that well, there's two rock acts that I absolutely hate. Ted Nugent's one of them, which I actually hate worse than it. But there's another band that everybody in the world seems to love except me, and Steve is he's waiting. He's going to try to catch me off guard, and I'm watching. I'm
This
watching.
just in
It's coming.
game result on the Discord server.
Oh, what's up?
Mickey Cochran, 3-run homer. Arsenal wins.
Arsenal wins. Is that from Clinton?
I will get that for you in
Thanks,
just
man.
a second.
The Motor
Let's
City.
see.
Steve, don't even tell me you're a fan of that guy. Don't even. Steve Tate. Steve Tate. He's pushing it, man. He's pushing it, Aaron.
Hang on a second.
We got 10 people in here and 10 people watching. Hi, everybody. The baseball game has been over for like
It's
I
been
don't
over for
know,
about
like
an hour
two
and a
hours
half
or
now,
right, hour
at
and a
least.
half, 2 hours. Yeah. So there we go. Those two people just left. They did. They literally did. It went from 10 to 8 when I said that.
Let's see. Game results. Here we go. It's from
Oh, the Romantics are good. Good band, Steve. So who is it? Who is it, Aaron?
Navy vet,
That's Clinton. That's
1994.
Clinton.
He
Okay.
says
Yep.
Mickey Cochran 3-run blast wins it for Arsenal,
Okay. Cool.
according to the Discord server.
Iggy Pop. Good stuff. Like his song, the is it called "The Passenger"? First heard that song in Sons of Anarchy. Great show, by the
Hmm.
way.
Every time I think of the passenger, I think of Crystal Duke.
Okay.
My musical, not like
The Ramones.
you,
Good band.
the Ramones, the
Good band.
Blitz Creek Bop, the most
Yep.
commonly played song at a baseball game. Well, I guess you could say that.
Robbie likes. Yeah. So wait, you're supposed to tell me who Arsenal was playing. Was it Liverpool?
I think it.
Because
Let me
that's my
ask him.
team. Is Liverpool.
Hang on, let me ask him real quick here. Oops,
Okay.
hang on.
Bob Seger.
Word.
Yeah. Bob Seger's good. Steve's waiting though. He's gonna do it, man. He's gonna.
I just asked him if they were
Okay.
playing Liverpool.
Steve is gonna
So
drop the bomb. He's gonna do it.
turn the page. He's gonna turn the page. Little Bob Seger reference that you mentioned.
Ken,
Uh,
nice play there, Aaron. Ken
yeah, he's
Castro
gonna
asking,
turn
he
the
says,
page,
Robbie, do you figure out Steve's question yet?
and then work on the night moon
Listen to you, Aaron's man. Look at this.
against the wind.
Oh, Aaron. Oh my God. Just don't be breaking the wind, man. Break like the wind, huh? She's like the wind.
She's like the wind.
Steve Tate's thinking about saluting.
God, we
Um,
know our music.
there we go. Let me date it to Ken's time. Bill Haley.
Bill Haley
Bill Haley and the Comets.
rocking around the clock. Apparently,
First rock and roll hit, man. Although rock and roll trivia. Now these guys will get it, but I'm gonna put it out there. All right, guys. Rock and roll was actually slang for what? Who can answer it first? Yeah, there we go. Steve Tate did it. He did it. He did it. He did it.
didn't even bat an eye.
He didn't even have to drop the band's name, and he's already
No.
got me going. Yeah, he says for those about to rock. So you know
We salute
now. Yeah,
you.
I hate ACDC. So there we
I
go.
don't really particularly care for them either.
Not a
I
fan.
mean,
If I'm gonna listen to some balls out rock and roll, it's gonna be Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, ACDC, dude. I'm
got another
sorry.
thing
That
coming.
1-4-5 progression bullshit. No, get out of here.
Ah,
Give me something that's got some. I don't know. I can't stand them.
I mean,
But Steve Tate, he's gonna torture me like forever and ever now. Right? He's loving it. He's loving it. See, look. Have I had to do an ACDC song before? So yes, I have actually, Steve.
oh no.
Yeah, I had to do it a couple times. I forget what I covered for them was the Jack and
She's got the Jack. Jack.
what's that one?
Big
What's knocking
balls.
me out? No, knocking me out. Those American thighs, trying to cool me down. Take another round.
You shook me
Back
all
in the
night long.
you shook me all night long, and then I told bands after that, if you want to do
No ACDC.
ACDC, one of you guys are gonna sing it. I'm not. I'm not afraid of high songs. I have a high singing voice, but I will not sing ACDC.
I actually have a place in my heart for some. I like some Aerosmith.
I love Aerosmith, man.
God, like the like you listen to them in the '70s and Steven
Angus Young
Tyler
for the
stands.
win. No, no, no,
Ooh,
no, 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 no. Angus Young, good player, but he's not a patch on Rory Gallagher. He is not a patch on Jimmy Page. Um,
Zeppelin.
yeah, not Tony Iommi. Only band you know who got a hit with bagpipes. It's not depressing. World's
Bagpipes.
Worst Gamer likes AC/DC because it's not depressing shit, which means you probably hate Pink Floyd because they are dark, and that's one of the reasons I love Pink Floyd. Carlos
The
says
last time,
early Aerosmith was awesome. Aerosmith is just great.
the
Love
last
him.
time I heard, the last time I heard Pink Floyd was another brick in the wall, and that was at our school's radio station when
Oh
I was
man. So you never
growing up.
so like you want to listen to a great song from Pink Floyd, listen to a song called Sorrow. That
Hmm.
opening guitar riff, The opening guitar
Oh,
that David Gilmour does is like it's the embodiment of the apocalypse. It's
actually,
amazing. He
I
holds
think
that
I've heard that one too. Actually,
it's
now
just
that
he
you
goes from
mention
two chords E minor to C, but it's just like it's low and it's like
it,
just
it's like the
oh my
apocalypse.
God, it is, and the song is about the apocalypse.
What was
It's such
that?
a great song. Sorrow,
Comfortably numb. Hello, is there
great song.
anybody
Yeah.
in there?
Pink Floyd, freaking legends.
Just, I mean, and then like it's like let's see, like my dad is big into this. He listens to this station called Octane.
Mhm.
It's one of those like a modern rock
Mhm.
station. It's on XM, and I get annoyed because it's the same. It's almost the same thing every time. Like if it ain't growly, if some lyrics are easy to understand, but it's like here's my take on it. If it's growly, like
Mhm.
you can't really get into it.
Right,
I
right,
mean,
right.
he just got done seeing Five Finger Death Punch last November. Saw
Mhm.
them. Dad just saw them in concert, and did they, you know, like. But I like more of the classic rock, like the
Oh, hold your thought a second. Just got to do a
sure,
greeting here. As we
sure.
got somebody coming here from Germany. Forever Remain
Ooh,
90 says good morning, everybody. Good morning, Forever Remain
Guten
90.
Morgen,
Listen to you. There you go. Um,
hallo,
so
Danke
world's
schön.
worst gamer, and okay, so this is legit. He says that he hates Pink Floyd because the girlfriend. He says because his ex-wife, who's a complete shit, listened to them. Although he does like Roger
Oh,
Waters, who is on the but no, I get that. No, I totally get it. So, and now when you hear their music, you have to be reminded of her. Good, this
comfortably
is good
numb.
stuff. So for the 10 of you that are here, again, the baseball game's been over for what, damn near 2 hours, Aaron?
We've just been shooting the
S-
BS
Just
for a
say
good
it, man.
two
We've been
hours now.
shooting the shit here.
We've been shooting
Exactly.
bullshit pretty much for 2 hours.
And trying to
This is
find
like a
Robbie a
this is like
woman
a damn this is like a damn podcast for crying out loud.
podcast. We're trying to find Robbie a classic
Yeah.
actress anywhere from the 60s to now. So, yeah, this is fun
Um,
stuff.
I I was trying to think of people that I used to watch because I watched my share of sitcoms as a kid, and
Hmm.
there were girls that I just whoa like would watch them and I'm like, God, I was their age and
Yeah.
they were real. I mean, like I'm trying to think because this is like Family
Nichelle
Ties was on
Nichols from Star Trek was
Michelle Nichols.
hot. Yep. We're
I've
getting
heard
back
she
into
was.
women now, obviously. So for you 10, for the two viewers that came in, we're probably not even going to get close to baseball again tonight. So just fair
We've
warning.
gone from
If you want to hang
we've
around,
gone
then
from
yeah.
yeah, Wayne and brave the conditions with us. We're here for a while and
Suzanne Summers in her prime in the 1970s. Yeah,
oh,
great legs, huh? Did anybody bring up? Yes, we brought Barbara Eden. Carlos
Barbara
was
Eden.
brought up because of the Jeannie Marianne question. So yeah, Barbara Eden, she was a babe. But again, another shout out for Elizabeth Montgomery. So just every once in a while, because Pib, right? He's full-blooded Italian. I'm half Italian, so we got to keep up for the Paisans here, and we both love Elizabeth
Just with the
Montgomery.
Pips and FBI, full blooded Italian.
Mary Tyler Moore from the Dick Van Dyke era. Good pick.
Oh yeah,
Music Fields of
Dick
the
Van
Nephilim.
Dyke.
Good. WW. Oh my God, I can't see. Is that a C or a G? Anyhow, women love bald heads. Smooth leaves no red marks. Well, I guess I'm screwed then because I got long hair. So, oh well.
I have long hair too.
Do you?
I
Cool, man.
mean, my bangs are literally past my nose. That's how long my hair is.
Now that hurts,
Like,
right? Right? World's Worst Gamer System. This is painful. You guys, check your archives. He says the hottest chick he liked in the 80s is now way overweight, Samantha Fox.
oh, dude,
Oh, and Margaret Volcanic.
Sammy Fox, come on.
So I guess she's a big girl now. Who was the chick that was in the uh, what was it? Warrant video, that Cherry Pie, that song Cherry Pie. She was
She's
she was a
my
babe.
cherry pie.
Naughty girls need love too. Absolutely, they do.
I
They do.
I'm not sure.
I only go for the naughty ones actually, so which is
The
probably why I'm like,
bad chicks.
oh, dude, I don't know. Yeah, I've been with too many. Maybe I should find a nice girl someday. See, my girlfriend's
I
sleeping, so she's not hearing any of this, which is nice.
oh
No, it's fine. It's cool. We don't live together or anything yet, but so it's, oh
oh
no, of
I
course
hope it
you're a
works
nice
out for you,
girl.
really.
So
But yeah, um like just you know I'm trying to think because when I was a kid growing up, we watched a lot of sitcoms, the Seinfelds, the we had Family Ties, albeit briefly when it
so
was
I
in
liked
syndication.
Elaine, man. She can't dance, but that's okay. What
Delane,
Julia? We were talking about Seinfeld, so Julia Louis Dreyfus.
yes.
She's cute.
Oh,
She's cute.
Jerry's wife
Yeah, yeah.
in Seinfeld,
I'd
Julie
give her to
Dreyfus.
Robbie.
Mm,
Is Robbie
that
still
would work
awake?
out.
These Texans, can they hang after midnight? Is this after midnight for Robbie? Can he hang? I don't know, man. Steve Tate, you can
Yeah,
never
it's
be in a strip club for 30 minutes and not hear two songs. Yep,
dude.
Cherry
It
Pie
is
and Pour Some Sugar on Me. Yep, stripper anthems.
in the
Agree,
name
Steve.
of love. I love me
Totally
some
agree,
Def Leppard.
Steve. Right? Oh, Def Leppard, excellent band. Really like them. But
It's one
yeah,
a.m. here
Def
officially.
Leppard. Um,
Not that I care, but it's 1 a.m. here.
good. What's that? Which one was that?
Do what?
No, no. I was just asking you to repeat what you said. I didn't hear you.
I said it's 1 a.m. here. Not that I care, but
No,
it's
you're
one
good. I'm just
a.m.
seeing if the Texan can hang, and he hasn't
Oh,
spoken in a while.
I think he may have
He might be doing
answered.
research. He might
He's
be doing
probably
research.
looking something up, or
Yeah.
maybe he's probably not answered the bell
Robbie, we're giving
for
you
the
some
next
women
round.
suggestions here, pal. So you
Yeah,
could.
we're trying to get you a nice girl.
He said he's up after midnight all the time. All right, Robbie, we're just making sure because you could look
Yeah,
at some of these women
we were checking on
like
you.
again, shout out for Elizabeth Montgomery, for Dawn Wells, for Barbara Eden, and you could kind of look for women that look like that, Robbie, and you'd be right. You'd be like a god among gods or something.
God among the gods. I
Exactly.
mean, men,
Clinton
like
said,
I've
good
had
night to
my
Clinton. All right, buddy,
Clinton
take
calling it.
care. And man,
Good
quit
night, Clinton.
shoveling the damn frozen water and whatever, Clinton. Take it easy, buddy, and we'll see you tomorrow night, huh? Pib says,
Good
look
night,
up
Clinton.
Elizabeth. Gotta look up Elizabeth Montgomery. Anyhow, when we get back to baseball, cousin, we got the barnstorming project figured out. It's going to be. Oh, you guys want to hear about this? Ken has got a great idea for a barnstorming project. You guys interested in hearing it? We
Ooh, this ought to be good.
get our heads out of the whatever. So yeah, so Ken has a baseball. It's a barnstorming project that is. I mean, I don't even know the full details. He's kind of dropped some things, the what
They
he wants
did
to do.
play. Arsenal did beat Liverpool, by the way,
Okay, figures. That's why he wanted to say
according
that.
to.
Yeah, because Liverpool's my team. Because Robbie picked in our draft. Robbie took my favorite baseball player of all time. He took Hannes Wagner, the
Oh,
bum.
drag.
Eh, the bum.
I so this is just a random, you know. So I was playing Triple Play 96 on the Sega Genesis one day,
Mhm.
and I was looking at the rosters of some of the teams, and
Mhm.
it's the most oddest band of people that in a game that I've ever played. Because the Yankees had this, or New York A as it's called, it was called, had this stacked roster of people that never played for them.
Okay.
I mean, Satchel Paige,
Right.
Sammy Sosa, King Griffey. I did not do this. I swear to you, but it was
Mhm.
like, like people, even fictional people, like even had Babe Ruth for crying out loud,
Oh my
like
God.
somebody took I think somebody, I don't know what it was, but I think it was made around the strike.
Mhm.
because they had nothing to do and they just said, put it together or something like that. But I play the game now on RetroArch and it's like the rosters are default. But games like Hardball and, you know, I'm still trying to get Hardball to work on RetroArch with DOSBox. But, uh-oh.
Ken has
Oh,
so
there we
because
go.
oh no, because you're getting us back to baseball. So Ken, this is talking about
Well,
right?
video games, but yeah.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
So in well, he says 1988, but I think he means 1888. But he says Al Spalding actually toured the globe, and he did, yeah, with two teams to promote baseball in his sporting goods company. And he said that he's collected rosters, game highlights, and even ship and train information. And he says we're going to play all the games with our own commentary. So how cool is that?
Ooh,
This is like he's going totally granular. I've never heard of a replay
cute.
like this. Ken, that's awesome. That is
That's
awesome.
gonna be sweet.
Yeah, so Spalding, Ken's right. I mean, so Spalding was trying to really push bait, obviously, right? Because he's the one that sold all the bats and balls and everything in baseball. And so literally, and in fact, there's that famous picture, right, taken in front of the Sphinx and all that kind of stuff. And the tour didn't make any money. And baseball really didn't catch on anywhere at that point. But that's brilliant, Ken. So looking forward to reading about that and Ken being a brilliant journalist. This is going to be something that's going to be awesome, awesome, awesome stuff. So this is sweet.
I mean, once I'm when I eventually do get baseball for Windows, I'm gonna do my '90s league, my gradual '90s league, and I might try to stream it.
Oh, good. Okay, cool.
I I have OBS. I
Okay.
have I don't know how that, or I could just make the videos and then put them on. They wouldn't have any like. I'm trying to figure out with OBS how to get images to go in without,
I'd
you
love to
know.
play Ken. I'm sorry, Aaron. I just want to say yes.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
I definitely would, Ken. Are you kidding me? If you're talking to me, pal, you bet. I would be honored to
Oh
play a
man.
game in a big game or two. Are you kidding me? Whew.
Or we could all gather around the table and play a board game of touch 'em all baseball. I think I still have that board game somewhere.
Touch small baseball. Robbie
Yeah,
Wartburg is he is the evangelist for baseball for Windows, and he's saying that you're going to love it. And I have
I
to
hope
agree. I have to agree. In fact, that
I.
might be a really good one for you to do your '90s league with, maybe, because you can do
That's
it
what I was talking about. I
right.
mean, you because obvious. Well, I was asking Robbie to see if he could look into it because that way he doesn't he can have it ready for me or something like that. And
Right.
when you can get me the game,
Right. Right.
we
Right.
can just because obviously I'm gonna need some hands-on explaining and how to do this
Hang
because
tight, man. That's going to be in February, but it's coming. I just had to find
I.
this.
But
Yep.
yeah,
So we're
we're
all
gonna.
good.
Speaking of March, when I told
We
you
weren't
we were
speaking
going
of
on,
March, Aaron. What are you smoking? We were talking about
I
February.
actually I know, no. When I was telling you about when I was going to go on vacation
Oh, okay. Right,
in
right,
Mar in
right, right. You're
Pennsylvania,
coming to Pennsylvania.
we're going to Harrodsburg or
Dude,
Harrisburg,
I'm like I live in a suburb of the capital. We got to figure this out, man.
dude.
To get
Like we're
together,
going.
maybe I'll hand you a disc that has baseball for Windows on it.
I can't do this on my computer. It ain't got a
You
disk drive.
well, no, all you have to do is just either find somebody that you know, or we just got to hook you up with a USB. Because my computer doesn't have a DVD drive either. They don't make them like that anymore. But unfortunately, APA in its stupidity is still releasing the game that way. So we'll just, but they're like $20 on eBay. We'll figure it out, man. Don't worry. Or on Amazon new. I picked up one for $20. Use it for like so. A lot of I told you I'm also a sleight of hand magician. So I have a lot of books, but I also have a lot of digital kind of sources and things like that. And so I needed a DVD drive for that. So yeah, they're cheap, man. That is not a problem as long as you got USB ports. Because I mean, I have a gaming computer. I have an Asus Strix. This thing is really powerful, but they just don't put DVDs in them anymore. Because what's on DVD anymore? So don't worry about it, man. We'll work it out. We'll figure it out. All right. You still there? I think his Wi-Fi went out again. Son of a bitch. Damn it. Damn it. Steve Titz says he couldn't fall asleep last night figuring out how other games, even cards and dice games, handle players from different eras playing each other. It's a sickness. It's a good sickness, though. Ken just finished a PDF roster for the Spalding Tour. Steve Titz says, watch your wallet if you meet up with Beatles there, Aaron. So Carlos says he's buying AC Baseball this weekend. You guys got me hooked. Oh, Action PC rocks, Carlos. It rocks. It rocks. It rocks. I can't think of anything. And now we are talking baseball again. I can't. I really, really am convinced now there is nothing that I can imagine that I would like to create in a baseball game that I could not do in Action PC Baseball. Well, actually, Carlos, reach out to Steve more than anybody. He is the guru when it comes to Action PC Baseball. Aaron, hope you get back soon, dude. For many reasons, get to talk to you more. Also, I am going to be cutting this short, probably at the 4-hour mark. So hopefully, yeah. Steve is incredible with Action PC. Todd says he stays awake all night interviewing the players in his league. Todd's got a good project, though. See if we got zapped here. So, Forever Remain 90 is telling Steve he should really give Replay Baseball a shot. I gave it 2 shots, and I just couldn't. I don't know, man. Sure, it's a good game. Um, yeah, let me see here. I can't hear you, buddy. Frowny face. There we go. All right. Hopefully, Aaron will make it back. Robbie's just the. Yeah, I couldn't get a game to start either at all. I tried it twice. Twice. I'm so Forever Remain 90, the main thing is even if I could, what turns me off, and I know I'm going to sound like a cheap bastard here, is the price of the seasons. Just it's ridiculous. And Robbie informs me that in PC Replay Baseball you cannot do homebrew seasons. Is that right, Robbie? Yeah. If no one noticed, Robbie is fond of baseball for Windows. He is indeed. Todd B says I should do a YouTube channel and come on like a sports anchor and run through my games along with fake interviews. You should. And if we can ever get Aaron back here, he can like do all these voices. He's good. Carlos says I think the last baseball game he played was like old time baseball, which I've shown on my channel twice now. Carlos, it was a cool game. So you've been out of it for a while, man. So Action PC Baseball is gonna bring you back, buddy. It's gonna bring it back. Okay, so you can do home brews with drafts. Okay. So Robbie, I must have misunderstood you about something about PC Replay Baseball. I don't know. All right. All right. So if you hear my phone ringing on this side, um, Aaron's going to try to call back. It looks like his Wi-Fi might have crapped out. Oh, you can't share them. Yeah, if you can't share it. Yeah, I've watched Al play it. I mean, that's a game. I'm kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like for me like watching snow if I was sitting in Tahiti and looking at snow on in a movie or television. I don't know, man. It's probably not just I don't know what it is about PC Replay, but those season prices. Oh my God. I guess Dave Cook and so DK Sports and Out of the Park Developments have spoiled me. And not that I'm cheap. I've spent a ton of money on Diamond Mine Baseball and actually baseball for Windows too through the years and all this. But I don't know, man. If So to me, the gold standard is Action PC Baseball. Can it do more? Is there things that PC Replay can do that Action PC Baseball can't? I'd be interested. But I'm getting zapped here by somebody, and I don't know what I'm getting zapped about. Anyhow, I mean, but play what you love. I'm not knocking PC Replay Baseball. I'm not. It's just expensive as hell. Holy shit. Two. Always a catch. Another notch for actions. They do not lock their game or seasons down at any time. They have trust. You can edit player ratings, but you can't create new cards. Okay. And in Action PC, you can. I mean, you could card Robbie Wartburg's future wife in Action PC Baseball if you wanted to. All right. Anyhow, maybe someday I will try it again. Maybe third time will be the charm. Our Red Sox fan didn't like it at first. It's back when he and I used to talk every once in a while on Skype, and he said, I don't know, man. He said, I tried Action PC Replay Baseball, didn't like it. He said, I don't know. He said, I don't think you will either. And I said, well, try to go into it with an open mind, and I didn't like it. Robbie had me try it again. I tried it, and Al ended up. I guess maybe there's some sort of bit of arcana that you kind of go through, and then all of a sudden the lights come on. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's a bad game. Watching our Red Sox fan play it, it looks like it could be fun.
Hello.
Hey, Aaron Reed is back.
Hey, all right. I
What
think
happened,
my
man?
I don't know. I reset. I just set my Wi-Fi off on the computer for a second and gave it
Okay,
about 30 seconds to put it back on again.
right.
But we were talking about a baseball for Windows. I isn't there like a file I could install or something?
Baseball for Windows.
Yeah,
What what we could do is I could get a copy of the game,
yeah,
make an ISO image, and get it to you, and then just show you how to mount an ISO image. You could install it from there because you only need the disk once just to install the game. That's it.
right. And like I said earlier, I don't have it. My laptop ain't got a disk drive, and I don't do well with. I'm
Yeah, it's
not sure how
cool.
to mount an ISO image because that whole thing is a new concept to me. But
It's super easy, dude. I'll even get some
mm,
proxy software and do it from a distance for you. You're
right,
gonna have to trust me, but just I'll go in, take control for a few minutes,
yeah.
and just install, and I'll mount the ISO image, install it, and you'll be ready to rock. So don't worry, man.
Oh,
We will work it out. And
I
remember, we're
hope so.
still live, by the way.
Good,
You're
good.
actually on the broadcast, so you can say hi to everybody.
Okay,
You're
good.
back.
I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's back.
good.
Yeah, but is Hulk Hogan back?
Let's see. Let me tell you something, Mean Gene. Hulkamania's back, brother.
All
Oh
right.
yeah, Hulk Hogan. Let me explain something to you. Yeah,
All
I've had
right.
to cover for you many times. You did the thing. Yeah, you lusted your eyes for Elizabeth.
Oh my God, they're all back. They're all back. All right, we got the male version.
Oh, Nelly, it's going to be a barn burner, ladies and gentlemen.
Jesus, we got the male version of Sybil here. Okay. Um, so Forever Remain 90 says the presentation is even better than Action PC, and you have the choices to roll your own dice, let the AI roll the dice, or use it to put in the plays manually. Um, wow. It's like the we all have our games that we love. And, we of course Robbie tends to like baseball for Windows, and I do too. But I'm not going to push for that because I do think it's a great game and it does have some love in the community. But the game that does not get love in this community is Diamond Mine Baseball, and it drives me nuts. That is
Mm.
such an excellent baseball sim, but phew, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
No one
Steve,
cares. Nobody cares.
nobody cares, right? Steve used to be a diamond miner until he found Action PC.
I
Um,
always
you know.
I look at these videos of people playing
Okay,
that with the Earl.
Ken is a Diamond Mine fan. Ken and I
Yes,
and Robbie is a Diamond Mine fan. So there are three of us.
Diamond Mine. Nothing wrong with Diamond Mine,
It still
but
is
like
great, Stephen Tate. I don't know if he likes to be called Stephen, but I have to call him Stephen because I'm lecturing him now. It is great, sir. No, yeah. Would you
Steven.
say? I'm sorry, Aaron.
Like people playing Earl Weaver baseball on the Amiga with
Oh,
that
dude,
robotic
yeah.
voice.
So some night on the
Like
channel, what I'm gonna do is fire up this big. I told you about this 2 terabyte hard drive and all this kind of stuff. And I'm gonna
yeah,
do a night. I hope everybody will be up for it. We're gonna do some micro league baseball, some Earl Weaver baseball, Bo Jackson baseball.
oh, Bo
Um,
Jackson.
we're gonna do Star League baseball from Epics. We're gonna have fun. We're going back to the '80s, and we're gonna go through up into like the sort of heyday of the Commodore Amiga, and start showing a lot of these
Don't.
old games. We'll just throw old time baseball on there for nostalgia.
Y-
But we're going to do the original Tony La Russa baseball, ESPN baseball. It's going to be a night of old baseball sims on here.
Yes, like that'd be fun. Like Tony La Russa with the first one had Ron Barr do commentary. The second one was I think Mel Allen,
Well, so old time baseball had Mel Allen
Kurt Gowdy.
and Kurt Gowdy, right? But you're
Yeah.
saying for Tony La Russa, was that
Yep.
La Russa 2 that first had that Mel Allen?
Well, no, the first La Russa had Ron Barr, a guy that I don't know if he was what he does. I think he's like a radio host now or something like that. But he did stuff with EA Sports
Okay,
back in the early '90s. Then you had then the second Tony La Russa, you had what was it? Yeah, Mel Allen,
right,
because Mel Allen did that old time baseball with Kurt Gowdy.
right.
Then in the third Tony La Russa, you had Hank Greenwald
Yeah, Hank Greenwald. I remember because there was a way
today.
you could make Hank Greenwald call games in old time baseball. It was actually interesting.
Probably
Yeah.
had to hack it or something like that.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a kind of wizardry, but I'm like, oh, this is cool. He only said like 400 of the names though, so
Right, because
wasn't quite as
you know,
much fun.
like my favorite digitized, like of all the digitized commentary I've heard of Al Michaels from Hardball,
That was a good one.
Jerry
Hardball
Coleman.
3, if I remember correctly.
Oh man, like I have the Sega Genesis game,
Hmm.
and listening to like Al just say things so digitally is like it's
Yeah,
insane.
yeah.
Then Jerry Coleman in the original World Series baseball,
Okay.
back when they used sports talk. Lon Simmons
Lon Simmons, who
of
was also, and he was in Tony La Russa, uh, 96 it was called. Lon Simmons was the other one.
I didn't see him.
Yeah, Lon Simmons was on there, man.
I did not see him.
Yep,
Well, the
he was
the
there.
that's the one. Tony the Rich 96. That was the one that also had Mel Allen on it. I think because I that like you can't find it on YouTube because I've looked. Um, the but yeah, like Lon Simmons.
Hmm.
Then as technology grew, they started using more like Vin Scully, God rest his soul,
Ernie Harwell,
uh, Ernie Harwell, as I've seen it countless times on your channel.
right?
Uh, what else?
Well, of
Who
course,
else?
now when you have MLB The Show, which is like crazy,
God,
and what
I
it
mean,
does,
I actually have that in the PS5 right now, but I'm obviously I'm not playing it because I'm
right?
talking to you. But
Right.
like
Oh,
Boob
I'm
Zombie.
sorry.
No, 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 no. I had to get you. Oh
Oh,
man,
holy shit, Aaron.
don't.
I mean, damn, buddy. You know, he said, well, yeah, because I'm talking to you.
Nah, it's all
Aaron.
right. I don't. The PS5 can get on without me for a while.
There you go.
But no, I got to tease. I got to
That was
tease. But
funny. No, that was funny, dude. I appreciate it.
sounds like a Jerry Lawler joke,
That was good.
you
That was
know.
good. Yeah.
But like with they got with them getting rid of I guess his contract right now. Matt Piscurge is not doing it anymore, so they had to get in Boog Zombie from the Cubs and ESPN. I think he did ESPN. He did his ESPN for a while,
Hmm.
but no, like do you remember? I don't know when because you're probably not that older than me, and I mean that
So I'm not,
wholeheartedly.
yeah, I'm 97, so.
Bull, bullshit, man. But now, like, remember an arcade game
I'm
called
Keith
Clutch Hitter?
Richards' grandfather. No, what's that? I'm
Keith
sorry.
Richards. You remember an arcade game called Clutch Hitter?
No,
You know,
no.
well, I have it on my computer, and it's like there's two versions. There's the Japanese version, which uses Japanese players, obviously from the Japan series. Which
Right.
could you do that in like one of these PC games or something like that? Of course,
Do you mean
not in
commentary or do you mean just,
no with the rosters.
yeah, Action PC baseball, uh, Diamond Mine baseball? Yeah.
We could go to the South Pacific or something like that.
Yep.
Get uh, like play a Japan league or something like that. Just a thought. Because and Ernie's not obviously not going to say the names because
Well, he's sort of dead now. Yeah. So, yeah.
true. Well, except for Shigetoshi Ashikawa,
Right. Yeah. Say that again,
but
please,
that's
Aaron. Can you say that?
Shigetoshi.
No, but can you say that as Harry Carey?
So a new picture on the mound. It's Shiga Shigata Shigata
I love it.
Shigata Shigatoshi
Oh my God.
Hasag Hasagawa.
This is
Like
classic.
there, and then of course there's Mark Grizzy
Oh my
Mark
God, right?
Mark Grudzelanek. He can't say Mark Grudzelanek, but
Oh my
Shigetoshi
God.
Hasagawa, Kazuhiro Sasaki, Hideki. Let's see, Hideki Matsui. I like that one. Hideki Matsui.
Yeah, it sounds like a dish, doesn't it?
It
What are we having for
does.
dinner tonight, dear? Oh, we're
Hideki
having
Matsui-san.
matsui. Right?
Matsui.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that. Hideki Matsui.
Hideki
Um,
matsui.
then there was, of course, there's Kazmatsu. There was Ichiro Suzuki. Um, like
First ballot Hall
I
of
was
Famer there,
like
buddy.
I'm like I think I don't know in the early '90s if they had any if the majors had any actual Japanese players, but I know when Hashigawa came along with the California Angels, everybody else started to slowly come in. It was like
Mm,
like I said, Kaz Sasaki, Ichiro, Hideki Matsui, Hideo Nomo
right?
didn't want no mo, so he said no mo.
No mo.
Um, no hit the Rockies in the mile high air, which is
Yeah.
practically impossible, but he did it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Kaz, like there's so many different players now. It's like you know there's quite the Asian influx, and I was thinking maybe you know like we could do someday we could do like a Japanese like a Nippon league or something like that for maybe
Robbie
the
would be the
that
one that you'd want to hit up
Robbie could.
for that because
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
into. So my thing, I know this is terribly parochial of me, but my thing is
Nah.
Major League Baseball and Negro League Baseball. I don't
Yeah, yeah.
I mean I'm interested in the history of those other leagues, but there's so much Major League Baseball to explore for me that I would never I just don't have the time to jump into replaying Pacific Coast League or
Well, I was just curious.
Japanese League.
I
But no,
mean,
I think guys would really like it. I'm that's not like in my wheelhouse, but I think a lot of guys like that. Robbie, he goes off and like gets all excited about college teams and stuff, and I'm just like
oh man, I
I'm not a
college
fan. But
baseball. I mean,
I mean I saw
I've
Nate
seen
Bump
one
before he went to the majors. He was
Nate Bump. Yeah,
yeah. I worked for Penn State. He went to Penn State, so
Nate Bump of Florida Marlin at
yeah.
one point. He won a World Series with them in '03. Yeah, '03. I
Ken
think he was
asking
on
a
the team.
question here, man. He says two
Oh,
grand slams in one inning. How many times in Major League Baseball history? Two?
two grand slams in one inning. Uh, Bill Miller did it, I think. Hernando Tatis. Uh-oh.
Ken's rocking the trivia tonight, man.
Because I think Hernando Tatis did it. I think, or of course that's senior that is, because
Hmm.
junior is with the Padres.
There,
Well,
Pib's saying Fernando Tatis too, right? So you
Fernando
guys were
Tatis,
yeah.
Bill Miller, he did it. Hmm, that's a good question.
Steve Tate says that
because
Mattingly hit 7 grand slams in his career, and they were all in 1987. Didn't know that. Did not know that.
wow,
Donnie Baseball.
Donnie Baseball never won a World Series.
You got it right, dude. You and Pib got it right. He says, yes,
Ta-
boys, Tatis only once.
wow, that's because he was with the St. Louis Cardinals back then.
Wow.
At the time,
That's a
him
heck of a
and Mark
feat.
McGuire and Eric Davis at one point. They had Eric Davis at one point.
Eric Davis, what a
Down on the
so sad.
downside of his career.
What a waste. What a waste there, man.
He had, I think I read,
Eric Davis could have been great.
he had a like after the '90 season, he really kind of just tapered off. I mean,
Big
he
time.
just he got hurt, a lot of injury. He had
Mm,
a was it colon cancer?
yeah.
I think I heard he had. Heck, I saw what was it? Andres Galarraga missed the whole season because of cancer. He was in Atlanta. He had to come. He had to miss a whole year, and he came back in 2000 and kind of won the same after that. Um,
Yeah. I was always a big
but
fan of Galarraga. I liked him as a player.
I like listening to like people say his name, Andres Galarraga,
Oh
or
yeah, he's
when
a good one.
all these digitized. Like I never heard. I'm trying to think because if I go on YouTube right now and Google Tony La Russa Baseball 2, you gotta
Mm.
be curious and type in Lon Simmons. I got a feeling I'm not
No,
gonna
no, no,
find
no, no,
anything.
dude. He was in Tony La Russa '96. Lon
Oh, Tony La
Simmons.
Russa.
Yeah.
Let me
So
see.
it came out with Tony La Russa 3, and then it was Tony
Yeah,
La Russa 390, and then had the 96 under it. And Lon Simmons was one of the broadcasters.
let me see
That's the game I was
because
talking about, which came out
yeah,
right, and it's not compatible with Tony La Russa 3.
right. You have to
It's like its own game. Like it's the same game but different engine because I had to go out and find a copy of Tony La Russa 3 to bring
Tony
ballparks
La
in to old
Russa
time baseball,
three
but you
nine
couldn't bring them in
six
from the '96 version.
Lon
Lon Simmons, I'm telling you, dude,
Simmons.
he's there.
Yeah, he called the 1989, the last out of the '89 World Series.
Mm. Pibb says that he saw the Fernando Tatis game. It was against the Dodgers. Saw it on TV. Did we lose you again? I think we did.
With the
Oh, there you go. The Fernando Tatis game. The grand
two grand
slams
slams,
in 1 inning. Yeah, he said it was against the Dodgers.
8 RBIs
Crazy, huh?
in one inning. That's insane. I mean,
What
like you have to score.
what
Go
about
ahead.
Lou Gehrig though? Lou Gehrig, right? So all those years under Babe Ruth's shadow, and this is related. Okay, so Tatis does something that was amazing, and right. So you and Pib and Ken knew that. Chris Ken asked the question, right? So finally, Babe Ruth goes to the National League, and then right. So Gehrig has a breakout year in 1936, hits 4 homers in a game, and it does
Yep.
not make sports headlines. You know why? It's the same day
Mm,
that he did that, John McGraw died. So, John, right, the death of John McGraw was like the big story of the baseball world that day. Poor Lou Gehrig, right? And then, so Gehrig has some great years, and then who comes in? Joe DiMaggio, of course. You know, Joe DiMaggio's rookie year,
Jolton Joe.
1936. So he had to go from Babe Ruth, and then John McGraw's death, and then Jolton Joe. And it's like poor Lou Gehrig, man. And yet he was, but think about, it, I mean, how many people would know that, right? It's like that the day that Gehrig hits 4 home runs in a game does not make headlines because John McGraw died. I mean, that sucks. That just sucks.
Mm.
So, yeah, I don't
All
know.
the
I don't
videos
know
I'm
what to say.
seeing of this
Yeah,
game are using Hank Greenwald, so I
I'm
don't
telling you,
see
man,
him.
Lon Simmons, and it's been since 1948 since I've done acid. So, yeah, battery acid you too because I used to be a car mechanic, of course,
But oh
and
yeah,
actually, yeah, I'm just well, I am a car mechanic, which is the
card mechanic.
oh yeah. So that's so what you guys would call a card cheat or card shark. In the business, we use the term mechanic. So,
Right.
but yeah. So I would of course, but as an automobile mechanic, I did a lot of acid because I had to use a lot of acid in the batteries and stuff.
Mm,
So,
battery acid. I still remember the days of carrying around a little Walkman with a tape deck
hmm
and in a case with a buckle on it.
oh, see, I remember my first Victrola.
Gosh,
Telling you,
the record.
you young people have no idea, buddy. I got that
I've actually
first
seen many a
Edison
record
Company
player in my life.
cylinder, pal. You guys are talking about these
Vi-
newfangled
you had a
Walkmans,
vintage Victrola,
buddy.
dude.
I had me a Victrola, and I used to go to the kinematograph all the time. Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
That's right. You young people here, you have no
vinyls
idea,
are making a comeback these days.
and it
I
should.
see.
Best
I've
sound
gone.
reproduction there is. The
I go to
first time.
Walmart and I see record players everywhere.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's getting big. World's worst
Um,
gamer. When you're talking about Japanese baseball, don't want this to go by. I honestly want to play some Japanese baseball, hoping DK Sports will come out with stuff that we can buy from them instead of using home brews. Unless Steve Tate makes the home brew, but let's not even get him started though.
oh man, he'll have a field day doing that.
We want to keep him focused on the Negro Leagues though right now, if we
Right.
could.
That's his primary objective right there. Is the
I mean, look,
Negro
this has been
Leagues.
so important to him. He's actually set put temporarily put the 5-year franchise files behind, which are awesome, by the
Mm,
way. Yep, Lou Gehrig, pride of the Yankees, class act, huh?
Yankee pride, the luckiest man on earth,
Dangerous
struck
hitter.
down by
Pitchers said that like like Babe Ruth hit these towering shots. They said Lou Gehrig's home runs were like, right, they were just like these line drives, just boom out of the park so fast. Gehrig
yeah.
just had so much power
Shoot,
and was not
I
a
mean,
nice guy on the baseball field. Like he was a good guy, but I guess he would get like thrown out of games and arguing with umpires. He was super like aggressive. And hey, that's right, gotta love Gehrig, but apparently they I guess once he put on the uniform, buddy, he was all business.
all business in his suit. He
Gehrig
was like in
business,
a
yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's like that's like what was it? Dale Murphy. They said something about Dale Murphy was the clean cut man off the field, but on the field he was just a terror.
Yeah. I
You
always
didn't
liked
want to
Dale
cross
Murphy
it.
though. Always liked Dale Murphy.
Oh man,
Hard for me to
former
admit
Philly
liking Braves, but like Dale Murphy.
Dale Murphy, former Philly,
hmm
last that was his second to last. He last played with the Rockies in '93 before he retired.
Mm,
But he was a clean cut like a never. I don't think he ever drank.
damn.
Um,
Baseball player doesn't drink. That's wow.
well, what was his
You're not gonna
name?
find that. Well, you find a few in the dead ball era here and there, I guess. But
I think back in the day they drank a lot. But
oh
Babe
hell
Ruth
yes,
drank a lot.
Babe Ruth,
I mean,
buddy, he didn't need steroids, man. He needed hot
no,
dogs and
he
beer. That's
needed
all he needed,
hot dogs and beer.
right?
That's I mean, the Bambino was quite the drinker. I used to hear a lot of stories about him.
Can we
You know, when his
say with I mean again we can't
great
obviously
respect.
not including the Negro Leagues because they right for bad reasons they weren't allowed to play. But in the white major leagues, can
Mm,
we say that Babe Ruth was truly the greatest of all time? I would say yes.
can't go wrong with the big Bambino.
Would
I
have made it
mean,
in the Hall of Fame as a pitcher.
probably.
And I'll go further. Wagner was a better player than Cobb.
Mm,
Ooh,
I
am I gonna
see
start
that.
controversy with that one?
Uh,
It's
I don't not
okay.
with me.
I don't.
It's
I
all
mean,
right. You know,
right? I mean,
the
Cobb played
debate's
center
always nice.
field, but Cobb didn't hit for power. He did steal bases. He was a great hitter, highest batting average of all time. But I think Wagner was a greater player than Ty Cobb.
Mhm.
I think, and I think Babe
They
Ruth
played
was
about
the
the same
greatest
time
player.
too, didn't they?
Cobb and Wagner, yeah. Read the account of the 1909 World Series. That's when they
Mm,
met. And there's
I
a
mean,
the story about or Wagner's tag on Cobb in the series. Whether that's apocryphal or not, I don't know. Carlos says,
no
I think that
wonder.
Ruth loved a hot dog stand across from Comiskey. He got in trouble getting back in time. I've heard that story, Carlos, about Ruth and that hot dog
That's the
stand
old
in
Comiskey
Chicago.
part, by the way.
Yeah, right, exactly.
the one that's sadly demolished, I think now, or it's like a piece of land now or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing was built in 1906 or something like that. The original Comiskey. It was the oldest park in baseball.
Now that's Fenway
No,
and
it
Wrigley.
was. It was. I'm saying. Yeah. So Fenway's the oldest, then Wrigley. Okay. Here we go. Quick, Aaron. What's the third oldest park in the majors?
Yankee Stadium.
Nope.
No, not
No.
Yankee
Oh my God.
Stadium.
No. No. Because the old Yankee Stadium's gone.
This is one that's still active now, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's still active, and it's the third oldest park in the majors.
Bush.
Nope.
No, not Bush.
Nope.
Let's see. Because I'm trying to think. Because I always base the parks on like what they used to be called, not what they are now. Because it's so confusing.
Oh, this still has the same name.
Let's
And
see.
it's not named
Dodger
after.
Stadium.
It's what? What's that?
Dodger Stadium.
That's it.
Old Chavez Ravine.
Believe it or not, that's the third oldest park in the majors. Isn't that crazy?
Gosh. Even though the Dodgers have been around since the Los Angeles Dodgers has been around since
Yep.
what 57
Well,
when they
the
played
LA
at the Memorial,
Dodgers, right? The LA Dodgers have been around since 1957.
but they played at the Memorial Coliseum before they moved to Dodger Stadium.
Yeah, because they had that weird, like, what just proof that baseball fields are larger than f-ball fields. But
Yep.
yeah, and so that opened in 1962, and it's the third oldest park in the majors now.
Wow.
Crazy, huh?
They died. Like always, like today, it's like these all the ballparks are named after like let's see, it's either banks, phone companies, or alcohol. Though I think they're dropping a lot of alcoholic names.
Well, you have two ballparks that aren't named after either. So you still have Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City,
Kauffman
and
and
you have Dodger Stadium.
Dodger Stadium.
Right. Well, not
Everything else
yeah.
is
Well, Oakland Coliseum, I mean, which is a piece of trash, isn't named after
yeah,
anything alcoholic or whatever. But yeah, so like
Alameda
everything else, I
County
mean, you got what
Coliseum.
PNC Park. Well, no, okay, so
That's a bank.
Cincinnati's Great American Ballpark, is that named after anything, or is that just
I think Great American is it's either a credit place or a clothesline or something like that, like
okay?
Great American Jeans or something like
Well,
that,
and
or
Yankee Stadium is still Yankee
Yankee
Stadium.
Stadium.
Fenway,
I think
Fenway's not a
Fenway,
corporation, so
Oriole
Fenway.
Park.
Because
I
Wrigley
forgot
is
what
Wrigley, even
Wrigley
though
is a gum,
well, yeah, even though they don't own the park anymore, but yeah.
right?
Oh,
Uh,
it's an insurance
Minute
company, says Pib 99.
Great American Insurance.
Okay.
Minute Maid is a juice.
Yep. PNC's
Uh,
a bank. Citizens Bank is
PNC is a
duh, a
bank.
bank.
Citizens Bank is a bank.
City Field is right. Is Citibank.
Marlins Park
Okay.
or Joe Robbie, which I think they used to play at Joe Robbie Stadium where because he owned the
The
F ball Miami
the
Dolphins.
Dolphins, right? Huh.
But they played at Joe Robbie for a while, but now they play at Marlins Park,
And you know what? I still call the park in Cleveland. I still call it Jacobs Field,
Jacobs Field, even though
even
it what
though
is
it's
it Progressive
progressive.
now?
Yeah.
The another insurance,
hmm
uh, Target.
Target Field, right, in Minnesota.
There's Chase, that's a bank.
Chase.
There's I don't know
There's
what
U.S. Cellular.
that's in Chicago, the south side of
That's the White
Chicago.
Sox, right?
No shy.
The White Sox.
Uh,
Yeah.
you got what is it? Angel? What the Angels? Where do the Angels play?
Because well that okay,
Edison.
so no, oh yeah, that's Edison Field.
I think it's
And
still Edison
Texas
Field.
is Globe Life Park.
Globe Life. That's a. I think
What's
that's
with
an
all the
insurance
insurance
too.
company? Insurance companies and alcohol, like beer companies, man, getting together and like naming baseball fields.
Rogers. That's a cable
Rogers
company. I think.
Center, yeah, in Toronto.
That's a cable. That's a cable company.
Is it? Okay.
I think it's a cable.
Rogers Center.
Tropic
Tropicana
Tropicana.
Field,
That's a
that's another
juice.
juice. So all we need is a vodka company. We could have a
Vodka.
screwdriver. So we need somebody like Sky or something.
Welcome to the Screw in
Welcome
so
to
and
the
so.
screw. Nice. Um,
Screw
Carlos
Park.
says insurance companies are always broke and just raise our rates. Well, that's
That's
because they're like buying ball or they're naming ballparks. The
they're
bumps.
yeah.
So I'll veer off into F ball. Everybody's really upset in Pittsburgh because Heinz Field was renamed to named after some other like some insurance company's got this weird name or something. So we have PNC Park on the north side, and then it's like a mile down along the river is what used to be Heinz
Heinz
Field. I
Field.
forget what it's called now.
Hang on, let
So
me.
now, oh, I see. So Pib 99 setting us straight. He said it hasn't been Edison for years. It's Angel Stadium of Anaheim, owned by the city. Oh, and another one. So thank you, Pib. Grazie, paisano. Is Oriole Park at Camden Yards. So
At Camden Yards.
Camden Yards is still its own thing. Texas used to have. They were like the ballpark at Arlington, and then they had this nice ballpark. Now they've got this. I
A
don't know.
Creaser
I don't know
Stadium.
if Robbie's still awake, but um,
According to Google, a Creaser Stadium is it's spelled uh A Acrisure.
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 Okay.
Acrisure Stadium.
Okay. Yeah. So
And
that's
it
the new home of the Stillers, as
then
they say in Pittsburgh.
or as I used to Stillers.
The Stillers. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
go
Stillers.
downtown, have a sandwich, go see a Steelers. That's how you. That's how
Stillers.
you. That's how you
He's going
speak
to see a Stillers game
That's
or a Stillers.
Pittsburghese. He said. So what you
Pittsburghese,
say?
yeah.
Say, the Yins want to get downtown, have a sandwich,
Yins.
see the Steelers or the Parts. That's how you speak Pittsburghese.
Yiz. Not
Yins. It's
yin, but
Yins. It's
Yins.
Yins. Y
Yins.
Y
Yins.
I N Z. Yins.
That's like y'all plus two.
Y'all, right? Well, because English
Y'all
doesn't have a plural form of the verb or of the pronoun you, so that's why in New York you get yous, right? Yous guys,
use.
and
Hey,
in the
use
South
guy.
you
Hey,
got
those
right
guys.
y'all. Although you guys were actually a
Y'all.
Union state, but you're still Southern, sort of.
Southern. We're still Southern.
You're still
Yeah.
Southern, though you're a
Y'all.
Union state. I guess you think,
Y'all.
right? So and then you got y'all, and then and Pennsylvania and Western PA, and the northeastern part of West Virginia, you have yins.
Yins. I have a
Yins.
couple friends that live in PA, and they tell me all the time that they don't. It's um. I mean, I've known them for several years, and
Hmm.
they always tell me it's a nice state.
Pennsylvania's
I mean,
beautiful.
sh-
It's
like I said,
beautiful.
we're heading up there for vacation in March, and three
Yeah.
nights and 4 days in PA. We're staying in Harrisburg. But we're going to Hershey to visit I think the visit. We're going to visit the chocolate city. Then we're going to see Gettysburg.
Oh, Gettysburg's something. Now, if you ever get it here again, you go to northern Pennsylvania. It's northern Pennsylvania is wild. In fact, so my folks live in northern Pennsylvania.
Huh?
My mom and stepdad, and they actually have a couple mountain lions in their neighborhood. Literally,
Ooh,
literally, mountain lions hang
little
up out
mountain
there.
lions.
Yep, literal mountain lions.
I
Northern PA.
I
They
wish
live
we
up
were
in
staying
Bradford
longer than
County.
4 days.
Yeah,
I mean,
PA's
it's going
pretty.
to
Yeah.
take us 8 hours to get up there, 8 hours to get back to
Carlos is
Kentucky.
saying
But
here it's beautiful, but a long drive across the state. It is. It's. I forget what it is from the Ohio border to the Jersey border. But I have a joke for you guys for
Florida,
Pennsylvania. It's a
yeah.
Pennsylvania joke. Why is Pennsylvania so windy?
Why?
Because New Jersey sucks and Ohio blows. Thank you very much. I know. I'm here all week. Try the tofu. So
Very
he used to
good. Try
drive
the
through northern PA and southern New York to get to Maine.
tofu. Blah.
Nah, well, I'm a
Don't get me
vegetarian,
started on.
dude. So you know. But yeah, Pennsylvania is beautiful. Um,
Don't get me started on tofu.
oh,
Blah.
don't get me started on dead animals, and we're fine. Anyhow, back to baseball.
Right. Yes.
So back to baseball. Um, so we've done ballparks. Because I'm gonna
Yeah.
smoke one more cig, so we're gonna close this. And I said I wasn't gonna go that long tonight. We're only at 4 hours and 18 minutes.
He's gonna take another
Dude, we went
drag on the
seven and a
cig.
half. We went 7.5 hours the other night, so this could be a
Dude,
short
you've
stream.
done 11 out like over 11 hours this week
Well,
alone.
we did 7.5 the other night. We did 5.5 last night, and we're at 4 hours and whatever now. But people are starting to drop off now. We're down to six. So
Yeah,
six,
it is
six.
getting late
It is
and
getting.
stuff.
Well, yeah, but I don't. You know what? I don't have to work Saturday, so buckle up for tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Buckle up, people.
Uh,
Buckle up.
I guess I should brace myself. I got nothing going on.
Buckle up. I don't know what the hell we're gonna do tomorrow night, but buckle up.
It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
So Ken Castro's idea of doing that 1880 Albert Spalding tour, and getting really done with the train schedules, the whole thing, and given the fact that Ken is such a gifted writer, I think is going to be like just something fantastic, and really, really can't wait till that starts. You work Saturday, Carlos. What, dude? We're not going to even start Saturday. And actually, I am going to be doing baseball this Saturday. We're going to be on this Saturday. I'm not doing music this Saturday. So usually there's no, I don't do anything on my channel. Saturday we're doing it up. We're probably going to be right up against our Red Sox fan and his usual chat with his channel, but we're going anyhow, even if there's only just me. We're on Saturday as
I'll be
well.
around
We're on Saturday. Sunday this week will be no baseball because
Sunday.
Monday morning deathly whatever work.
Monday morning stinks.
Oh, Ken, it's gonna be more than it's gonna be amazing, and just you're writing the whole thing. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for it. So I hope you guys will be around tomorrow night. We'll do some stuff. Be later tomorrow night. And then
Night
Saturday.
owls unite.
That's it. I got the night spot. That's all right. Ron Juckett, he's got like noon or something. I mean, he's a Twitch streamer, so but and then RJO Network, he's kind of like he's on prime time. Although I do too, but he outdraws me, and that's cool. Um, but yeah, so we're gonna be on. We're gonna be on, man. We're gonna be on.
It's going to be
It's
on.
gonna be on. We'll play baseball. We'll talk baseball and women, and by that time, Robbie's gonna have a girlfriend. Robbie.
I feel bad he's single now. I do. I feel bad that
Oh,
no woman has not
Carlos, then if you're
just
at 11 p.m., we're probably going to get started. Tomorrow night's going to be, just warning everybody, tomorrow's going to be late. So we're probably
mm,
starting tomorrow night about 10:30, 11 Eastern.
whew, I
So,
should be up that
and my
late.
paisan is on the West Coast, so it's never too late for him. Yeah, it's true, man. God, it's only, wow, it's nice. Yeah, it's only going on 11 o'clock Thursday evening for my paisan there, Pib.
Paisan.
My big
Hey.
paisan, that's what we call each
Hey.
other.
That's your
Hey,
friend, yeah.
my paisan means countryman.
I capiche.
Ah, capisci italiano.
Hey, capisce italiano. Hey, scusi, Paolo.
Si bene, bene, bene. Um,
Hey.
so Robbie Wartburg says, with any luck, I'd have me a girl Beatles. Just take your time, Robbie. Find a good one.
Take your time.
I could introduce you to chicks I know, but I don't think they're your type, dude. Get yourself a good girl, 'cause all the ones I know are like bad. They're bad news, man. World's Worst Gamer says the old days. This time I would have been laughing in bed with the radio besides me listening to WFAN. Mets talk, Yankees talk, Rangers talk, Devils talk, and now here you are on my channel. God have mercy on your soul, World's Worst Gamer. So finding girls in Beatles channel might not be the place. Exactly, Carlos. You're you're not gonna see a woman within like 38 mouse clicks of this channel, but one does try. I might have my girlfriend like come on here someday just to say like hi, but
Just to say hello.
just to say then she'll leave. I mean, she probably won't even say hi. She'll probably just type something and then she'll just go away. It is what it is. So, and I've been down the aisle twice too. So, Robbie Wartburg. Yep, date as much as you can. Date, yes, date, date, date,
Date,
date.
date, date.
Don't settle with the first chick that comes along, buddy. Don't fall
I
in to the Bermuda Triangle, pal.
no. Just date, 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 date. Ah,
Glory in things like landing strips and whatever. Anyhow, back to baseball. Jeez, oh my God, it's so bad. Now I'm doing it. Now I'm doing it. God forbid any of these guys, their wives listen in. We got to keep this. Yeah, right.
under wraps.
So
Hello?
Carlos, think about dating again. All right. I'm not going to date you, Carlos. Sure, you're a good guy, but hey, you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Anyhow, man, just taking the mick on you, mate. Taking the mick.
Taking the Mickey.
Not taking the Mickey. That's right.
Oh, it's Mick.
Yeah, it's
Is it
Mick.
Mickey
Yeah,
or
yeah. It's no, it's taking the
it's
mick.
Mick?
You can say either taking the
Because
mick if you're Irish or taking the piss.
taking the piss.
Yep, taking the piss out here. And then we all say it's good crack. So
It's good
crack,
crack.
crack is spelled Craic. It's like a good story, good time.
Yeah.
So who
It's a
knows?
good
Maybe
crack.
maybe I'll name my new channel that I'm gonna
Good
do
crack.
that my non-baseball related channel. Yeah, good crack or something.
Yeah, spelt that exact way. Because if you say actually spell it like crack, then you're
Carlos,
in
I should
trouble.
hope not. I should hope you're not gonna be with Robbie. Well, hey, I don't know. I got a chick, man. I'm good. So, but thank you, thank you. No, Carlos, that's cool, and I'm so glad you're getting Action PC Baseball. So glad you're getting
Oh,
it. Maybe we can rope you into one of our leagues at some point, and whatever. I think it'd be fun.
get a nice little league going
Yep.
for you.
So let me
Those once
see.
you get going on those are fun.
Oh my
I
God.
mean,
Yeah. So the Ned McGreevy League started back in October,
uh.
um, and it was a
So this has been going on for a
blast.
while.
Yeah, it has. It has.
Wow.
And there's another project I was doing on out of the park baseball, which I did finally finish. So this is my only project right now. Um, but World Baseball Classic. Oh, yep, it's my channel. Got to make an announcement. So the next project coming up after the Ned McGreevy League is going to be using the baseball history collection from Action PC Baseball. One of the subsets of that are players grouped by nation. So we're going to do our own. We're going to
Oh,
do our own all-time World Baseball Classic on here.
that's gonna be sweet.
Yep.
I
So
can't wait for that.
we're going to be. I'm going to start gearing up for that. I'm actually thinking of even um, maybe designing logos for that. So we'll see.
Oh,
But that's going to be the next thing. And then also in February, guys, we are going to have an all-star game, East-West. We're going to create the East-West all-star game that they held every year in the Negro Leagues at Comiskey Park. So that's coming
wow.
up. Glad you had fun, Carlos, so much. Thank you.
Sounds like you got a lot going on.
Well, I like to try to do two projects at once.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I understand.
so I'm going to do that on Action PC, but I need something, and I want to do something with out of the park baseball, but I can't think of anything right now that I could do on there. I'm trying to think. It's like, okay, what would be really unique? And I'm thinking what I might do with out of the park baseball is doing. We were talking the other night about doing iconic games in baseball. I think you were here. So like the 1951 Bobby
Mm.
Thompson game, the shot heard around the world, Giants
Yeah, I think I
Dodgers,
was there for that. Yeah,
things like
when
that.
you
So I'm
brought
thinking
that up.
about because you can just recreate stuff like in and out of the park super quick. So that would be like a sort of ongoing project because guys were coming up with a lot of ideas for iconic games in baseball, and I thought it'd be fun to just replay them just for shits and giggles and out of the park baseball, and to be able to see the old ballparks and the cool animation and whatever. Who knows? Maybe we play the one game of the 1954 World Series, whatever game that was that Willie
Mm,
Mays makes the catch, you know,
say hey, kid.
or what have Game 7 of the 1960 World Series. Again, and we already
The
did
Maserati,
we did the 78 game with Bucky Dent. So
Bucky
probably not
Dent.
going to revisit that. We're not going to do 1992 Pittsburgh Atlanta. I have done that on here.
You'd rather forget that one, I know.
Now, okay, yeah, Gibson's
I
homer, dude. I was at a pub a couple weeks ago, and so it's like they're like big baseball fans there, and they always keep MLB Network on at least one, and just sat there drinking Guinness, watching that 1988 game of Gibby's home run. So we will probably do that game again. We don't know that. I mean, it's not going to happen as it did, but it'll just be fun to revisit it. And actually, for me, this
nice
will be
little
weird.
a little
I'm going to actually do as played lineups, and I usually don't do that. So that's what I'm
what do they
thinking
call them?
about. What's that?
What do they call those? Like when you play like a game like the a game from like that time like that to like not a what if but a like a like a replay.
Sort of a replay. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a way
Yeah,
you
like
can
a
put it.
replay
Yeah,
sort of
as
thing.
played or as played. But I think it'd just
as
be fun.
played. Yeah.
It'd just be fun because even while the game might be playing out differently, we can like maybe. I mean, although there's nobody here that would know, I guess the Bobby Thompson game because I'm the only one here who's 97 years old. But no,
Dude.
we can all research. I mean, I just think it'd be fun to talk about because that game really interests me because at one point the Dodgers were like in that game in that season 1951. I think they were like 14 games up on the
They were out
Giants.
pretty far, out pretty out there.
They right, and then they went into a slump. The Giants got hot, and it came down to that three-game series. And between Giants and Dodgers, one of the great rivalries in baseball.
Mm.
And that Bobby Thompson and the Dodgers were leading in that game, and Thompson just tagged it.
The
And Russ
Giants
Hodges,
win the
I think,
pennant.
had like multiple litters of kittens. The Giants win the pennant. The Giants win the pennant. So we're
Yeah,
gonna have
they
to get you
said
to do Russ Hodges if that happens again. We'll
I don't
get
know
you
if
to.
I could do that one, but I could sure as hell give it a shot.
Yeah, or
Because
you could do Red Barber's call. He said the Giants win the pennant. That's all he said. That was it.
the Giants win the
Yeah,
pennant.
that's all Red Barber
Yeah,
said because Dodgers broadcaster. So
he
that
was
would be
so
fun.
sad. Ernie Harwell did that game too. People don't know Ernie
1951.
Harwell. Yeah, Ernie Harwell. I think he did I don't know which one he did, but he did he called a game somewhere, whatever it was, and he said I
Oh,
think he
I
said something
thought
about
you meant he was in that 1951 Giants Dodgers game. I'm like, I don't think he was.
no, he was at the 1951. He did the 1951 Giants Dodgers game, but I think it was for the no, because I think it was a mutual. I don't know which one it was because
Hmm.
there's several accounts of it, but the only audio that exists because there's not a lot of there like a lot of people know where the full game audio is, but the only audio I've heard of is the either the whole inning, ninth inning, or Thompson's at bat
Hmm.
when he hit the home run.
Oh, it's just brilliant. World's Worst Gamer
I mean,
says just started the 86 replays the Mets and Beatles. Yeah, I know my
ooh,
Pirates beat Dwight Gooden 4-3. Rick Russell with the
ah,
win and Bob Walk with the save. R.J. Reynolds of all people had the game-winning RBI of the home run. Yeah, that so 86 was the year we really hated the Mets. But Gooden correctly called the Pirates a little league team. We got our revenge though 2 years later in '88. We beat
man,
up
Sid
we beat them
like
up.
Johnny Ray, Sid
Johnny
Bream,
Ray.
Barry Bonds,
Uh,
Bobby Bonilla,
well,
Joe
88 was
Orsulak.
so 87. Was it 87? No, it was 88. Right. So the big trade when the Pirates traded Tony Pena to the Cardinals for Van Slyke, Mike Dunn,
Yep,
and Mike LaValliere. Of course, Mike Dunn kind of faded away, but
Mike
LaValliere and
LaValliere.
Van Slyke were key to those Pirates teams, in the 90s. That was a big trade. I was
Mm,
shocked. I'm like, oh my God, we traded away Tony Pena, but that was
and
actually
we got
that was a great trade though, getting Dunn, Van Slyke, and LaValliere. But we
I mean,
sucked
just
in 1986, and we sucked even harder in 1985. Oh, another game we could do um,
mm,
is the whatever game it was, but Babe Ruth's called shot, quote unquote, in the 1932 World Series. That'd be fun. I just want to go around and pick out games just in isolation in baseball and maybe do some games and see if that works. And because I want to do something with out of the park baseball. It's been sitting there. I have 140 hours into it this season, and then ever since
wow,
Steve Tate came along, I haven't touched out of the park baseball anymore. I haven't played out of the park baseball in like I finished the historic 16 tournament like a few weeks ago, and that's the last time I've touched out of the park baseball. I'm like on Action PC all the damn time now, and some time to baseball for Windows. So I want to do something in out of the park baseball, and
I
that's the only
would.
thing I can think of because it's super fast to set up a World Series or just take any two teams in history, play them against each other. You don't have to create a league or anything. Just two mouse
Let
clicks,
him go.
couple mouse clicks, and you're ready to rock. You're done.
Oh God, like it's like I notice whenever I play a baseball game, whether it be older, much older or new, it's like
Hmm.
the teams that you start out with when you play are the last teams that played in the World Series.
Right.
it's always that way. I mean,
I haven't
from
done a season replay in a long time. I'm doing one offline occasionally. I'm
yeah,
redoing 1949. Man, 1949 Dodgers because I want to beat the Yankees in the series. See if I can get them a pennant or a World Series title 6 years before it actually happened. But
uh,
I don't know that I, man, staying with a replay, world's worst gamer. Anybody that does a replay, I applaud you. I think replays are like grueling. To me, they are.
the
They're gruel. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them. I don't know that I could stick with a replay like online. I definitely wouldn't do one online because I'd be like, yeah, guys, we're gonna replay, 1917 or something, right? And I know I wouldn't stick with it. I know myself. I would not stick with a season replay.
because you could always save things and come back, like in all the games, you could save and just come back to it later or something like that.
I
I
know, but
mean,
dude, seriously, there's no way. So, but a lot of guys do. So Ken is doing a replay. World's Worst Gamers doing a replay. Um, now, what's really cool, I don't like to steal other people's ideas, and I won't. But Clee Baseball Fan 879 just finished a Mike McCormick, so he'll take pictures. So he did Kluber and who was it? Kluber and somebody else. He does pictures, which is kind of like a neat sort of halfway, because he'll just focus on a
yeah,
pitcher and just do like his starts for a season. But you guys that do replays, I applaud you. I applaud you so much. And so cards and dice, bang out season replays regularly, and maybe that's it. It's the digital thing, and like because it's way easier, obviously, right, Aaron? I mean, to
yes,
do a what if in digital baseball, right?
right. I think about that a lot. You know, like what if this, like what if Murderers Row could play the Big Red Machine or
And
something
you
like
can
that?
do it, right? I could set this up like right now if it wasn't so damn late. It would take me maybe 10 minutes or an out of the park
10 minutes tops.
like 4 minutes and out of the park, and we'd be ready to go. But imagine
Yeah.
cards and dice, right? But not only that, but not just those two teams, but setting up a league like this. Clinton did it with this Ned McGreevy league, but I guarantee that the work he did to set this league up was far more intensive than what we did to set this one up here. And I don't say just I, but everybody who has a team in this horse race drafted and stuff like that, and have managed their teams at different points. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's the digital baseball thing for me. I don't know, man. Baseball franchise league from Dave Cox. Yeah, it is. It is good. It is good. So you're talking about the franchise best leagues, Carlos? Is that what you mean? I have it. I can bring it up if you want to see it.
Mm.
So, World's Worst Gamer says if I was actually making videos, I'd be doing more one-offs, replaying greater interesting games from the past. Yeah, I really want to try that. I don't know how that's gonna fly, but I'd like to try that. So if you're talking about let me see if this is the one you're talking about here. I'll bring it up. Da, 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 da. I'll have to go up here and do it the old-fashioned way. I like that thing that they have at the bottom now. So what it is, Aaron, is like Action PC Baseball now has a little thing down in the lower right corner that you can like select seasons that you've been playing, but it only holds so
Uh-huh.
many. But the old way, I keep forgetting, and I have to go up and do it the old way, and I have to find. Oh, there it is, the baseball history franchise teams. I'll bring that up here, Carlos, and save. Oh, right. Yeah, bite me. Not you, Carlos.
It
I'm
just
talking about the game.
what
No,
did
I
it
I
what
hit.
did it say?
I was
What did it say?
I was in the wrong window.
Oh,
I have so much stuff installed, and actually hardly like there's so much stuff installed on here, but there's so much more that I don't have installed, and I have to find it. Baseball history. There it is. Franchise teams and save. Now it's coming up. So Ken says he's 23% into 1965 American League replay. Wow, 800 plus games is daunting. Yes, it is. This is Baseball Franchise League on sale. Yeah. Oh, Baseball Franchise League. I'd have to look because I think.
I listened to a clip of. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please, man.
I listened to a clip of Chris Slovak. He's really good.
Chris is the best. He's phenomenal.
I mean, let's see. Give me a second. Let's see. I'm gonna put a like and subscribe.
Oh, you gotta subscribe. You know what? I'm gonna
I just
unshare. I don't need to be sharing my screen with you. I'm just gonna I'm gonna stop sharing
I
because
just subscribed to his channel.
good, 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 good. Um,
There goes your screen. It just went
yeah.
like it's not there
Oh
anymore.
yeah,
Now,
yeah, yeah. Because I'm not gonna do a ball game. Oh man, this is not liking this at all. Well, that's because I was sharing a screen with you, doing the live stream, doing all stuff, and I was doing a bunch of stuff before I came on. And even as fast and as crazy as this computer is, it's saying Bafangustunad. And Pib knows what I just said there. D. Scott
Bafango. Oh,
Howard, he's in.
oh, a
Nice. All right,
little
well,
late night arrival.
let me see if I can. Everybody's gonna laugh. I got like a billion icons on my desktop, but
Shit.
I don't give a shit. Let's bring it up one more
Why? Why
time.
should you? That is your computer after all.
Well, so I actually, with all those icons I have on my desktop, and actually two
Yeah.
monitors, I have monitors or icons in the other one. If I have everything really neatly organized, can't do it. I can't find things. So this is the franchise league, Carlos, that's up here, and this is the one that comes with the baseball history collection. So there must be something else that you're looking at. So I'm going to look at the DK Sports site and see what one you're talking about. DKSports.com and or in shop baseball franchise disc. I wonder what that is. I mean, if I probably have it, but I have no idea what it is. So is this going to be under special collections maybe? Oh, baseball franchise all stars download. Do I have this one? All 30 teams. Oh yeah, so what they've done, it's kind of like the same thing is what I'm showing you. So I do have that. So we can look at a couple people's teams here. We'll look at Philadelphia for Cousin Ken. Where's Philadelphia? You still with us, Aaron? Guess
Yeah.
he's.
Yeah. I'm here.
Oh, okay. Thought we. No, all right. So for Philadelphia, we got some good players here. We have Ed Delahanty, Mike Schmidt, Sliding Billy Hamilton, Bobby Abreu, Lefty O'Doul, Sherry McGee, Cy Williams, Chuck Klein, Del Ennis, Richie Ashburn, Elmer Flick, Yay Elmer, Darren Dalton, may his memory be eternal, Johnny Callison, Gavy Kravith, Mike Lieberthal, Lenny Dykstra, Pinky Whitney,
Ooh.
Juan Samuel, Larry Boa, pitchers, Pete Alexander, Robin Roberts, Steve Carlton, Jim Bunning, Chris Short, Kurt Simmons, Ron Reed, Steve Bedrosian, Jim Constantine, Jack Balchin, Turk Farrell, and Ricky Batalico. Two guys
Wow.
on. So that's just the
That's like
Phillies
a
roster.
mixing of the generation right there.
Oh yeah, it's an all-time greats franchise league. Um,
Johnny Callison
yeah.
from 1964.
So you're Reds or Braves? Which are you? Which is your team?
Let's try. Let's look at the
The
Reds.
Reds? All right.
Sure.
So for Cincinnati, Joe Morgan, Adam Dunn, Ed Roush, George Foster, Eric Davis, Barry Larkin, Ted Kluszewski, Vada Pinson, who should be in the Hall of Fame, by the way.
Yep.
Ernie
Yep.
Lombardi, Johnny Bench, Tony Perez,
Wow.
Pete Rose, Ken Griffey, Frank McCormick, Heine Groh, Dave Concepcion, Bid McPhee, Johnny Edwards. Pitchers, you have Epa Rixey, Paul Derringer, Bucky Walters, Jim Maloney, Noodles Hahn, Johnny Vandermeer, Dolph Luke, Mario Soto, Yul Blackwell, Jose Rijo, Joe Beggs,
Ooh.
Clay Carroll, and John Franco. So there we got
Dang.
Cincinnati.
Okay. What about the
Good
Braves?
night, cousin Ken. Where everybody's saying, wait, we're saying,
Good
everybody's
night.
saying good night. Is cousin
Good
Ken
night,
taking off?
Ken.
All right, buddy. See you tomorrow night, and I will check my messages, cousin. I promise you.
Ciao, Ken. Have a
Um,
good night.
let me see. I'm not going to do the Pirates. Let's see what they have here for Robbie's team. So Texas Rangers.
Ooh,
Rafael Palmeiro, Juan Gonzalez, Rusty Greer, Ivan Rodriguez, Frank Howard, Josh Hamilton, Toby Harrah, Mike Epstein, or Epstein, I guess,
wow.
Julio
Epstein.
Franco, Michael Young, Mike Hargrove, Jeff Burrows, Buddy Bell, Ruben Sierra, Mickey Rivers, Jim Sundberg, and then pitchers Fergie Jenkins.
Ooh,
Yeah, right. Charlie Huff, Kenny Rogers, John Matlack, Bobby Witt, Rick Honeycutt, Dick Bosman, Jeff Russell, Gerald Knowles, Pete Richard, and Francisco Cordero.
wow.
So Texas,
Look
pretty good
out.
team. Can we see the Dodgers? Absolutely,
Ooh, the
absolutely. D.
Dodgers.
Scott Howard. Yeah, I like, I like especially the Brooklyn Dodgers, but absolutely. So, yeah, let's Los Angeles. So of course, Dodgers going to be bringing in Brooklyn. So, man, this is a dangerous team. So we got Babe Herman, Duke Snyder, Gil Hodges, Jackie Robinson, Pedro Guerrero, Kirk Gibson, Dolph Camilli, Carl Furillo, Sean Green, Jack Fournier, Ron Say, Roy Campanella, Steve Garvey, Zach Wheat, Dixie Walker, Pee Wee Reese, Davey Lopes, Tommy Davis, Johnny Roseborough, and Maury Wells. And then for pitchers, Don Drysdale, Claude Osteen, Don Sutton, Fernando Valenzuela, Andy Messersmith, Bill Singer, Sandy Koufax, Oral Hershiser, Burley Grimes, Don Newcomb, Dazzy Vance, Johnny Padres, Jeff Pfeffer, Eric Gagne, sorry, that's late, Mike Marshall, and Ron Peronowski. So pretty good team.
Wow.
Pretty good
That's
team
that's
for them
lethal
bums. For them bums, yeah.
for
Now they
them
got Kirk
bums.
Gibson on here for the Dodgers. Now that means I got to look at the Tigers.
The
The
Tigers.
Tigers, because I want to see if there was any. Oh no, there's good. There's no cross pollination. So for Detroit, you got Hank Greenberg, Harry Heilman, Ty Cobb, Al Kaline, Charlie Gehringer, Sam Crawford, Bobby Veach, Alan Trammell, Norm Cash, Vic Wertz, George Kell, Cecil Fielder, Harvey Keene, Lou Whitaker, Willie Horton, Johnny Bassler, Lance Parrish, Rudy York, Bill Freehan, Dick McAuliffe, and for pitchers, Mickey Lalich, Jack Morris, Danny McLean, George Mullen, Hal Newhouser, Tommy Bridges, Virgil Trucks, Dizzy Trout, Mark Fidrich, John Hiller, Willie Hernandez, Mike Henneman, and Jose Valverde. So this is good stuff.
Wow. The
Yeah.
Virgil Trucks. Did you I
What's
didn't know this till many years ago.
hmm
There's a Dusty Rhodes,
in
the
baseball?
wrestler.
Yeah, and then
Yeah, and
there's
there's
Dusty Rhodes
also
in baseball. Yes.
yeah. I got those. I used to get those two confused. Like, wait a minute, Dusty Rhodes was a baseball player before he was a wrestler,
Yeah, I
and then
know,
it's like,
right?
it's like I hit 2 home runs today, Daddy.
I don't know anybody else's favorite team here, so I guess that. Well, mine's the
Right?
Pirates, but I'm not gonna bore everybody with the Bucks. So,
It's about the Braves.
that's right, you're a Braves fan. Oh, you're
Yeah,
welcome, Carlos. All right, so let's go to Atlanta.
just out of curiosity.
Yeah, sure thing. All right,
Atlanta.
so, oh, then okay, we'll do the Cubs next for Carlos, definitely. All
Way
right,
Chicago.
so the Braves, we have Hank Aaron, Eddie Matthews, Chipper Jones, Joe Adcock, Fred McGriff, Wally Berger, Bob Elliott, Rico Carty, Andrew Jones, Javi Lopez, Dale Murphy, Herman Long, Hugh Duffy, Del Crandall, Marcus Giles, Dave Bancroft, Johnny Logan, Tommy McCarthy, Rabbit Moranville, Terry Pendleton, Felix Mian, and then for pitchers, Phil Negro, Tom Glavine, Greg Maddux, holy shit, Warren Spahn, Vic Willis, John Smoltz, Lou Burdett, Johnny Sane, Kid Nichols, Gene Garber, Don McMahon, and Mark Wallers. So,
Wow.
yeah,
Stacked.
right, tough. All right, Chicago Cubs. Let's do
Way
Chicago
Chicago
Cubs. The
Cubs.
Chicago Cubs. Rogers Hornsby, Hack Wilson, Sammy Sosa, Rick Stevenson, Billy Williams, Ernie Banks, Bill Dolan, King Kelly, Hank Sauer, Ron Santo, Andy Pafko, Mark Grace, Bill Nicholson, Gabby Hartnett, Cap Anson, Stan Hack, Billy Herman, Phil Cavaretta, Ryan Sandberg, Frank Chance, Jody Davis, Johnny Evers, Joe Tinker, and John Clarkson.
Where's Mark
Pitchers.
Grace?
I did. Did I not? Yeah, I already mentioned Mark Grace. I
Oh,
probably
you
just
said
slurred
Mark
over
Grace.
his
Okay,
name.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
Mark Grace.
Pitchers.
Yep.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Pitchers, John Clarkson, so he did both. He was a position player and pitcher. Hippo Vaughn,
Wow.
Lon Warnicki, Bill Lee, Claude Passau, Carlos Zambrano, Mordecai Brown, Clark Griffith, Randy Myers, Lee Smith, Bruce Sutter, and, well, King Kelly, who pitched a little bit. Now, the one that's
Wow.
updated, Carlos, might have a few more recent players that were retired. So this one was as of 2015 or 2016. This file that I have, which is still a good representation.
Oh, it's like 7 or 8 years old.
Oh, somebody, even though we don't have one, we'll do a giant. We'll do the Giants, and then we'll be done because I do got to
The
close this off.
Giants.
Do got to close it off. All right, so
Mm,
Giants, San Fran, and they're gonna be pretty tough. Barry
yep.
Bonds, Willie Mays, Bill Terry, Mel Ott, Willie McCovey, Jeff Kent, Travis Jackson, Roger Connor, Will Clark, Matt Williams, Kevin Mitchell, Larry Doyle, George Davis, Ross Youngs, Frankie Frisch, Bobby Bonds, Roger Bresnahan, Buck Ewing, John Ward, Tim Keefe, Mickey Welch, and Amos Russi. Pitchers: Mickey Welch, Tim Keefe, Juan Marichal, Christy Mathewson, Amos Russi, Joe McGinnity, Johnny Antonelli, Carl Hubble, Rube Marquardt, John Ward, Hoyt Wilhelm, Rod Beck, Rob Nen, and Brian Wilson. Late of the Beach Boys, I
Ah,
guess. The White
the
Sox.
man
That's
with the
I'm
beard.
feeling bad here. Almost forgot about Forever Remain 90. So the White Sox. So the Chicago White Sox. Let's look at hitters first. The Big Hurt, of course. Frank Thomas,
Frank Thomas.
Dick Alice, Maglio Ordonez, Robin Ventura, Minnie Minoso, Luke Appling, Zeke Bonura, Paul Konerko, Harold Baines, Bib Falk, Johnny Mustill, Sherm Lawler, Nellie Fox, Bill Melton, Hap Fausch, Chico Carrasquel, Luis Aparicio, Ray Schalk, Doc White. And then for pitchers, Ed Walsh, geez, right there, that's enough.
Wow.
Tommy John, Mark Burley, sorry guys, it's late. Wilbur Wood,
Burley.
Thank you, Jack McDowell, Joe Horlin, Billy Pierce, damn fine pitcher, Red Faber, Doc White, Eddie Seacott, Ted Lyons, Frank Smith, Thornton Lee, Rich Gossage, and Bobby Thigpen. So
Goose. What
White
about
Sox
the?
have
I'm just
themselves a
curious.
nice team. Yep,
What about the Royals?
Kansas City. Yeah,
Yeah,
we can do the
that'll be
Royals.
it for me as far as
All
teams are
right,
concerned.
Kansas City.
I'm just curious.
No surprises here. George Brett, Mike Sweeney, Hal McRae, Danny Tartable, John Mayberry, Johnny Damon, Jermaine Dye, Daryl Porter, Amos Otis, Kevin Seitzer, Al Cowens, Bo Jackson, Willie Wilson, Mike McFarland, Frank White, Cookie Rojas, Freddie Patek. And then pitchers: Dennis Leonard, Paul Splittorff, Kevin Apier, Charlie Leibrandt, David Cohn, Larry Gura, Mark Gubiza, Brett Saberhagen, Steve Busby, Al Fitzmaurice, Jeff Montgomery, Dan Quisenberry, and Greg Holland for Kansas City.
Gosh, that's a. I'm not surprised Bo Jackson was in there. He was of all the two sports stars I've seen recently of the past 20, 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Bo Jackson, Deion Sanders, and Drew Henson
Mm.
were they were really good.
D. Scott Howard's asking what Hornsby's doing on the Cubs. Had a good career with them as well. So another one, D. Scott, is going to be, yeah, Shoeless Joe is on the Indians, Forever Remain 90. So, so Hornsby is kind of like a similar case to Kai Kyler. So both the Cubs, he had a great career with the Cubs and a great career with the Pirates, and both franchises claim him as their own. But on this one, they didn't want to do any cross pollination. So yeah, Hornsby is not on the Cardinals team, but the other usual suspects are on here. What was the other one? Yeah, so well, let's double check Cleveland. I'm not going to read off this Cardinals, even though they're my second favorite franchise. What were we looking at?
Cleveland,
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Yeah, where are you, Shoeless Joe? Did they put him in here? Either that, or I've got to find him elsewhere. Oh wow, he's not here either. Wonder where they put him.
Kenny
Let me
Lofton,
see. Yeah,
Manny Ramirez.
yeah. I need to do organize, and I need to search for Shoeless Joe. Hopefully he made it on here.
Mm,
If not, player search and last name Jackson, Jac.
Jackson.
If not, I'm bringing him in. That's like
Huh,
hell yes.
he'll get him for crying out loud.
Shoeless Joe. There he is. Jackson. Oh,
There's
so he's a
Joe.
free agent. Let me see.
Huh.
Yeah. So yeah, guys. So there are players in here that aren't on teams, and Shoeless Joe Jackson's one of them. So they're draftable.
Undrafted.
Yep. So Jackson is out there to be drafted into this. So you can have a lot of fun with this. So he's not on the Indians. I thought he was, but he's not on the Cleveland roster. Yeah, yeah. Well, D. Scott, you're gonna have to ask Dave Cook. I'm not sure how. I mean, because I was kind of surprised by a couple of the players that so he did say that they had to like put some like so for franchises like Texas, they had to load them with some players that weren't necessarily directly associated with that second iteration of the Washington Senators, which that's what the Texas Rangers are. The Minnesota Twins are the first ones. That's why you'll see Walter Johnson on the Minnesota Twins and not on the Texas Rangers, because the Rangers are the second iteration of the Senators.
And
Yep.
I
So
I remember
Shoeless
that last.
Joe is not drafted.
I remember that last game of the Senators in seven. Was it
Right.
71?
And there's
When
a
all those fans. Good.
oh, and I was just gonna say, guys, if anybody buys this, there's a lot of free agents on here. So not so when you if you buy this, not all the players are assigned to teams yet. So you could really have a lot of fun and just bring in whoever you want.
Make your own super team for
Why
some if
not?
you
I
really
think
wanted
I'm
to.
gonna draft Shoeless Joe. I just don't know whether to put him with the White Sox or with the Indians. I'm kind of like, oh, that's a tough one. That is tough. I don't know where I would put Shoeless Joe Jackson. So
Shoeless Joe Jackson.
I don't know. We could take a poll. Do
Woo.
we want Jackson on? And D. Scott, if I ever did anything with this league, I could move Hornsby to the Cardinals. I mean, it's pretty easy. It's the nice thing
What
about
was
Action
that?
PC. It lets you do what you want. What's that, Aaron?
What was that line in League of Their Own with Tom Hanks where he's talking to that girl about she made the error and she started
Oh,
crying.
there's no crying in baseball. That's
I
right.
know that. It's like Roger Swerby was my manager. He called me a
Oh, he
steaming
said
pile of
he
shit.
said he said Rogers Hornsby was my manager. My parents came down here to see me play, and Rogers Hornsby called me a talking pile of pig shit.
Did I cry? No.
Did I cry?
Why?
No. Yep.
Because there's no
No crying
crying
in
in baseball.
baseball.
There's no crying in baseball. That that is the most.
Yeah.
Then of course there's what was it?
All
Mike
right. One
Shannon
more
calling
cigarette, and then I am shutting it down. Go ahead, man. What?
Mark McGuire one of Mark McGuire's home runs in 1998. I think it was his last one, his 70th, I think.
Mm,
Because during before they start the pregame for the Legends back in the day, they would play the Field of Dreams thing where
right.
the guy's talking to Ray and people will
Mhm.
come.
Mhm.
They throw in clips like what was it? Roger Maris with Phil Rizzuto calling it. Then they show the Hank Aaron home run
Oh,
with
that's
my
another.
man.
So thank you. April 8th, 1974.
Yeah.
That'll be one of the iconic games we can do.
Then you hear Mel Allen say, "What a beautiful day for a ball game,"
Mhm.
and then but may hear something like, "What?"
Carlos says this game is deep. I will have a lot of fun. You're gonna get so
Oh man,
you're gonna get so. Carlos, did you pick up? Are you going to pick up the baseball history collection, or did you? Because you really should. Smelly Wrestling Geek says, does setting up a playoff work easier in the baseball game um, than F-ball or hockey? It's a pain for those games. Uh, so I don't play any other sports, Smelly Wrestling Geek, and I'm doubting Steve is still here. Steve Tate would be the guy to ask. I don't know. I can only show you how to set it up in baseball, and I really couldn't make a meaningful comparison. But I can compare this to out of the park baseball. It's way easy to do playoffs and stuff, and World Series and just one-off games and out of the park. It's a little less work than this, but that's the other than that. Yeah, I don't know. I've never since I don't play those games, man. I wish I could tell you, but I don't play those sports.
all about the Boz ball
Oh,
for
he
you.
says so. Carlos, I'm sorry to interrupt, Aaron.
No,
Carlos
you good?
says Yes, the baseball collection will be included. Dude, yeah, even if it's not on sale, the baseball history collection is superb. I would also suggest baseball's top 160 teams for this game if you want. If it's on sale, snag it. Oh my God, you have a lot of fun there. I don't know, man. There's I, Action PC baseball. It just rocks. Um,
Is what
so
does the Ned
Pib,
McGreevy thing.
right? Pib 99 says I don't use the playoff module for baseball, just manually schedule, which is pretty easy. Yeah. Can you show how a WBC team of Germany would look like, Gary Wagner? So, okay. So, what we're going to do with that World's Baseball Classic, I don't have that subset installed right now to show you, but there's one already set up in Action PC Baseball. But if you're talking about just people with last names, so we would have like Hannes Wagner, right? Lou Gehrig, who were, of course, German, but born here. Um,
Yes.
I can set up. I can show you some night how to do that if you want. I'll show you how to set up. We'll make like a team of Germans, Italians, and Irish. We can do that and just show you. It's pretty easy. Oh yeah, Carlos. Oh my God, Dave Cook has so many sales. It's insane. It's insane.
Gotta love
It's
my boy.
insane. All right, Robbie is gonna run. He's getting sleepy. Yep. All right, Robbie. Have a good
Good night,
sleep, buddy.
Robbie.
Yeah, man. Aaron's saying goodnight. I'm saying goodnight. Peace be with you.
Buenos noches.
Buenas noches, buena notte. Everybody's saying goodnight to
Ciao.
Robbie. So yeah, Forever Remain 90. If you're interested in that, we'll do that some night. We'll just have some fun and do some things like that. I think it'd be cool. It's just super easy. In Action PC, try it in out of the park baseball, and you'll tear your hair out. It's oh my God, in out of the park baseball, working at the player level sucks. But in Action PC, it's a breeze. It's such a breeze. So, um,
Mm.
Pib advising Carlos, he says, after you buy, be sure to get on the DKS mailing list so you'll be notified of all sales. Yep, and sales all the time, all the time. And even at full price, his seasons are like they're bloody cheap, man. And that's another thing. So like if you just do baseball, so you heard I was like bitching earlier about the season prices for PC Replay Baseball. Regular price seasons for Action PC are $15. They're $25 on PC Replay, and right now seasons are on sale for like $8.97. I mean, come on, right? And this is like, and some even like yeah, like and if you when you go back in time, some of them even get cheaper. Yeah, so if you're looking to get you want to fill up on some dead ball, or I'm sorry, 19th century baseball, those are always super cheap, $7.18. Regular price $12, and he always has sales. The only thing I think he probably doesn't have on sale right now is Baseball Complete. I'm guessing. In fact, is Baseball Complete even? Oh, it doesn't even exist anymore. Oh yeah, it no well it's here, but I think it's yeah, it doesn't exist. So, which is fine. I have everything, but there is a way. There was a set that it was called Baseball Complete, and it was everything, and it was somewhere around $700 or $800, and it was everything, which is cheaper. I had to buy everything. I started playing this game in 2017, and I've been buying for Action PC Baseball for 6 years, just buying up seasons and everything like that. It took a while.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And
Carlos
time
says I have the
consuming
college
too.
basketball, but didn't check the option for. Oh, it's okay. Talking about the playoffs, and realize I might get involved. Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't offer it anymore, Pib. That's weird. Because just to support him, seriously, later this summer, I was gonna, even though I have everything, I was gonna buy Baseball Complete just to support DK Sports. I think they're that awesome. It's such a great baseball game. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 'cause he had a big sale. It was on sale around Christmas, and I went to pick it up, but you know, that didn't happen, and I'm regretting it because I really wanted to have it. Baseball, yeah, on sale for $455. That's the lowest it ever was, and now it's gone.
Wow.
It's gone.
Can't
Gone,
get
gone,
it
gone.
anymore.
No, there's a link to it, but that's it. You can't, there's no like store page for it. But really, if you just get the game, get the baseball history collection, and then download Steve Tate's 5-year files, and then just buy seasons as you want them. But even if you don't, man, you got so much baseball you can play. There's so many subsets in the baseball history collection. And if anybody legitimately has it, and I'll take your word for it, and if you don't have the subsets that he used to do for it, so like that decade thing that we did last night, if you legitimately have the product, I'll send you like that zip file of like the decade teams and the stuff that he used to do in baseball history collection because he's not issuing those anymore. And as long as you legitimately have it, I'm not stealing from him. I'm just giving you what you already have, essentially. So just let me know. Anybody who has it, and I'll get that to you as long as you legitimately own the game, and I will believe that you do. Like, because it's an easy game to just pirate, and I don't condone piracy, but there's no copy protection in this game, unlike PC Replay Baseball, which is copy protected. Maybe Pib. It used to be available all the time because I remember back home, back over there, and I was the only baseball fan over there. And I'm like, God, I want this. I want this. Why am I spending, this much money per month when I could just pony up the $600 or $700 and buy the whole ball game and just could never pull it off. Then now it's like it's gone, which sucks. So basketball stuff for several years. Dave Cook, after an email, sent me a newer version. Dude, yeah, A1 customer service. Dave Cook he is the man when it comes to customer service. And he could proudly face Strat and say, suck it, because they've got the worst. No knock, guys. Anybody plays? You still with us, Aaron? Oh, I think he crapped out again. Ah, shit. Wanted to at least get him on to say goodnight. Yeah, Dave Cook is amazing. Is amazing with his customer service. Steve had a answer and a fix from him in a matter of like I don't know minutes. Years ago, during a DKS holiday sale, he offered 1901 to 1950 50 seasons for $200. Oh yeah, snatch that up. That's where Hafner sucked back in the day, says Carlos. I never played the Lance Hafner games. I know there. I have on the emulator for like the C64, so the that'll be my first time ever playing the Lance Hafner games. Never played them, or game, I should say. I know he did other sports. All right, cigarette is out. That means we're out. So let me just shoot a message to Aaron because I don't know if he can hear or not. Signing out, dude. It was really fun. Da, 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 da. Thank you so very much. There we go. All right. Peace as well to you, World's Worst Gamer. Totally, totally, totally. Guys, thank you so much. Yep, as the Beatles, yep, now it's time to say goodnight.
That's a wrap.
Yeah, yeah, I just sent you a message. I'm glad you came on because we're going to close it up. So Aaron, this was an
Yes,
absolute blast. You were absolute
damn right it
killer,
was.
man. We'll do it again.
We got to
I'm
do
gonna,
it again.
yeah, and I'm gonna try to get some of these other degenerates to come on and do a game too. I think it'll be fun. But yeah, we're definitely gonna do it again. I'd like to get my paisan out there. Get Pib on here sometime. Get anybody. Get Carlos. Whoever wants to come on. That's a member of the even World's Worst Gamer. Whatever. Whoever. If you're in the Discord, man, let's set it up. Let's do it. So Pib
I
saying
just
thank you. Everybody's saying thank you to you, man.
you're welcome.
Yeah,
Y'all are welcome.
you did a
This
great
is a this is
job,
a
man.
this is a blast.
Oh yeah, man. You tore it up tonight. You tore it up, brother. So loved all the stories. Just everything, man. It was a lot of fun, and of course, all your friends that you brought with you: Randy
I
Savage,
never
Hulk
go
Hogan, Harry
I never
Carey,
go
Keith
alone.
Jackson. You never go alone. Yep. All
I
right. Take care.
never
Forever
go
remain.
alone.
We'll see you soon. Forever remain 90. Definitely. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
World's Worst Gamer really liked your impressions. I every time you were doing it, he says good impressions you did. You were doing it. He's laughing. So good stuff. It's about happiness here,
I
man.
thank you for your cooperation.
Carlos is happy, so you got to do this for him, man. He says you brought Harry Carey back to me. You got give him the parting shot as Harry Carey, buddy. You get to close the stream tonight as
Until
Harry
next
Carey.
season, this is Harry Carey with Steve Stone at Wrigley Field saying, so long, everybody, and Godspeed.
But don't you want to try to say Mark Grudzelanek?
Mark, Mark Grud, Grudzel, Grudzel, Mark Grudzel, Grudzel, Grudzelonic.
Oh my God.
That's Mark Grudzelonic, Harry. Steve Stone. I can't do Steve Stone.
Oh
He's
my
too
God. I
nasally.
love those big glasses that Harry wore too. Oh my God.
Oh man, I heard, you know, like it's like listening to people imitate other celebrities. Like it's so funny because like there's this guy named Roy. You ever heard of Roy Firestone?
Yes.
He is a hell of an impressionist. He does so many like Howard Cosell, Kip Jackson, uh, I forget who else he did.
Can
Barry
he do
Switzer.
Vin Scully? I'll tell you who can do a mean Vin Scully is John Miller.
Oh,
John Miller
hi,
can do Vin Scully.
the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah, Scully was like, we could no, we'll be another 3 hours if we get into broadcasters. Oh my
Dude,
God.
we gotta do we gotta do like, hi friends, this is until the next game, this is Vin Scully saying so long and thank you for playing MLB 99.
Yeah,
That's what he would say when
Pib says that Roy's the best. He says he did Vin Scully too.
I've
Vin
never heard him do a Vin
Vin
Scully.
Scully. And Carlos says really quickly he says, and no, I can hear Steve Stone trying to correct Harry. So when you were doing that, but Vin Scully, oh my God, the last of the great ones, and I think one of the reasons why I wanted to watch the Gibson game that night was just Vin Scully's
She
call
is gone.
was just,
Although it was
but I mean, just the way he was talking, right? Because Gibson, of course, didn't start the game playing with pain. I mean, Gibson's limping to the damn plate, but the way Scully called a game was just amazing. And I love that story because he
hey,
started, of course, in Brooklyn. Was in the Brooklyn
yeah,
Dodgers, and so you've heard of
him and
Hilda Chester, right?
yeah,
With her cowbell, and so Vince Scully was interviewed, and he was talking about there was a quiet day at Ebbets, and whatever, and he said all of a sudden Hilda Chester booms out. You can hear all over it the field. She says, "Vin Scully, I love you," and like he's still like a rookie broadcaster, and here's Hilda Chester going
so
after
the
him.
chest. Like
Good times.
I'll tell you, well, the one I'll never
Kurt
forget.
Gowdy, yeah. Go ahead.
Little roller all first behind. It gets to Buckner. Here comes nine, and the Mets win it.
Oh my God, yeah.
Never forget that.
Who will? God.
Um,
And
no,
poor Bill
Kurt Gowdy.
Buckner. Poor Bill Buckner. Geez, may his memory be eternal, huh?
Yeah,
Jeez.
I remember the day he died. It was the Memorial Day of 2019.
Uh,
Dementia. I think what took him.
yeah.
That's sad.
Behind the
Lou
back.
Brock. We lost Lou Brock. We lost Tom
Oh, I
Seaver.
know. Willie Mays
My
still in there, man. Willie Mays, right? Willie's
my
still with
my
us.
I mentioned, yeah, Willie Mays. I mentioned Lou Brock because my English teacher was a big time St. Louis Cardinals fan, so I had
Hard
to
not to
mention
be a
Lou
fan of
Brock.
Lou Brock. I mean, I think even Carlos, being a Cubs fan, he's got to give some love to Lou Brock.
Well, I wish Ernie Broglio could have played a lot better,
Ernie Broglio, yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
but no, this was fun.
This was
This was an
really fun,
absolute
man.
blast,
I'm
and
glad
it's
you had fun, man.
yeah. What was it? I've been with you now for well, not unless for the little hiccup earlier, but at least 5 hours.
Well, we're at 5 hours and we're going on 5 hours and 15 minutes. So we're
Mm,
coming in short tonight. After that 7.5 hour stream, everything is short. All right. Gentlemen, good night. Again, because the chat has gone so long and YouTube doesn't archive chat all the way back, I cannot, obviously, if I try to name everybody, the chat stops at a certain point, and I don't want to miss anybody. I hate
much love
that.
to all of you.
So Carlos Wright says, he says, I didn't get back to your college class during the game after Buckner missed the play. An instructor came into the break room and said I needed to get back to class, and I was like, no way.
No, oh
Oh
no way,
God, poor Bill Buckner, and
poor
such
Bill.
a fine player. But that happens in baseball. So, right, Fred Snodgrass, who muffed the ball in the 1912 World Series, lived to be like 80 some years old, and the newspaper the day he died, yep, muffed the ball in 1912 World Series.
Never let
Baseball,
him forget.
dude, baseball does not forgive.
No,
And to
fans
this day,
may
Red Sox fans still hate Bucky F. Dent. Right? They do.
right for hitting that homer off of that home run in
Yeah.
70 or 76,
1978. And
78. Yeah, he hit
they
that home
still
run.
hate Bucky Dent. They still hate
Can't
Bucky Dent. Yep.
Bucky F and Dent. And they won a world champion. They won like 3 world championships for crying out loud.
Yeah, but
Since
baseball does not forgive, buddy.
no,
And it doesn't
no,
matter what you did yesterday,
no,
right? That you could go 4 for 4, like Gehrig. You could go 4 home runs, buddy, and then the next day, pal, you strike out, and because goat used to mean you were like shite. Now it's like
the
greatest
goat
of
was
all
the worst.
time,
Now it's
but
the
no,
greatest of all time.
yeah, yeah. But back then, man, you were a goat. You were like, I
If
don't
you
care if
were
you
like,
hit 4 home runs yesterday. That doesn't mean anything today.
doesn't mean Shizer.
It doesn't mean Shiza. Exactly. Doesn't mean
Like
Shiza.
that kind of like that's what they always say now. It doesn't matter what you've done in the regular season. If you make it to the postseason, wipe that stuff off the schedule because or off the records because the postseason is the where the big dogs
The
hunt.
big dog.
I guess you could say.
The dudes here are like hitting it hard. Now this is what you gotta love here. So
Yeah,
Carlos and Pib giving Buckner love, right? And
yeah.
then, which is cool, and that's awesome. Carlos says, "Well, really, who liked Bucky Dent?" And then D. Scott Howard comes in with, and this is classic, and I don't even know how the hell you follow this up. He says, "Was Buckner's walk-up music really "Bend Down Low" by Bob Marley?" on that on that note, thank you
Oh,
everybody. Aaron, thank you again. It was a blast
you
tonight.
are welcome.
Dude, yeah, and you are seriously, you belong in this
That
crazy
that was a
little
blast.
asylum here that we've created. You're quite a knowledgeable baseball fan and all that.
I'm always available.
All right, man.
I am
Yeah,
always available,
we'll be having some fun. We'll be doing this again.
dude.
In the meantime, to all of you, I want to say thank you. I truly, I hate to sound so cliche, but I appreciate you one and all. I really, really mean it. And until next time, I will see you round the batting cage. Good night, gents.
Oh,
Tomorrow night, more baseball. We'll do a medium stream of 6 hours or something.
mm.
All right. Good night, guys. Take care.
Yeah, everybody.